so sin, I'm so sin, I'm so sin. Baby, you can give it up to me. The playing, baby, stop teasing. Stop playing, baby, stop teasing. Cause your body's so tempting. You don't know you're a blessing. I'm the guy up to sauce. Baby, come give it to me. Cause the sauce be drippy, drippy. Too drippy, drippy. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. We too litty, litty. Too litty, litty. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. Baby, your body's driving me crazy. Be mine, come be my lady. Be mine, come be my lady. I'm way too saucy that damn man. Let me put a sauce on you. Show you what a man can do. Baby, you know what to do. Cause the sauce be drippy, drippy. Too drippy, drippy. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. We too litty, litty. Too litty, litty. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. Cause the sauce be drippity, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drip, drip. Drippity, 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 drip. Cause the sauce be drippy, drippy. Too drippy, drippy. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. We too litty, litty. Too litty, litty. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you.
Hello everybody and welcome to The Last Hit. We are here with episode number 6. I've remembered what episode it is this time. I'm Munchables. I'm joined today by Dagda and Mazel, one of our two new casters. We had Mad on this week. We got Mazel on this week. I can't talk apparently, but Mazel, over to you, mate. Do you want to give me? I'll give you a second here to just introduce yourself and say hello to the audience.
I don't know, man. You already did me such a wondrous kindness there. I appreciate the intro. Thank you so much. Spent a lot of time casting in the amateur scene, especially the proving grounds, the scouting grounds in North America, and just happy to be a part of the team here in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome in the team, and you've definitely been helping us out while we've been struggling a little bit with the logistics of the rosters, with
Just
people
a little
moving
bit
around and whatnot. Speaking of which, we've got Dagda over there tuning in from China. How are you doing, mate? How was quarantine?
I'm good. I'm through my first week. I got my test done yesterday, so officially COVID-free once again after the 9 tests it took me to get here, whatever it was. So, yeah, it's going well. And to be honest, I'm kind of surprised that you guys are actually capable of talking right now, because after the super weekend you two just did, plus the cast today, I'm actually surprised you're still standing.
I mean, let's be honest, based on the intro, I'm not capable of talking or standing because I'm literally sat down. Yeah, it's been a long weekend, but hey, we've got tomorrow off. Tomorrow is Tuesday. We're recording on Monday right now. It's 2:40 p.m. in the UK as we record this. So we get a couple of days off, which is nice. Let's move on with the podcast, though. Let's get into this, because I know everyone at home is going to be listening, and I can feel it already, that people are on the edge of their seats. They're just thinking to themselves, when's Guess the Player? Is Guess the Player happening this week? I can't wait for Guess the Player. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's back. Guess the Player. Everyone's favorite segment is here. To explain the rules quickly, for anyone that doesn't know already, Guess the Player. We've got 3 different players that I'm going to be offering to these 2 contenders that they can guess. I'm going to give them 3 clues. The first clue, if they guess it on the first clue, they get 3 points. Then 2 points for the second, 1 point for the third clue. And whoever gets more points at the end is the winner for the episode. So, without further ado, I'll start with the first player. After each clue, you both can take a stab, and it's fine if you both give me the same answer. There's no exclusivity here with the guesses. So if you both think the same player, that's okay. So, player number 1, the first clue, and this is pretty vague because I feel like this includes a couple of players here, but
setting it up
this
right.
player is a player in the LPL since 2016.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
God. I'm just going to start off by saying you forgot to send me the cheat sheet for today, so if you just ping that over.
I didn't send on purpose this time, because I have a couple of times now accidentally sent everyone the answers, so I'm glad I got that under wraps now. But yeah, so player since 2016. Give us some guesses here.
God, I don't even know. See, I'm good with all the
really
2015, because I know that was kind of the Korean exodus, but now I'm like, who actually is here from 2016?
So if you're not sure, just take a stab at an older player, and we'll go to the second clue. It doesn't have to be right at the first clue, guys. There's not this much pressure.
But I want all the points, Munchables. I want
you can't
the
put
points.
points and make it a competition.
Just
and
guess
then
the right answer, then. Just guess the right answer. Then you get the points.
No big deal, right?
I'm going to go... No, he was 2018, wasn't he?
All right, you got.
God, this is so
5 seconds.
Right,
Guys, you have 5 seconds to give me an answer. I'm gonna just say.
I'm gonna go with Xiaohu. I know it's probably
Okay.
not right, but I'm gonna go with
We're gonna
Xiaohu.
I'm pretty sure he's 2017, but I'll go Langxing Xiaoal. But
Okay, so we got the RNG massive. Both incorrect. So second clue.
Of course.
This player, this one should open it up a little bit. I feel like Rob at very least will know the answer off of this one, but we'll see. We'll see. Clue number 2. This player used to be on the organization SKT.
SKT coming to LPL.
I feel like I've set Rob up now. He's not going to know.
I know.
Embarrass him.
I think, yeah, I know who it is. I'll let Mazel go because I don't want to.
Oh,
spoil the
come
answer.
on.
I think I know. Yeah,
Hold on to the points.
yeah.
All right, just give us. I'll give you a bonus clue here, Marcel, just to make it a little bit easier. This player is a mid laner, so just think of good mid laners in the LPL right now, and that will help close it a little.
Came over from SKT. That's a good question. I know I'm wrong. I know I am already, but I'm just gonna say. Rookie, I guess. I know he's not actually.
So
but,
it's a good guess because Rookie is a Korean, right? But
yeah, but
unfortunately, not correct.
I believe it's the guy who trained under Faker. I think it's Scout.
It is Scout. You are absolutely
Yes.
correct. So he didn't play in the LCK, but he was on the organization SKT. So and then
So that's
the
where
third
the
clue.
specifics of the organization came
Yeah, that's
from.
why I
Like,
very specifically said that. So clue number 3 would have been he had his 23rd birthday this weekend because it was Scout's birthday.
Ah, bless.
All right, player number 2 then. This player, and this is a very original clue. Are you ready for this, guys? This player has been an LPL
Plays in the
player
LPL.
since 2016.
Oh my god, I can't.
All right,
You're
okay.
killing me.
God damn it. Scout.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Let's go.
All right, final answer from Rob there. It's not Scout. Over to you, Brazil.
Wait, what?
Oh
I
my
haven't
God.
cheated.
You gave me an answer.
I know he's not necessarily playing right now, but Baolan.
It's not Baolan either. All right, so second clue. This player is one of the 3 genius AD carries of the LPL.
Oh my god. One of 3, huh?
Well, there was 3 players that were they collectively had the title the 3 genius AD carries of the
3
LPL.
geniuses.
Oh.
As I surreptitiously take a drink of my unbranded beverage.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Man,
All right, I'm gonna have to pressure you here, guys.
I'll go with Loken. I'll just fire at Loken
Okay,
and leave it there.
Mazel.
Jackie?
It's not Jackie Love.
No.
So, I will say Jackie Love does fall under the category, but that's not the answer to the question. So that was a very good guess.
dang.
That
I
a
was
very
close
good
at
guess.
least.
The other AD carry that falls under this category for people that are curious is Abel, but I won't say who the actual answer is just yet. The third clue, and this one maybe we'll give it away a bit. This player is known as Banana Boy.
Oh, god damn it.
See, Rob's got this one.
So there's a lot of
The only
memes on
reason
Twitter recently about
It's because he had the most ridiculous photo for his intro. It was just him holding a banana. It was the most ridiculous photo that I've seen. It was ridiculous.
That sounds wonderful.
I'm gonna see if I can find
I was
it.
gonna say Munchables because every time I've cast with him, I've seen him eat bananas. But
I do eat bananas, but I am not Banana Boy, unfortunately. The
No.
answer,
It's
well,
iBoy.
Rob, I'll let you say it.
iBoy. It's iBoy. Yeah.
It is iBoy, so Rob gets a point on that one. So Rob is leading with 3 points right now. So Mazel, this
I'm
one's
a
all
little
on
scared.
you.
I
If you can
gotta
get on
knock
first
this one
clue-
out of the park. If you start me off with another 2016, I
It's
don't know
not
how I'm gonna be
2016.
doing.
But just as
2015.
a bonus clue, here,
yes.
as a bonus clue, I'll give you a little bit of extra. This one is also an older player, and very vaguely, this is similar to your guys' guesses on the first clue. So I'm trying to give you some ground to work off here.
Okay.
So this
All right,
player's
all right.
IGN is based off of his real name.
Oh.
So think about players.
I have an idea.
with names that could be Chinese names, but also similar to the
Dude, I
guesses you
think I
went
just
with on the
doubled
first
down.
player.
At this point, I mean, I'm probably gonna
It's
be
not
wrong
someone that's
again,
been
but I'm
guessed
just gonna go-
previously, so don't.
No,
guess the same
yeah.
result.
I almost just wanted to double in on Xiaohu, but no, I'm
not
gonna
Xiaohu,
pull that one
it's not
back a little bit.
Is it LWX?
It isn't LWX. Over to you, Mazel. So think about the first 2 answers you guys gave and what I said in response, and that'll help give you a nudge in the right direction. Because we know it's not
It's
Xiao.
late at night over here. I don't have that much attention span. That is long gone from my brain.
Do you see back? I see light coming in the back of my room right
Yeah.
now. I don't know. This is changing it up. He's been an older player though. You said.
Yeah, he's been around a bit. He's been around.
Xiaopeng?
Not
I
Xiaopeng.
don't think he's
It
been
was
around.
Ming. The answer is Ming.
Ming.
Oh, I never did the
You never
other
did the rest of them.
clues.
Oh wait, yeah.
Well, all right, I've ruined it now.
You said the cheat sheet, just verbally
Look,
this
okay.
time around.
The point, the competition was over though, right? Because I was thinking,
Yeah.
Mazel needs
'Cause
the
I
3
won.
points.
I absolutely won that one.
So the reason I was saying based off of your first guesses because you guys both
'Cause the
guessed
RNG
RNG
massive.
players.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Ming. The other two clues for Ming, for anyone curious, was he's one of the fabled rookie recruits that came from Young Miracles, and also he is known for his affinity for feeding puppies because obviously he was famed as the support for Uzi.
Oh.
So, moving on
I
with the
actually
show.
kind of like that last little point though.
Yeah, let's that was a very kind of riddly clue. But anyway, let's go into failures and faves. So every week we take an opportunity to talk about one of the things in the league that we are excited for, one of our faves, and one of the things in the league that we are a little bit less excited about, one of our failures in terms of either the teams and their standings or a specific player or a specific topic. So I'll let you guys go in whatever direction you want with this one. Dagda, since it's been a little while since you and I got to talk League of Legends properly, I'll let you go first. Do you want to drop us your failure first, and then we'll go into faves to end on a
Yeah,
happy note?
I want to do a quick check that my internet is okay because I can see it dying a little bit. Hopefully, I'm not
I
too
can hear you,
robotic
mate.
and the Dagatron is
good.
not taking over. Okay, cool. So this actually changed a little bit from because we were set to record yesterday, and then we obviously had the games that happened today. But I'm gonna start off with my favorite anyway. Still fairly relevant. I think it's gonna be TT. I was really impressed with these guys, especially in their game against FPX. I think Team looked amazing in Game 1, where they started to do this kind of roaming death squad together. And then in Game 3, they still looked super competitive in the early game against FPX. And even today, they looked relatively okay. And then my failure was going to be IG, because they were sitting in 10th, and then they kind of started to... I was kind of like, what is going on? They just lost to ORA. But now it's actually ORA. So ORA came out today and lost to LGD. And I was like, hey, they're going to get that 10th place win, or 10 wins. They're going to like take over. They're looking good, top of the table. And like, of all the teams that I thought were going to find out ORA, it was not LGD. It was not that was not the best. I was like, FPX, okay, they could probably do it. No. JDG, WE, IG, no. It's LGD, one of our bottom place teams that has managed to upset the apple cart. So definitely I think it's ORA. I've been waiting for a little while to see this team kind of be figured out because their team fighting is just super chaotic. They don't really play front to back. It's iBoy looks really good on champions like Tristana because, well, it gives him the opportunity to reposition because his team has more than less abandoned him. So I think it was only a matter of time before RA kind of got figured out, and at least we got to see a little bit here today against LGD.
Yeah, I think...
I would have to say that it's a very interesting take on it, at least, Dagda. As I'm just going to go straight into my favorites and failures, and I will say it's the opposite. Exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we got a little bit of spiciness here.
I guess this is debate club then. This is debate club. Give me a count.
Yeah, it literally is just debate club. It's fine. My failure is TT. I see the strength that they showed today, you know, being able to come out and try and give something to IG, but I don't know what's going on in the locker room for me, but I saw so much potential in Captain, and there's so much development there, and to see him not being able to have that development in this spring split that, you know, is not going the best for TT, where they're looking for that developmental strategy here, I want to see that mentality switch, and I'm still so sad that there's a player with such a high ceiling that isn't getting that time played. And I know he didn't have the greatest showings towards the beginning of the year, but him in terms of Twyla Captain, like I feel like Captain has that higher ceiling.
Yeah, I'm not even going to debate Mazel on that point. I agree.
I completely agree with that. Like,
I need him in there, man.
Captain much either. I will say,
especially
like.
Sorry, go ahead, Bunch.
Oh, we got the delay. We've got the cross-regional delay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I also am sad to see how TT did today. They got absolutely slapped by IG. But I can't really ever call them a failure because my expectation of this team was incredibly low to begin with. So they kind of hit my expectations, honestly, in that series today. So, but yeah, I agree that I would love to see more Captain over Twyla.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Oh, sorry. Oh, there's so much delay. This is awful.
For context, for everyone, so Dagda's in China. I'm in the UK. Mazel is in America. So we have 8 hours difference in each direction. So it's
just to make it as awkward as possible.
Yeah,
but I kind of agree with the TT thing is just like, I never really expected this team to do well, and the fact that they have become proactive is a big win for me. But I do 100% agree with Mazel with the captain thing. Was just like, I saw this guy come in, he looked great in the LDL and IG Young. IG Young Glory. I saw him come in, I was like, right, this guy is going to work wonders. And he's picking these super aggressive champions like LeBlanc and stuff like this. I was like, cool. All he needs is a little bit of help from Xiaopeng. Like, Xiaopeng just needs to play a little bit around this mid lane, like, buy some space. Specifically, I remember that LeBlanc versus Victor matchup, which is, like, all about having your jungler support the LeBlanc, because once you get the snowball rolling as LeBlanc, the matchup's over. Like, you can just run away with that. And he just never got the help he needed. So no matter how effectively he was trading, he just never really got any lead. And then a LeBlanc that's, you know, especially in the meta that we have, that's behind or even barely touching even, it's just never going to work. So I think Captain never really got a full swing at us really seeing what that guy was capable of.
And especially the fact that we saw Captain playing Karma. When they were playing, like, he played stuff like Karma. It's like, you've got Twyla. Do that with Twyla. If you play Captain, play the carries. Like,
they did. They did today.
Hey, but they switched it up tonight.
They brought what they're good at.
They brought Jace out for Twyla tonight, so they're just throwing us all for a loop.
I don't know. Yeah, I completely agree. So over to the other side then, Mazel.
Yeah.
Who's your fave this week?
It's got to be RA. I know they lost tonight, so it changes that outcome a little bit, but the story behind it has been so incredible. I personally am a big fan of iBoy. I love to see that kind of on a knife's edge gameplay. I know you've heard me talk about it a ton, Munchables, but in general, like, that storyline, that rise to the top for them here is just such a great story to get behind. I know I'm sticking with the newbies. I know Munchables last week was talking about RA. I know he's the RA guy, but we got to stick together, right? And I just think that RA in totality, like, even though their performance tonight against LGD wasn't the greatest, like, they still show that volatility that can work so well in the later parts of the playoffs and looking at the later parts of the season.
I can definitely get behind that enthusiasm because it's a team that's very fun regardless of, like, level. I do want to say, I don't think I can claim the RA guy. I power ranked them high and then jumped straight off of the hype train as soon as it started going wrong. So I really can't take any kind of, like, I saw this coming from this because I dipped at the first sign of any bad news. So yeah, you know, it's one of them.
You had the life jacket on already to go as soon as you got on the boat.
I'm like stood there with one of those orange rings around my neck, like they're really good guys. This boat won't sink, I promise.
I think the biggest problem I have with RA is just, like, if we start to see everything swapping back over towards like Jinxes and Pharahs and, like, immobile AD carries, iBoy's just gonna get dunked. Like, the front line of RA has no idea how to do any sort of front lining. Like, there's no buying space. There's no, like, idea of, like, oh, I need to protect these guys behind me. It's just like, go kill. Get that guy right there. It's just, if that's going to be the case, like, they're going to very quickly find that they struggle in a front-to-back team fight sort of style.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. And it is one of those things where, God, I don't want to be one of these naysayers, but realistically, I do think scheduling-wise, it's been very nice for RA. Like, in terms of the opponents that they faced and when they faced them, there has been a lot of, like, really positive. So I just want to give context to this because I'm not sure if we ever actually said this on broadcast or not. But if you go on like Leaguepedia or whatever, look at the match history for RA and when they faced good teams, right? So they lose to BLG and then they lose to JDG. Then the win streak begins. They beat Rogue Warriors, sorry. They play against WE, but it's the week that Shanks can't play, or it was the week, like, immediately after Shanks comes back. But it was when WE were really struggling, right? Mm-hmm. Then they face LNG, just as LNG start to go into a big slump. Then they face TT, OMG, E-Star, Soul, whatever. Then they face FPX, but it's just after Bayshog only just joined the team, so it's like the kind of
first game.
Yeah, and also that was the, like, crazy series where it was like Karthus was #1 priority for both teams. That was actually a banger series, and it's not that RA hasn't played well in any of these series, but then they face V5, and then the series against IG was like, oh, okay, they beat IG as well. This is a legit team. And then today they lose to LGD, and I'm like, all right, well, whatever.
You've still got the life jacket on, right? At least, like, you're still ready to go if you want to jump off.
Yeah. Like, I guess just Sorry, go on.
Munch had come paddling back around with his lifeboat. It was like, oh, I'm ready to go back, guys. And then just saw this, like, I'm going home.
I was like swimming. I'm swimming back up to the boat as it's like just above the surface. I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna float, and then it just explodes in front of me as they lose the LGD. It's been an adventure for Aram this split. I'm really curious how they'll do in playoffs, but that remains to be seen on seeding and stuff. So let's just quickly talk standings before we move on, because this episode is going to be like a bit of a community episode where we've got some questions from the community and we're going to go through. But let's just hit the standings first and recap where we're at. So for anyone that has not kept up particularly, we are blasting through the LPL. We're in week 9 now as we record this episode. We are 4/5 of the way through the split. RNG have lost a game. Well, they've lost 2 games. They'd already lost one. But JDG came back. And I think we should take a second and just react to that series specifically. Because JDG going 2-0 against RNG. I don't think anyone was expecting it at this point in the split. I don't think anyone was expecting RNG to take another loss this split, honestly, before playoffs. Like, RNG have been looking so good. JDG really looked lackluster up until this series, and then they come out of the woodwork, and it's beautiful gameplay as well. It wasn't just like this crazy messy series. It felt like smart JDG is back.
And I was so surprised. Like, every time. So the biggest thing for me was every time I watched a JDG series, it'd just be like, what in the name of God are these guys thinking? So like they try to invade off of bot pressure, and it's like they have like 2 minions, caster creeps even, that are going to hit the tower on bot side. It's like, you don't have prio there. That lane is just reset. Like, the bot lane can come across and help, and you'd look at, like, Kanavi is over at their wolves. He hasn't even got Loken and Loom out with him. He's just gone. Like, 1v1ing the jungler as the rest of the bot lane comes over. You're like, this is not going to end well. And even then, when we got past that, they would always try and bite off more than they could chew. So, you know, they'd be trying to do Rift Herald and make a play in mid lane, and everything would just fall apart. But when I watched that series, it really, as you said, Munch, like, it looked like JDG had kind of gotten things back to basics, whereas like, okay, cool, they're actually understanding where they can be in the map. They're not trying to overextend, they're not trying to push too much. They're just happy to take the small advantage and then turn that into a lot later on.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things I got to see, especially out of it, is that clean big brain play that we were always kind of looking for from JDG, and not being able to see that from them a lot. This split has been a little heartbreaking for me, because you look at this roster and you just see so much potential there, especially with how big of a performer Kanavi has been in the past, and not necessarily having the greatest of splits altogether as a whole. Yeah, it's got to be a little bit disheartening for them as well. So I love being able to take it to the top dogs here in this last week, and especially, you know, leading up into the playoffs. Like, those are the kinds of wins that you notch down. You're like, okay, yes, we got the win, but you feel a little bit better afterwards about it.
Yeah, definitely a big morale boost for JDG, but I think as well on the side of RNG, one of the first series where we've really seen someone kind of top gap against Xiaohu, right? Zoom, obviously an exceptional top laner. Like, I think Zoom has been one of the most consistent parts of JDG across this year anyway, but like, it felt like Xiaohu struggled in this series, and that's one of the first times where we've really seen Xiaohu actually struggling. Like, because if you remember at the start of the split, Xiaohu came into the top lane. We were talking about the mages and how crazy the draft was for RNG because Xiaohu's up there. But actually, he started playing Gnar all the time. We saw his Camille come out. He was playing some top laners and looking pretty good doing it, to the point where he was in the conversation for like maybe sort of top 6 in terms of top laners, which is absolutely crazy when you think about that as a statement. But up against Zoom, he really, really struggled. And moving towards playoffs, that could be a really, really bad sign for RNG. Even though they're still first place in the standings, still very much like the king of the table, that is bad news for them.
I think the biggest thing for that series for me was just like, why is Xiaohu trying to play the area that Zoom excels at, right? Like, when you think of Xiaohu, it's like Lucians and these like guys that are really, really good at controlling, like the Gnar, as he said as well, controlling the side lanes, trying to use the push advantage you have, like get damage onto turrets, extend the gold lead. And Xiaohu's really smart at playing out in these side lanes, like TP usage, understanding just how far he can stretch forward, how far he can extend. But his strength is not in frontline team fighting. And it really got exemplified on that Sion. Like, every fight I was watching on the Sion, he had no idea how to buy space for his team. Like, I was watching the decimating smashes that were just like either not being used at the correct times, or they were going off into no man's land, and you're just like, and even the ultimates, right? Like, I messaged Munch partway through the cast and was like, look, maybe if JDG were wearing a TCL logo, he might have hit one of those Scion ultimates, but he definitely wasn't hitting them onto JDG without it, because everyone was just going completely wide. And I think that was the biggest problem, was like, it didn't feel like RNG were playing to what are the strengths of RNG, which is side lane and smart macro and smart map play. It was like, hey, we're going to go into team fights, which is where JDG have always shown, and especially where Zoom is shown in just controlling that frontline space.
Yeah, there was, just for context, there was the one series where, I think, was it Xiaohu or was it the Shy? I can't remember.
It was Xiaohu.
Was it Xiaohu? Okay, yeah. He like
Xiaohu,
ulted
because there was then clips of him afterwards.
banner like 3 times in a game. Yeah.
Yeah, there's clips of him afterwards on stream trying to show people. It's like, no, it's just impossible. Look, I just can't. It's just not happening.
You gotta give the explanations there.
Oh god. All right. Well, let's move on with the show then, and let's move into our community questions, because I know that there's some people very excited about some of the answers here, and we've got some good questions as well. So I tweeted this out the other day, so check out obviously our Twitters if you want to potentially be involved in future episodes, because if this is a successful segment and people like it, then we'll probably do it again as well. So I'm going to start off with maybe the spiciest question, or at least in my opinion one of the most interesting questions, and that is LPL All Pro Team. Who are your guys best in role right now? Because I think that it's a really interesting topic, this split, because there have been some like power shifts in terms of specific roles. So it's an interesting question to bring up. So we can kind of go role by role if you guys want, rather than dropping entire teams.
Yeah, I'm down. I think, yeah, let's go with that style, because
Yeah, let's do.
I want it. Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with the top lane then. Let's start with the top lane. We'll go.
Also,
we'll take it in
I'm
turns
gonna
to
give
go
a quick
first.
caveat for this. I way overthought this. When I saw that this question was going, I was like, all right, well, like, who's going to be the carry, and how does this person play that facilitates this style? And like, I got real deep into, because I'm in quarantine. I got nothing else to think about, right? So I got way too deep into this, but I had to like pull it back to not like go full ham. So I forgot like a couple of like explanations that I gotta go into, but other than that, we're good.
Okay, well, glad we got that context. Mine is going to be far more half-baked than that, but you know, we run with it. I'm the kind of guy that most of my opinions are based on the eye test, not on the analytics.
Nice.
So I'm a mojo-based guy. All
There
right,
you
so
go.
Dagda,
Mojo's the
since
thing.
you've thought about it very deeply, do you want to hit us up with your one first?
All right.
So we'll go through the trio,
Yeah.
and then we'll debate.
So the top lane becomes hard because, as I said, I overthought this, and it kind of depends on who the support is. But
Support is
Yeah,
Jungle Nib,
what is
support
the
is top nib.
support?
Let's see where you go with this.
We'll
All right,
get to
Cadril.
it later. We'll get to it later, right? But basically, just straight off the bat would be Nuggery. I think Nuggery's been great. I know he's had a few shaky games, but I think that's kind of been FBX as a whole. And I certainly think that over the course of the split, we've seen Nuggery be really, really strong in that top lane, both on the weak side, if they want to try and play around him, and also in general, he's been really, really strong in just controlling and dictating the pace of team fights plus side lane control.
Respectable. I think Nuggery's
Yeah.
a very
Not too
respectable
bad.
answer. What about you,
Yeah.
Mazal?
I'm gonna go with my first answer of the day on the guess your player. As I gotta say, it's Xiaohu, and I got a little explanation later on, and especially when you're comparing or bringing the pieces all together. But Xiaohu, for me, being able to transition to that top lane, still having those dominating performances. Yes, you were talking about those Scion ults maybe missing a little bit, but man, have you seen his Gnar ultis? Because god dang, like that's amazing to see from this guy, and just a little bit of that big brain mid lane play coming out from top lane, and having that pressure in the top lane for RNG has just been so strong for me. So I really like Xiaohu for that top position.
I agree with Xiaohu, and this is my second thing. This is where I overthought it was. Xiaohu is the other top laner I have, but if Ming is the support, so that they can play around Xiaohu and he can control side. So there's like interconnecting webs here, but we'll go further into it. But yeah.
Okay. You're maybe misunderstanding how all pro teams work. It's more about individual ability than it is about how they fit within their team.
Look, I have been in quarantine for 8 days now.
All right, fair enough.
Dude, this has been occupying my mind for a while.
This is what you got to think about. Yeah.
I'm going to go in with a bit of a curveball on this one, because I'm going with someone that is totally down to recency. I'm saying 369. I don't care if he looked terrible for most of this split. He's back, baby. Those series that we've seen recently from him, he looks unbelievable. He looks like the 369 that we all know and love. When he's rolling nines, 9,000. He's an absolute monster. So I'm all aboard. I'm all aboard with 369 at the top lane right there. The Jace looks amazing. The Gangplank looks amazing. And I think that, he's a very versatile player when he's playing well. So I think as we go in towards potentially a tank meta in the top side, I think he'll still be absolutely fantastic up on the top lane. So, with that said, let's move to the second role. So jungle. Now I feel like this is this one's a hard one. This one, I feel like there's a lot of names that you could drop to put in the hat here. But since Dagda, you went first on the last one, I'll let you go third so you can peruse the options. Mazel, you're up on this one. I'll go first on the third one. Who's your best jungler?
So maybe I put a little bit too much Dagda thought into this one as well. I went with Wei for mine for RNG. I just feel like that combination, like the willingness to be able to help those tools around and still have a little bit of that playmaking ability in the jungle is huge to me, right? Because we're seeing a lot of the play in solo lanes dictate that early pace. How is the jungler affecting those? Where is the jungler really focusing on? And when you're looking at Wei, when you're looking at setting up these lanes for RNG, it's just been so good for them. And that early game is what I look at, and I've got to go with Wei.
Respectable. I think Wei is a very reasonable answer, honestly. I think he's probably at the forefront of that conversation at very least. But I don't think he's number one, because I think that it's Beisheng. Let's go Beisheng. Okay. We finally get to see a split where Beisheng has strong laners as well as being a good individual player. We've got a strong bot lane, we've got a strong mid lane, we've got a strong top lane, and Beisheng, he just has a whole playground to work with. He has access to both his jungle and the enemy jungle because he has laners now. How crazy is that? And it feels like he's just... Watching Beisheng play makes me happy these days because it feels like he can actually stretch his wings. It feels like he's... All of last year, he was training with extra weights. Now the weights are off. Now he's just free to run around the jungle and do whatever he wants.
Okay. So I had three names that I was kind of considering here, and it was like Wei, Beisheng, and Karsa. Now, I eventually went with Wei, and the big thing for me here is I've been an RNG fan before I even came to the LPL, so there's obviously a lot of bias here. But I do agree with Mazel where he's been like super good when it comes to his understanding of where to be on the map, how to support his team, and then be able to bounce back from the deficits that he finds him in. And although like Beisheng is able to do that just as well, if not slightly better, and I think Karsa is probably a more extreme version of that control that I think Wei can offer. The big difference maker for me was just how clutch Wei can be in team fights. Like, if I'm staring down the barrel of a gun and I'm like, right, I need one of these junglers to show up big, I'm picking Wei and I'm putting him on Lilia. Like, every single time I've seen Wei pull out this Lilia pick, he's had massive 3, 4, if not 5-man sleeps, and it has been instrumental to RNG in winning these team fights. And that's why at the end of the day, like, I understand that like there are players like Beisheng who may pack more efficiently or pass slightly better, or Karsi who can control the game slightly better. But I think Wei hits a really good niche in several of those areas, while also providing that big team fight extravagance that I feel Beisheng and Karsi just don't quite hit.
I think that's a very intelligent answer. I will say you're wrong, but just know that I appreciate the quote.
Yeah. There's intelligent, and then there's 5-head big brain, which is what Munch has, you know.
That's what Beisheng has. That's what Beisheng has. All right, let's move to the mid.
Sorry.
So you guys went first on those two, so I'll do the honors. I'll go first on the third category, which is the mid lane. And as much as I want to say Shanks, I don't think it's reasonable for me to say Shanks.
I would be really upset if you did.
I know. And so the weird thing is, I actually think that the mid lane role, even though when you think about LPL, you think, Knight, Rookie, like there's a lot of big names, right? But I actually think mid lane right now is pretty weak sauce in LPL. Like, both Knight and Rookie feel like they're underperforming recently. I'm gonna go with Scout, which I didn't expect to go with, but Scout's actually had a very, very good split for himself. He's been very, very consistent across the course of the series, and even in EDG's losses, it doesn't really feel like it's an issue of Scout. It feels like Scout is still performing pretty damn well. So I've been really impressed by Scout. I think he's a fantastic all-around player as well. I think he's a very intelligent player, which, you know, some of the top players in LPL are known for more like their ability to outplay, even though they get in stupid situations. Scout isn't that kind of player. Scout feels like he's almost always in the right place at the right time, plays intelligently around side lanes, but also really great in the team fights. I think he is an absolute MVP kind of player, and I think he deserves best mid lane in the LPL right now.
I think it's interesting. I think the choice for Scout is really nice. Again, you know, I'm taking your lead. You're wrong. No,
Respectable.
respectable. I went with a little bit of homegrown sauce, a little bit of RA sauce, if you will. I had to go with Fofo. I feel like Fofo, I've been screaming his name a lot, so the name's on the tip of my tongue at least. But the fact of the matter is, this guy has been a very solid piece to RA in that craziness, in the chaos that we've seen them develop in the trajectory that they've had in the LPL. He has still been this mainstay in the mid lane for me that, yes, he's there putting in the damage. Yes, he's there to pick up those team fights if they get dropped off by RA. And every single time it comes to fruition.
So I like the shout out for Fofo. I feel like he's kind of an underrated player in the league. So
yeah,
Dagda, hit me with it.
So I'm actually I'm on the same wavelength as Munch with this one. I really wanted to put Knight, and then every time I wanted to put Knight, I saw that sombrero shockwave where Shuo goes in, gets the 2-man knock up, and I suddenly see this over the left-hand side of the screen. I was like, that's not the play. But I agree. I think Knight and Rookie have both been very much underperforming, so it's really hard to put them in there. And although I know, like, Rookie in his prime can have that clutch factor, it really feels like we're not seeing that from him right now. And with Knight having these, like, Knight was always... going back, I was always on the more Rookie hype train when it came to best mid laner. I think he offered more when it came to individual performances, but Knight's certainly a mid laner that kind of has a more supportive role in the team and can work very well within a team dynamic. But with the slump, I've actually swapped over to Scout as well. I just think that with those two guys underperforming and Scout having a fantastic split, I think it rightfully deserves to go to him. And I just want to give a shout out to Clement, because right back at the start of the year, Clement was like, look, with this EDG, Scout's going to have his best year. Or, well, best split that we've seen from him in a long, long time, because he has a team that's able to set him up for success. JJ will be able to play around mid lane, support him. He'll be able to pop off. The meta is even shifting into his things, like coming across from SKT. Like, when he was playing under Faker, he was known for, like, Syndra, Orianna, and Azir. Well, what are we looking at in mid lane?
Guess what?
Orianna's in Azir. This is his playground. This is where he shines. So I certainly think that, like, a culmination of factors have just led to the success of Scout. And if you stick him on a team with, like, the likes of Wei in the jungle, and if you're going with, like, Nuguri or Xiao topside, I still think he'd have, especially with Nuguri in that top lane, I think Scout would still massively, massively perform in this current meta.
I agree completely. I think I do think it's a really interesting conversation with mid lane though right now, and I like your answer there, Marcel. I like that Fofo's in the conversation because I think he's a bit of an underrated player. His stats are exceptional. I kind of wish we had Lyric here so he could have said Mole, even though he'd be 5 and 12. Just to add an extra name to that conversation. All right, let's move on to AD carries then. So, Dagda, it's your turn to go first again. Who have you got for us?
So my one is just Jackie Love. I know Viper's been absolutely insane, but like every single time I go and I cast a Jackie Love series and I look at that bot lane, they're just stomping. Like, it's insane, just the dominance that these have. And this actually kind of like leads over to my support conversation as to who like best support is. But like, if you pair Jackie Love and Joe, you're just not losing bot lane. It's just not happening. And even the moments that we saw coming out from Jackie Love in like last split, where you just have these random moments where he'd like arcane shift over the wall as Ezreal into 5 people, and you're just like, well, this is just Jackie Love things. It's like, no, we're not seeing that now. Like, he is consistently being a very big carry for this team. He plays every single style and still looks obscene on it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's like Samira or Kaisa or Senna or whatever the hell you want to, the Jhin as well. Like, every pick that he comes out with, he has just outperformed everyone on the map. So, and certainly when top esports were in the slump, we are all pointing towards Jackie Love going, this is the guy. This is the only guy alongside Karsa who's really, really performing, but certainly he's the star power here. And it's still keeping up for me as well. And as Shaw has become even better in that bottom lane, they've just grown together and just taken over on that bot side.
I can appreciate the Jackie point, especially and with the his history, his accolades, his performances. But I'm gonna go back to the literal striking Viper that you were mentioning earlier in the conversation. My ADC has got to be Viper, man. This guy is just too clean. He's too big brain. He's too heads up for myself to not put him in this position, especially in his positionings. His advantages that he finds in those team fights are just toe clean.
I definitely can respect that. Like I think his team fighting especially is what is really, really impressive to me about Viper. And like it's very clear that he is not afraid to be the superstar player. Like he's not, when that moment shows up and he can see it, he's not like, he doesn't like the confidence to just go and make that play, which I think is a really, really undervalued skill within League of Legends. But I'm going to side with Dagdo on this one. I mean, I've been drinking the top esports Kool-Aid all year.
It's not Huanfeng or Jomong? I thought it was just going to be Huanfeng or Jomong by default. I thought that
could have been. It could have been.
There was no conversation. It was just slotted in immediately.
This is Jackie Love. I like even my biases don't transcend the AD carry role. I have too much respect for all people that have made AD carry for 8 years, mostly myself.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Jackie Love
there with you, buddy.
Also, he's a model. Like how can you have anything against this guy? Jackie Love, amazing performance so far this split. I think he's the best AD carry. And I actually think, based on recent performance as well, he is, on recent performance, he's been doing better than Viper. I think Viper was playing better earlier in the split, though. And I do think, when it comes to playoffs, that will really be the test for them both, right? Because, these random best of threes across a split, you're going to have a random series where you don't perform, right? It's not every series in a round robin is super, super crucial. So I don't think we should hold like specific rough series in the 16 best of threes that they play against a player too hard. But when it comes to those best of fives, that's when we'll really get to see like, okay, when it really matters, have you got the stuff? And I think those are definitely the two that I honestly think that there's Jackie Love and Viper, and then there's a gap before the next carry. So I'm really excited for how those guys show up in playoffs, and I'm hoping we get to see top esports versus EDG at some point, but later on in the tournament, like I want them both to go far in the tournament, and then we see those guys go head to head.
Yeah, get to semis, then we get them to the bottom, and then
once,
we can go again in the finals.
It's fine. Just want to see that matchup as many times as possible.
Exactly. Okay, so final roll then. Because we've really dug into this one. Let's go into the support role. So, Mazel, you're first on this one. Who you got?
Easy, crisp, and clean. Got Crisp coming in for FPX here in the support role. I just feel like he's been so good. And a lot of the meta right now, obviously, is getting that support roaming, getting him on the map, getting the jungle tension, and just being that synergistic force on the team. And I feel like Crisp has been able to epitomize that, right? He's been able to be all over the place while still being able to have a supportive role in the bot lane as well. And he has just been the strongest support in my eyes, at least.
Respectable, I kind of I was torn on this one a little bit because I definitely considered Crisp as well. I'm kind of surprised that I've come in here and not said a single FPX player, because like if you asked me 2 weeks ago, I was well and truly aboard the FPX hype train.
You just changed the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I've changed which Kool-Aid I'm drinking from. No, as much as I would love to, I can't say Joe. It's not happening. I think the answer for me has to be Ming on RNG. I have a feeling that Rob is going to agree with me on this one as well, because he literally mentioned Ming when talking about why shows.
A little foreshadowing.
I think Ming is just so intelligent. I think the way he plays with his jungle as well, the way they control the map is just, it's so impressive, honestly. And there's almost like an element there of, when you think about how Mata used to play the game, it was all about control of the game. It was all about control of where your opponents are, knowing absolutely every little bit of information, and it feels like there's a semblance of that with the way the Ming plays.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Like, I'm kind of with you, like, especially with Jackie Love as AD carry. I would have loved to push Yo, but he's just not 100% fully there. Like,
I wanted to say that.
First place. And, like, I wanted to, I was just like, look, I mean, if I want bot lane dominance and I'm just there going to crush people and I'm only caring about lane phase, it's like cool. It's Jackie Love and Joel because the synergy that they have together, how they feed off of their aggression together, works so incredibly well, and they are stomping people. It's not even close how much they are controlling that bot side of the map. But this is an entire Summoner's Rift. It's not just about that bottom lane. And certainly Ming has been so damn clever when it comes to it. And especially, like, I've kind of touched on a couple of times, is like, when you look at RNG's compositions, like, we have Xiaohu, yes, on things like Gnar, but most of the time, they're really relying on Ming to be that engage tool, and he's stepped up every single time. Like, we've seen that insane, it was against LNG where he had that insane rel engage where he gets in onto 4 members, it gets that big ultimate, the slam down, and then sets up way for the 4-man's sleep. There's times on Alistair where he's doing the same thing. He just dictates the entire pace of the game, and that's not even, like, that's the whole map. And even if we just look at him on the bottom side of the map as well, he's no slouch. Like, Gal and Ming have been getting a bunch of duo kills. They're controlling that bottom side of the map, but it's just how strong that Gal and Ming have been has actually allowed Ming to move around as well and have a lot more presence across the board. So when I look at, like, every box across the map, I mean, Ming is the standout performer pretty much across all of them.
I was just having a look through the list of supports just to round out the topic, and it's really interesting with support in the league right now where we have most of the top teams either have a veteran support that's been with the org for forever and are like pretty much a franchise player, or complete rookies. There's like no in between. Like when you look at RNG, it's Ming. When you look at EDG, it's Mako. When you look at WE, it's Missing, who's been there for ages. FPX Crisp, right? These are all veteran players. Then Rare Atom, you've got Hung coming in. This is only, I think, his 2nd year of professional play. Yeah. You've got Duo on top esports. Lu Mao, who is obviously a veteran on JDG, then on for Suning, right? There's this theme of like either they are pretty much brand new or they've been around for ages. So it's just a really random tangent there, but I thought that was interesting at the very least. So those are our all pro teams. Let us know what you guys think. Let us know who we missed out, who should have been in the all pro teams. Tweet at us, get involved in the conversation. Hashtag LPL. We've got a little picture on the hashtag now, so that's exciting.
It's so great.
So next topic. This is, again, these are topics off of Twitter, so don't flame me for these questions, okay? Flame the people on Twitter. Don't flame anyone, of course. But so, second question, and this one's a spicy question. Who's worse, Spring 2020 V5 or Spring 2021 Rogue Warriors? What do you reckon, guys?
I don't think there's I like the heads up, or I like the head to head on that one, but I still feel like RW are looking a little better than V5 did last year. I mean, they at least have a win, right? They at least are able to get that one. And the other fact is, like, RW actually has some star power, like, with past successes, but they had some star power. V5, it was not even being able to count on a single member of the team.
Yeah, I think there's like a couple of things. Like, Rogue Warriors have a win. They have set positions. They haven't played Nico. It's like, you know, there's several things that are kind of working for Rogue Warriors'
the differentiation.
I just want to add one little extra thing there is that Rogue Warriors literally beat Top Esports this split. They went 2-1 against Top Esports to start the split out. I was so hyped
don't check
after
when
that
it was,
series.
but...
I was like, oh my god, Rogue Warriors is the best team in the world. Let's go. Obviously, that's not true, but, you know, so I think the conclusion is V5, the winless split, still is going to live on. So the next question, this one's kind of a hard question. Who is your rookie of the split, guys? Because this is a tight competition.
Easy.
Is it? Go on then, Mazel.
Mine was pretty easy.
Shun has to be my dude. Come on.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have to say it, man. I feel like for IG, I know IG haven't been performing that well, and maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Maybe I'm taking after Munchables. But
well, that'd be hysterics if it's IG.
But I just absolutely love Shun, right? And it's not just the fact that, like, this guy is, and I know I mentioned it on broadcast earlier, but the backbone for IG for right now for me. But it's being able to play between these two veteran star carries in the Shy and Rookie, and still having performances that put him above them, right? I mean, I've seen so many times that Shun is this carry, is this momentum for IG, and it just is so exciting to see. And I just want to see where this guy's trajectory ends up with him.
Oh, I like it. I think it's a good answer. Like that.
It's actually interesting to see, just kind of touching on that like, well, so to answer, rookie split for me as well. But certainly, I think the rookies that we're all going to kind of be looking at is the ones that have that veterancy on the roster with them. Because, like, you look at IG, rookie's been super good at working in with Shun and kind of, like, holding his hand to a certain extent. And then when we look across at top esports, I mean, you're playing with a world champion in the bottom lane. It's going to make things easier. But certainly, I think Zhou has... The reason I'm going with Zhou is how big of an impact he made. And I don't just mean that because Yanja wasn't great. Like, look, let's call a spade a spade. But at the end of the day, like... Zhou has transformed how top esports are capable of playing. Because when we think back to summer 2020, they were all about these long-range compositions with like the Zoes and the Caitlyn's and Ezreals, and these things can play from really far back. And it forces our opponents to engage in on top of them. And that was kind of what we were talking about coming into playoffs. This was a lot of what we saw in their style. But when we come into spring 2021, because Zhou is like, I'm going in, boys, I hope you're coming, they've completely changed how they're able to play the game. And now we're seeing these like dive compositions that are coming in. They can still play these long range comps if they want to. But like, because of the aggression that Zhou has lent to this team, like, well, just collaborates, I'll say, alongside this team, like, he stepped up massively. He looks so good in this team. And it's not only that we saw him come in, it's like, oh cool, now they got an engaged tool. You can see the growth over time for this guy, and when they've been picking up the second most dual lane kills in the league, I think Sam D of all people is the one who actually has the most dual lane kills in the LPL right now. But other than that, I still think that just speaks volumes to how dominant this is. And when you look at the star power we have in bot lanes right now between supports and between AD carries, the fact that Zhou has been able to slot in as a rookie and contend, if not outperform a lot of these guys, speaks volumes to this dude.
So I'll revisit that topic, I think. I'm gonna say two answers here. My first answer is Viper, because technically he's an LPL rookie, and he's looking real good.
In my little segment before, I skipped over it, but I had that. I would have said Viper. I think Viper is good, but he's not a rookie.
He's not rookie. He's not rookie. Let's be honest. Technically, he's an LPL rookie, but he's not rookie. So my actual answer, and I don't really know if this is allowed as an answer, but Bo is my rookie of this split. How can I say anyone other than Bo?
No, okay.
Like, the guy was a monster. He just came in and just blew everyone out of the water. Suddenly was just amazing. He was the lifeblood of FPX. Like, come on. Even if he doesn't play for the rest of the split, he's still my rookie of the split, and I think he still is.
So who's your actual answer? Who's your actual?
I was gonna say, where's the real one?
Okay, if I'm not allowed to say Bo, then I think I would side with Rob on this one and also say Droll. But that's mostly because I'm like drowning in top esports Kool-Aid. So you know,
have you?
Sorry,
so what was your list then? Wasn't it? What was your list? It was 369. Who was your jungler? It wasn't Carson. No, it was Bayesian.
No, I didn't.
Like,
I didn't
how many top esports people have we got here?
I didn't say Knight.
3 out of 5. Yeah.
Nope.
All right. Anyway, so let's move.
Must
on.
have run
Those
out
are
of
our
the
rookies
Kool-Aid.
of the split. So I'm sticking with Bo. Like Bo gets it, even if I'm not allowed. I'm the host. If I made the rules, I don't care. It's Bo.
It's my show, damn it.
All right. So next question. Out of the teams currently qualified, who is your favorite playoff team? Now, that is the specific wording that they used, and I'll let you know that this was RNG who asked on Twitter.
Oh.
So,
Of course it is.
so feel pressured if you want to, but I'm just going to answer honestly. I'll go first if you guys want. It's top esports. I think everyone already knows. It's top esports. They're going to win the split. They're going to win MSI. They're going to win Summer. They're going to win Worlds. And they're going to dominate the world for the next 20 years. I'm so far gone on the top esports hype train. Let's move on. Dagda, you can go next.
I am actually like, I'm going to flatter them because I said in the last podcast that I was on, it is RNG for me. Like, these guys have been most consistent. I know that we saw them obviously falter, but I still think that these guys look the most consistent. Their map play is the best. I think they have the best game plan, and with support for me right now being the strongest role, I also think they have the strongest support in the game, and that's why RNG, I'll take a Ming jersey when you get a chance. If you can just do it out in my size, just scroll across the back, maybe have him sign it, make it out to Dagda at the LPL studios. Thanks, catch you.
Can I have one as well, by the way? I didn't say your
Hey,
team,
you're
but
throwing
I'd
them
like
in.
one,
Like, I know I'm new and all, but come on, I'll take one too.
Look, I'm an unbiased caster, so I think that deserves rewards, just being a real journalist. No, okay. Anyway, moving
What
on.
were you just talking about Kool-Aid and...
Yeah. Mizzelle, over to you, mate. Who's your favorite for playoffs?
All right. Well, I was gonna start this off by saying, do you guys like rockets? Because there's a rocket that's flying through the LPL right now. It's Rare Adams. So I'm still sticking with Rare Adams, my favorites, even though there was a little faltering on the launch pad here tonight against LGD. I still I'm gonna take that literal transit, the favorite, and I have to say throughout this split especially, and being able to cast a lot of their games, they are my favorite. I love you, RNG. I know you do amazing things. But RA have showed up so well for me.
All right, fair enough. I'm not going to criticize it too much because we are running low on time here.
I was just going to say when RA got revamped and remade, they made a deal with the devil that they could beat all playoff teams, but they just didn't specify the bottom part of the league. You know?
It's the monkey's paw.
It was the fine print. Come on, nobody reads the fine print.
Hey, luckily for them, none of the bad teams are going to be in playoffs, so I guess they're going to win the whole thing.
Perfect. I'm right on that train.
So, final question then, and I really, really like this question. This is a really good question. So, out of the teams that are below 6th place, who is going to perform best in the summer split? I think that's a fantastic question. So I can go first if you guys want, if you haven't thought about it, because I already know my
I'm going
answer.
to double check who's in 6th, because I feel like it's been
So top esports are in 6th right now. Then it's JDG, Suning, LNG, IG, BLG, Victory 5, LGD, OMG, TT, E-Star, and Rogue Warriors are your selections.
Is it 6th and below, or is it below 6th?
No, below 6th.
Because it comes very
below
close.
6th.
Very specific on the below 6th.
Look, I'll give you guys the answer already, all right? It's Suning. They're the summer squad anyway. They always kind of suck in spring. They're going to come back. They're going to be the best team in the world. Back-to-back Worlds finalists. The second time around, they're going to take it. I take it back. I'm completely biased. So don't send me a jersey RNG, I guess. That was my logic on that. Mizzelle, do you want to go next?
I got mine. Yeah, I got mine lined up here. It's gonna be a little bit longer of an answer, but I have to go with IG. Going through a lot of growing pains here in this split, especially trying to get some of that new blood in, and some of those new players still having that solid base to build on. I see a lot of good potential, especially bringing into the summer maybe some changes, maybe some differences in play styles. But coming into summer, E-Star to the moon, baby. I know it's a little bit of a meme. My actual answer is going to be IG, but I gotta say, it's gonna be really fun to see.
All right, respectable. Yeah.
All right. I feel like he's all forgotten. The secret weapon, the little bit of magic, the mystic that JDG has brewing in quarantine right now. So JD Gaming is going to be my answer. I think certainly when Mystic comes into this roster, and with the meta shifting over towards these hypercarries, I think Mystic is going to be a really, really strong addition to this lineup. And we've already started to see, hey, look, they're figuring out the issues, right? The biggest issue that JDG have right now is, look, they try to play this super heavy jungle style, and they're just not very good at it, which is like playing through Kanavi, trying to get into the jungle. It's just not working for them. And especially as people kind of figured out how to play against it, and as people got used to the jungle style of meta that we had, JDG just fell to the wayside. I think when we start to shift away from that even more so in the summer, this team's going to pop back. Kanavi's absolutely monstrous on like picks like Lee Sin and stuff that I'm very excited to see him bring back out if we do go fully in that direction. But even just Kanavi's mechanics in general, you got Mystic who's going to be coming up from the bot side. I still think Yagao is a super strong mid laner for them, really consistent in that mid lane, and Zoom's a beast. It's 100% going to be this team.
I can respect the answer.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be Mystic that changes things, but I definitely think JDG will look a lot better for summer. But yeah, we'll wait and see. I think we all kind of copped out on this one because we said the 3 easiest answers out of the list. So
hey, I said E-Star at the end of mine. So
as a joke, I'm gonna say Rogue Warriors as a joke.
But here's the
answer of
like,
getting better.
But here's the thing: like, if you actually look at like 6th and below, it's like, all right, top esports.
Yeah,
right?
there's so
JD
many
Game,
top teams,
Suni,
right?
LNG, IG, V5. It's like you just cop out if you say any of them. Like it doesn't matter.
LPL's too stacked. All right. Anyway, that is gonna be the end of the episode. Thank thank you so much, everyone that gave us questions online. We are, I think, just broaching the hour mark. So very quickly, guys, final little thing you want to say to the audience as we close out the episode. You go, Mazel, then Dagda, and then we'll round out the episode.
I just want to say thank you for being up late here with me, Munchables. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you for being awesome as the both of you. I appreciate everything you guys have done, and I appreciate being a part of the team. So I'm just happy to be here with you guys.
Thank you very much for joining and
thanks,
helping out in our time of need. It's much appreciated.
Well, I'm actually going to throw it right back at you, Mazo, because I wanted to say a big thank you to yourself and also to Mad Magical, because honestly, with obviously myself and Penguin being in quarantine at the moment, we are kind of locked away from everyone. So you guys have been absolutely superb on the broadcast, and a massive, massive shout out to you guys for just how amazing you've been stepping in, and with the amount of games and series that you guys have had to cover, you've absolutely smashed it. So big shout out to you guys. And hopefully we'll be back and I can actually cast with you soon in whatever a week's time when I get out of
That's
here.
what I'm looking for.
yeah, absolutely. Echo that sentiment as well. Bravo, guys. But with that, we're going to close out the episode. This has been episode 6 of The Last Hit. Make sure you tune in next week as well. Make sure you're tuning in to week 9 of the LPL. It is already rocking and rolling. And you know what? We're getting close to playoffs, guys. So you better start picking your favorites as we head over there. But with that, that's going to be the episode. So we will see you guys in Champ Select.
down. I want the party never ends up. I don't know the ounce of fate, like veterans know the play. What should I care for? Why do I think up? I decide my sword. What am I starting at? Why do I feel like the one who rise? In bouncing her and fever blood, where I should chase the legend. So go back anywhere or any place. Let the silence make it louder. We are the giants now above. Choosing the way was our song. I'm always there as my office ways. Carrying my word to the end. Shouting to the future I'm ready down. How we wanna just bring it back.
Welcome into the LPL. It is St. Patrick's Day. Unfortunately, I didn't get my green suit in time. It's still in the mail. It was supposed to be here today, but they're like, oh no, it's going to come tomorrow. Anyways, besides that, I'm Mad Magical. I'm joined in by the one and only Clement Chu, and I hope you are all ready for some exciting action here at the LPL.
It's going to be really, really exciting today. We have a great series of matches, and we are closing in onto playoffs, postseason, what everyone has been waiting for now that we have 10 teams in the running.
Exactly. We got a lot less that are, a lot more that are going to be into playoffs, but we've already been able to whittle away some of them. But let's take a look at not yesterday's games, because we didn't have any games yesterday. We had a nice day off, but we have to look at the day previous to that of what happened. And by goodness, was that an interesting day.
I would not have believed it if you told me the longest win streak in the LPL would be broken by LGD. But they did do it, great late game team fighting, and they caught out Oi Boy twice in a row to close that series.
It was really exciting to watch. While my heart breaks for RA losing out on the win streak, I also have my heart beating faster because now LGD are still in the talks for the miracle run that could happen. So we should talk about that a little bit later. I kind of want to talk about the standings beforehand, since IG were able to get a nice 2-0 over Thundertalk pretty easily. That makes it so it's going to be more likely for them to hold on and retain that playoff standing. Because you can see them, they're still sitting in 10th place. That's not where you'd expect them, especially at the beginning of the season.
There's quite a few teams that still have a shot to make it into playoffs. All the teams from 11th place to 13th place can still get in. And for LGD especially, they still could go as high as 8th place.
Yes, they could. But we do have, I believe, 4 teams that have now been confirmed out of the playoffs. All 4 of them at the bottom there, you see. But we had 5 teams that have locked in their playoff. Possibly a 6th. When we look at today's games of what we have in store for everyone out there, one of the teams, Top Esports, are going to be playing at the 2nd series of the day. We start off everything with LGD versus OMG. My miracle run in the making for LGD that could possibly happen.
And this is what you always get with LGD. At the end of the split, they always make a run, whether you expect it or not. And that's just kind of their brand as the family of optimists. You know, they always have something going for them. And truly, if we look at the remaining series that they have, it's going to be a difficult road, but it's definitely still possible. They still have to face JD Gaming, RNG, and IG down the stretch. And it looks really, really hard, but if they get to the magic number, which currently is 8, they can still make it to postseasons. Would I bet on it? Probably not, but the possibility's there.
The miracle lives on here, Clement. That's all that matters. You just gotta have hope in your heart, especially when it comes to LGD. This has been a team that not only when it is in the standings have they come to these last game miracles, the last stretch miracles, but in the games themselves, they had these 9th inning miraculous comebacks to be able to win because they draft and they build around trying to win the late game.
LGD winning over Rare Atom was not a fluke. That was actually their 2nd streak in a row. And the way they did it was, like you said, coming back in the later phase of the game. Their early game, nothing to really write home about. I don't think their laners are exactly the best in the league, especially for mid-jungle. But if they drag the game out until the 35-minute mark, you look at these stats, they still have a chance. Their gold lead at 15, negative 1,200, but at 25, they're still holding even, and at the game end, they're actually up by 2,300. So it's a lot about that late game team fighting comeback that we have seen them being able to execute, especially in the front to back. A huge part of it has been those picks around Drake objectives, where you see Cult constantly getting picks on enemy carries in almost the exact same position. This was really funny, but both in E-Stars and Rare Atom, they were able to get crucial picks on the exact same piece of terrain to actually win the comeback games. So Rare Atom, they definitely have that clutch factor in them. Uniboy has been great at it, Cult has been great at it, and especially for Kramer, he's been going towards these late game carries like the Xayah, like the Vayne, and especially the Jinx to finish things off.
And when you look at how they draft, not just outside of Kramer, but as a whole, they always draft for these late game threats. They want to be able to be in that position to be able to win out, like picking the Jinx for Kramer. But then you also look at how often they've been playing with Orianna, Azir, even bringing back Ornn when a lot of other teams haven't really been falling back to that champ just yet.
I think this is a great change for LGD. In the earlier part of the split, they were going for a lot of things like Uniboy's main champions, like his Zoe, like his Syndra. But throughout 11.4 and 5, they have finally caught on to the way they want to play this, and that is going for range advantage, going for scaling advantage, and letting the enemy team come towards you. I feel like Chance has been doing a very good job at zoning the enemy team out, and they've been able to take a lot of mismatch wins when you least expect it. LGD is a team that, as always, however they're doing it, is going to be deadly down the stretch.
I think so too. I think this is just a team that has been building around trying to have this proper positioning for their carries so they can always peel. You already mentioned Chance and how they are always able to play around him, tag teaming with Kramer to keep him alive.
Yeah, and Kramer has been delivering on that promise of a hyper carry. If you look at Kramer's current stats, it looks really, really nice. He's out damaging the opposition by quite a lot of damage, and it really all is about protecting Kramer. I think Uniboy has been having some great catches here and there, but overall his laning strength is still something to be questioned, while Kramer is kind of that steady, consistent carry you can depend on throughout the entire game.
And speaking of Uniboy, he's going up against Uming on the other side for OMG. And while OMG unfortunately have been knocked out of a playoff run, they could still play spoilers here and deny that miracle for LGD. And I think Uming is one of the players to do so. When you look at how they've been playing around Uming's champion pool, it's kind of an interesting thing. It's one of the more unique ones where so many others have been falling back onto these control mages, not Uming.
Definitely not. He actually has the most Zoe and LeBlanc games combined out of any mid laner in the LPL. And this has been a recent shift for OMG that I think has actually allowed them to take wins even against teams like WE. The main thing is that prior to the Lunar New Year break, they've been last picking for their top lane, trying to do defensive drafts for probably their weak spot on the team, but in week 7 and week 8, they've been giving red side last pick over to Umi. 4 red side last picks in the last 2 weeks compared to only 1 in the first 5 weeks for Umi. So that's a huge shift in strategy, and it's been paying off for them.
Right, I think that's something that is nice to see them change this pace up a little bit. And honestly, it was incredible to see them up against Team WE where they're able to get that first game victory over them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to maintain that and get the full upset, but still seeing that they have some life in this team might be a great statement for them going into the summer split and how they might be able to rebuild themselves.
Yeah, OMG has a couple of great pieces lined up. Eric has been doing quite well. We have seen Aki and Cold, of course, being great additions to the team and just being able to maintain on the top half of all their statistical categories, despite being pretty much a bottom feeder team. So this is a team that definitely has the pieces, and I think if they can get one good top laner in 2022, or in Summer Split, if they manage to find the pieces, then they could actually just rise up and be a contender. They're one of those teams that I feel like don't really belong in the bottom 4, and they're just honestly just one roster swap away from getting away from that sort of trap.
Yeah, it could be that, or it could be maybe that they've been lacking that coordination, but the teams are ready to line up and get themselves on stage. I'm excited to see if LGD are going to be able to keep up the miracle run or if OMG are going to be able to play spoilers.
With LGD, we always have to take a look at the rosters. They're running an 8-man team, and for today, it will be Quay. It will be, it also will be Chance in the support position. So going with their more recent lineup, or lineup that they have been successful with, and hopefully if they make playoffs, this will be a consistent 5-man.
This seems to be the team that's gotten them the most successful. For OMG, their top lane, New. He's been a player that had been subbed out a bit towards the beginning of the split, but now that we're getting towards the end, week 9, it seems that they've been a bit more consistent with keeping him in the top lane.
For OMG, it's kind of the same story with all these lottery teams. They're trying to see who fits and who sticks. So for OMG, it has been the top lane. They've played 4 top laners so far, but coming into week 7 and week 8, like you've said, it's been New from now on. And I think New's champion pool has actually been pretty interesting. This is a guy that we thought was going to play pure weak side, but with Umi picking up those early aggressive champions, he's also been going back to the fighters as well. So it's a bit interesting, but OMG have been more aggressive in their topside picks and trying to go for counters, while as I felt like LGD, on the other hand, has been going for control mages and just frontline tanks.
A bit more the opposite of what we've seen from OMG, where, like you said, OMG going back to, well, not even going back, they're trying to change it up and trying to be a bit more unique on 11-5. We've seen teams slowly but surely bringing back in the old school style of having the tanks in the front line, carries in the back. OMG are not really playing that way. They want to have flankers. They want to be able to catch a team like LGD off guard, since LGD are one of the teams that have really been defaulting back to that typical 5v5 team fight style.
Yeah, and we should mention just briefly on why the meta did slow down. There's 2 main reasons. One is cheater recalls and the prevalence of just tier item builds in the mid lane. That has made mid lane control mages just far superior to picks that want to win the lane straight out through trading. It's very difficult to trade against an opponent that is actually just teleporting back to base. There's nothing you can do about that. And the second thing has been jungle resources. If you have the junglers being less able to snowball, less able to impact the map because they're down in levels compared to the solo laners, then you're gonna get a slower paced game. And with those 2 things combined, we have seen the majority of the games actually go a little bit longer, and the majority of the teams trying to go for this front to back play style where they're running double hyper carries, especially in control mages and in the bot lane.
Well, but looks like we are jumping right into champion select already for LGD OMG Game 1. Zoe banned away from Uming. A bit sad to see that that's taken away, and makes me wonder if they are, since they are on red side, going to hold on to that mid lane pick and try to see if they can get that last pick LeBlanc like you had mentioned before.
That's a bit of a curveball if we've ever seen one, but definitely if there's anyone to pull it off, it will be Uming. I am thinking about mainly the support picks. I think Thresh is incredibly important for LGD because it allows for things like Aphelios, it allows for things like Jinx to come out, and it's also a very decent counter to the Rel. So Thresh has been sort of that champion that, even though you might not think of him as being incredibly prevalent in the meta, he actually enables a lot of these support strategies to sort of come out and to be played around with. Now, judging by this draft though, Hecarim, of course, is going to be the first one to go. That's always the typical. So far, LGD are 100% win rate when they get this champion, and there's no surprises there. That's going to go through.
I'm a bit surprised though it's not Thresh. Sometimes you see when Thresh is left open that is what the first pick ends up being, holding off on the jungler, but I think it's like you said, they're far more confident when they have that Hecarim, especially 11-5. It feels like Hecarim is the premier jungler. While Udyr, Olaf, Lilia, they remain there, it is really all about building around a Hecarim.
Yeah, it has been. Hecarim has been incredibly dominant. He has a lot of burst damage in his first gank, and his teamfight potential, I think, is the best out of any jungler that we have right now. The ability to go into the backlines is absolutely devastating, and OMG, like we're talking about, they are the ones to actually pick up the Thresh. I felt like Thresh was incredibly important in these 2 team matchups, because Eric also trends towards hyper carries as well, and if you have Thresh, it means that it's actually pretty hard to ban out all of the AD carries. You can either go Aphelios, you can either go Jinx, like a lot of people are doing. You keep your options open, and if they really want to take it away, they have to force 2 bans. So that's always a strong play. I'm glad that they're going for it. Lilia, again, a champion that's up for the chopping board on 11.6. Just a great farming jungler that can keep the same pace as Hecarim is holding. And that forces LGD, I think, onto a different path. Because if OMG already have the Thresh, they're going to go hyper carry. And for LGD, that means that you don't really want to contest them in the 5v5 late game. So Kai'Sa is one of those other options that you could potentially go for. It has high assassination potential, and it also allows for a more skirmishing-oriented team style. So you don't have to run into OMG with the sort of same comp, but worse.
As Gnar is actually going to be joining Kai'Sa, picked up by LGD. A bit surprised to see that they want to go for that for Cult so early, though Gnar is considered one of the top laners in the current meta. Can be countered a bit, but it's not really like it's out of the ordinary too much. It's just something a bit more surprising. It's that Jinx, though, for Eric, you were talking about the hyper carries. This is going to be an interesting adaptation from OMG, even though, like you mentioned, Eric does play these hyper carries too.
Yeah, this is taking away from Kramer. That's exactly what I think he's doing. Recently, Kramer has been having very good games on the Jinx. He just won an MVP in the series versus Rare Adam, going 9 kills and only 2 deaths and 11 assists to boot. So you want to take away the best champion from LGD, and I like what OMG are doing essentially. So far, LGD has really only been successful on a select composition of Hecarim and Jinx. So if you break that away, then it forces them to go into unfamiliar territory. I think what LGD are currently drafting is a little bit more skirmish-based. They can follow up the Onslaught of Shadows with something like the Killer Instincts to just instantly assassinate your backline, and we are going to see a more dynamic draft come out from LGD. Currently, we still have a lot of very strong pick supports on the table, like the Rel, as I say that, instantly banned away. So I do expect LGD to go for something like either Gragas or Leona, and to be able to catch out backlines. Both of those champions have a great ability to just make Jinx sort of obsolete. You can't fly onto her with Solar Flare, or you can just take her out of position, as Lirmal has done a lot of times with that explosive cast.
As Sion gets locked in for Nu to go up into Cult's Gnar. Not too surprising to see that they want to hold off on that last pick for mid lane. We mentioned before that that's kind of the strategy that OMG have been able to utilize for Uming, especially as of late, that have been able to get them a couple upset wins.
True, but the question is, what do you go here? It's a very AP-focused jungler already, and Uming so far hasn't shown a lot of AD picks. His best champions, as we've mentioned, he actually played the most of out of anyone in the LPL, have been that Zoe and LeBlanc. That would be some decent counter to the Azir, but I feel like their damage profile might be a bit off-kilter right here. I wonder if they're actually going to go with that. Typically, you don't look to get advantages if you're running double APs in the mid jungle. So I actually don't mind something like the... Oh, Tristana would be a really good pick. Like we're talking about, they need something that's AD, and this is taking a page away from LGD. They now have a great scaling composition, double AD hyper carries going in with strong lane presence in both the bottom lane and in the mid lane, and this is a great team fighting comp as well. So I really like what OMG's draft has done here. It's incredibly strong, and for LGD side, Nautilus really wouldn't be my pick of choice. I'd much prefer something like the Leona or something like the Gragas, but you know, a hook champion, this is a much stronger, I would say, level 2 all-in, just because of the dredge line and sort of the Riptide slow that can come in. But if you don't make that happen, then I do prefer the Leona picks here.
Yeah, that's what I was even going to ask. It seemed like the side of LGD were indexing far more to play around the bottom side, trying to make sure that Eric and Cold aren't going to be able to get this Jinx online into a position where they're going to feel as confident. But that also probably means OMG are going to play around bot side as well, right?
Yeah, OMG for sure. If you look at their comp right now, their two main advantages is probably the mid lane matchup between Tristana and Azir. We have seen the way this interaction works. If Tristana can get the jump behind Azir, it's actually very hard for the Azir to escape. He can't shifting sands back away from you. You will cut off his path, and that initial jump has a 60% slow attached to it. So there's a lot of kill potential. We should be expecting the Hallowed Blades exactly as we go into here. And for me, this is mainly going to come down to A, whether LGD can find a kill in the bot side, or B, can OMG get Uming going with his last pick?
Well, they're gonna certainly try here as we load up onto the Rift. Game 1 in Week 9, Day 3 between LGD and OMG. I'm excited to see if we're gonna have Uming get ahead on this Tristana.
碾碎他们。
The crowd's cheering ready.
这一步，全军出击。
Excited to see that there's still teams holding out hope for OMG, you know. Still got the signs out there, still rooting for them. Like I said, they're really planning to play spoilers here against LGD and deny them that miracle that they so desperately hope in the late season. But, you know, my heart believes in LGD. Even though I do like a good spoil or two, I still want to see if they might even be able to have the chances. OMG, going for this late invade. This completely spotted out by Quay. It's going to be the trade of the Raptors. I don't know if OMG can get much more out of this.
It's a pretty common tactic that we're seeing coming in from the Lilia because she can clear Raptors incredibly fast. And what this also does is prevent the level 2 all-in coming in from Kramer and Chance. It makes it a lot harder if you know that that jungler is on your side of the map. So great move from OMG. They're going to force vertical jungling against a kill lane from LGD. And that's exactly what they want to do. They want to make sure Jinx can get to that late game without being disrupted.
Look at the pings. That's just going to be Aki, not even splitting the map, trying to 3-buff Quay completely, take away this Hecarim's ability to do anything in the early game.
Yeah, sweet move coming out here. Also a very common move, red buff Lilia just moving towards the red side of the map. And Quay is in a bit of a pickle. Right now with his HP bar, he can't really go onto the other side of the map. There's no way that he's going to cross-map contest the blue buff. And I think what we need to see is LGD absolutely 100% need some way to secure this top lane scuttle, or else it's just going to be Aki just running away with the experience advantage.
But honestly, even with that, you can see the pathing coming in from Quay. He's trying to get some experience regardless, since it's going to be quite some time until those scuttle crabs spawn up. So he's got to go down to the Krugs to get a little bit more experience gold as well. Which means you're now on the bottom side of the map. You are going to try to see if you can fight against Aki around this, unless you can make a play in the spot lane. Nice hook comes in with the dredge line, but it's going to be the play. Cold flashes away as well. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get any more. It's just going to be the 3 summoners out of OMG, so Quay goes back to the drawing board.
I'm not sure I like that play from Quay. It was a very risky one. He shows his position, and this means that Aki's going to get double scuttle. I would have much more preferred him trying to get at least 1 scuttle. But now with him showing on the bottom side of the map, Lilia and Tristana can come and contest this next Raptor camp, and they can also just move topside with the mid lane priority to go for scuttle. So,
oh, look at this. Mid
that's
lane,
going to
bot
be a
lane
triple
priority.
camp advantage.
Oh man, this is not looking good for Quay. Quay, you gotta bail out of that one. You have no priority. Even with the dredge line, Uniboy trying to see if he can show up, but you can already see on the minimap that Cold's gonna be getting here pretty soon with the hope of a lantern. Aki had to flash over, but there's so much damage. First blood goes over to Uming.
Reset
gonna be able
City.
to jump away with a rocket jump. Not even gonna be cut off from the path, unless of course you're gonna have Kramer show up right place, right time. Has a good amount of damage. Might be able to get Aki. There it is. Uniboy's gonna be able to get the buff for himself. Zooming's got nowhere to go either. Had to flash, but still dies to Kramer over on the other side of the wall. With Cold barely limping away. The flash comes in. Uniboy trying to slow him down just enough. They've got the soldiers in place. There's gonna be a double kill for Kramer with Eric running back to the turret. LGD, they do end up punishing for that invade.
Yeah, that was a great play from LGD. The main difference here is that Chance actually roamed up a lot quicker than the Thresh did. It was a beautiful concave on the side of LGD where they had OMG completely surrounded. And I'll be honest, I felt like OMG had the correct play. They saw the positioning from Quay, they know that he doesn't have Ghost, and they are going for what I believe is the superior play here. But that support roam, if they just waited a little bit more until their Thresh and Jinx could have joined the fight, this would have been a clean win from OMG. The game would have been 100% over But now LGD, with those 2 kills onto Kramer and Kaisa, that just means that their kill bottom lane win condition is now fully online.
Exactly. It's a bit rough for OMG. Like you said, they needed to pull up Cold way quicker if they wanted this play to work.
Yeah, and they actually had the inner track as well. So that's what hurts, especially for me, is like, as a coach, I see this play from OMG, I'm rubbing my palms, I'm going like, yes, this is exactly what should happen. And they just kind of ham-fisted it. They threw it a little bit later. It's really a huge waste, and what this actually means is I think Kramer with the extra gold, he's going to be able to hit that Q evolve a lot sooner, and we might see Chance hitting level experiences quicker as well. So that bot lane is going to be highly volatile, and it just means that if Quaich can just go down there a couple more times, I think you're going to see LGD just blow this game wide open from the bottom side and from that enhanced Q damage.
So granted for OMG, at least they do have some CS leads. You look mid lane, Uming has a good 20 CS lead over Uniboy, who's forced to farm underneath the turret once more, given some free time to tag team with Aki around this dragon. So at least there are some hopes still for OMG. It's not like everything is completely gone and they have no options left.
They certainly could come back. I'm just disappointed because they could have closed the game right then and there. They could have actually just ended the game. Quay would have been so far behind with losing double Raptor Camp and double Scuttle. There would be zero chance of comeback. But now LGD have this great opportunity. Good thing for Eric, he still held on to his flash from the earlier skirmish, and Cold's positioning here was actually quite on point. So they're not going to die just yet. However, we could see a potential freeze from LGD. I think that's what they're going to play for with this big wave kind of packing up. And essentially what OMG need to do is they constantly need jungle attention and help here in this bottom lane to kind of prevent the wave from getting into a bad spot.
Looks like Aki has snuck himself into the spot lane, waiting to see if Chance and Kramer are going to play a little too confidently and step out a little too far. Nice hook with the flay as well on a Chance, so he dies immediately, even with an exhaust on Kramer. Has that chance to be able to get back towards his turret, trying to dodge away from any hook that can come in from Gold. He'll be able to survive. Well, top lane, Colt, New, having a little bit of a battle back and forth, but the hyperstacks out of Colt could get the flash. There it is. Going to be able to flash away to survive.
Yeah, New wanted to go in because he had that extra ignite, but he didn't even get a chance to use it right there. I'm actually surprised that he didn't just burn it. Usually when you see people with Unsealed Spellbook, they try to do spell rotations, and you want to get rid of your early summoners as soon as possible, especially in combat. So I'm actually a little bit curious why he held on to that. Maybe he's thinking of an opportunity. Maybe he's trying to coordinate a gank into the top lane. That's why he's still hanging on to the Ignite, because usually in a trade you would actually just use that Ignite regardless if it was going to kill or not.
So this feels a little weird for me. I see Chance here helping out with the Rift Herald, and that's not a bad play. I think that's a proper play out of LGD. But it feels like Cold should be the one up there first. They have this push potential bot lane already. They were able to make the gank work there, so they could have easily reset if they wanted to, but it's not actually the case. Instead, it's going to be LGD first on the pull to try to see if they can look for a dive.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is going to work out. They're trying to go for New because he doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught, but they're trading a lot in the bottom lane, and I don't exactly think this is how LGD want to play out this game. I feel like OMG are actually fairly decent with this trade because, number one, even though they might be a little bit slower on the first tower, getting gold on your Jinx is preferable than getting gold on your Gnar. So it's pretty awkward to see LGD with this strategy. Essentially what they have to do is they have to trade double towers in order for this to work out. But this early into the game, it's going to be fairly difficult, and I don't think they can do it even with the 4v2.
Oh no, the Rift Herald was not able to get that second charge. Mid-air got killed. And Eric, you're right. Look at all this gold that he was able to get in that bot lane. Nearly took down the tier 1 turret. Probably, once you get these minions again, going to be able to actually knock it down.
So I think LGD actually over-rotated here. They only needed the jungler to go, and New could have taken down that Herald by himself because, I'm sorry, Colt and Quay could have taken the Herald by themselves. They over-rotate their entire bot lane, and you also see an experience share coming out from Kramer and Colt. That's never exactly what you want to see with your carries, having to share experience with someone else. I feel like Eric gets the far superior trade here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Eric is now ahead in gold, even compared to Kramer with 3 takedowns.
I was about to say, not only do you have the CS lead, but getting nearly full plates by yourself, actually all full plates by yourself, that is a massive influx of gold for this Jinx to feel a lot stronger in this mid game, to be able to keep up with Kramer, as you said. And so I'm very curious to see what this buy is going to entail for OMG and how they're going to be able to use that for the probably ensuing fights that might take place around Dragon.
Yeah, super interesting. The only reason you would trade this way is you have full confidence in Cult to be able to bully out New to an disgusting degree, essentially. That's the reason why you want elongated lanes in the game when opposed to having a kill lane in the bot side. Because they actually had bot lane pretty well set up. It was a very strong power spike incoming for Kramer, and Kramer's their main carry. So I want to see if they can actually put resources with Quay into Cult's lane, or else that's definitely a favorable trade, OMG.
Now look at that, Kraken Slayer already completed, while the one with 2 kills on your team still sitting on the Noon Quiver and trying to get up there to be competing with Jinx.
Yeah, that's LGD doing a bit of out macroing themselves this game around, and now OMG are going in to contest the Drake. They do have the Drake stack, and I believe at this point, with Cult not hitting Mega anytime soon, they actually have the better 5v5 as well. They're going in for it.
Hook, and look at that, they gift a free kill to Eric.
That's just painful to watch. You know, Eric definitely knew that there were members around that section of the map. They saw Jinx just coming into the jungle a second ago, and he still fakes checks that. So this basically means that LG's macro decisions just fall completely apart, and they're looking for the scraps at this point. They need to find a comeback in some point, and Eric might just give them the opportunity.
2 ults, though, were used on Eric, and he still survived. They had the flash, had the lantern, you have cold nearby. That was a bit ambitious by LGD. They thought that Eric was out of position, but it's still a Jinx with Thresh.
Yeah, this is some vintage LGD macro coming out. not really sure what the objective is here. Honestly, with an elongated lane, I wouldn't have mind if Cole just stayed in his lane and continued to get an advantage. Let Cyan rotate. It's totally fine. You're going to get 30 plus CS, and if you didn't die there, and if you didn't rotate, it would have been a 40 plus CS lead. If you think about that, then with the lane they have set up, that would have made a little bit more sense. But instead, they roam Colt down while he doesn't have the Mega Gnar bar to contest, and he just dies. So, kind of a weird thing to do. I want to see right now if LGD actually try to freeze the top lane. I think that's actually a decent strategy. They do have vision advantage over this quadrant of the map. So if they just hold here, they can actually deny an entire lane from OMG getting resources. But never mind, they push it right back.
I was gonna say, my problem, though, is that you're trying to freeze lanes, which stalls out the game against the Tristana Jinx game. And they're just getting bigger and bigger as we continue. It seems that if you don't do anything soon for LGD, that it just might become a game where you're not ever able to touch Uming and Eric. They're able to do so much damage and kite you back every single time that you've never really had a chance to begin with.
But you would be able to just kill the Tristana outright. I feel like that's preferable, and I'm a little bit surprised they didn't actually try to hold on to the top side. Because they had full vision advantage in top side. They had rotational advantage, and if they just held their ground, there was no way Cold would actually be able to sweep themselves. So instead, they're going for another trade where they're splitting resources amongst Colt and amongst Kramer, while one carry on OMG is getting a full tower.
Yeah.
I actually don't think this is preferable to my original trade. The upside of this, though, we do have to mention the upside of this trade is that they are pinching down on New super hard. But again, New is a Scion, and there are limitations to how far you can put a Scion behind. Once he has that first item, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference.
Not at all. He's gonna be confident to stand in front of everybody, and since you only have one Kraken Slayer completed, not really having the damage coming in from Uniboy to be able to tear apart a tank just yet, he's going to be able to absorb so much pressure for the team. Colt is the one they put most of the gold onto. They're trying to
Yes.
fall back onto a split push capability that just doesn't seem like the normal strategy that LGD usually rely on.
100% no. The way you would play this out, I think most other teams would play it, was you get that serrated Dirk early onto Kramer, and then you just play for skirmish and kill with Hecarim. But instead, they're going for a late game strategy, and now Uniboy might be in trouble.
Does have
Oh,
the shifting
beautiful.
stance. Nice out of Cold. Look at that. He was able to pick him off perfectly so they can pick up the kill with the Rift Herald 2 and knock that down right immediately too.
Yeah, and again, I hate to repeat on this, but this really does stem from LGD giving up the top side. They had Colt in the top side with full vision advantage. They gave that over, gave the tower plus Herald for Colt trading a tower on the bottom side, and OMG with a beautiful hook play coming out from Colt. That was pixel perfect on the right moment, just using that Thresh Flay to interrupt the shifting sands over the wall to get a double middle tower play. And now the map is wide open from OMG. There's almost zero pick potential for LGD, and despite Cold having the CS advantage in the bot lane, he can't even split push anymore. They've lost too much of the map for Gnar to actually be a split push threat.
Yeah, it's just a bit awkward out of LGD, and OMG, I gotta give them credit with how they played a lot of this game, where they might have made one mistake in the jungle where they didn't have Cold at the right time. Cold is making up for that with this play.
Oh, that was so good to see. Uniboy even pops the Emperor's Divide a little bit early, and Cold is still able to get over the wall. That was a great stutter step from Cold. Not even just the flash play, but also the awareness that he had to take the death sentence a little bit later than he would have liked to. That stutter was just... this is really showing why Cold is such a great support to look at and why he has that veteran status.
Trying to see if he can continue to support this team and get them carried. It is going to be a fight around the dragon to pull and kill on a chance with the rest of LGD using the Emperor's Divide to try to be able to escape from the fight. They gave up the dragon completely. That is sole point now picked up by OMG.
That was a disgusting lilting lullaby. 4-man on the swirl seed into the crowd control. Everyone on LGD has to back out. All of their carries are tagged right there, and there was no hope that they could contest. Just beautiful play coming out from OMG, and we have to remember, this is your premier team fighting 5v5 composition going into 22-minute Dragon Soul. OMG have lined this up beautifully.
It's really nice to see out of this team. Unfortunately for them, it's so late into the season when they've already been knocked out, and you're like, where was this OMG earlier? That this is a kind of play that gives you hope when you look towards summer and how they might be able to fix the mistakes of spring, work together, have that communication down, and be able to win. Right now, underneath turret, Chance was trying to get a pick on Eric, but he has to go golden to be able to survive, and he's still alive. Eric is perfectly happy. Aki shows up too with the help of Nu on the other side. What are you going to do, Uniboy? You're taking way too much damage, and it's going to be Cold. Now Cold, it's Nu who picks up the kill with Chance on the other side, completely zoned away by Cold, so they get the kill for Aki with Nu doing so much to absorb so much pressure out of Kramer. They can't peel back. They have to run for the hills. The flash come in and gets so slow onto Kramer, using Killer Instinct to escape, but he doesn't really get out of there. It's a double kill picked up by Uming.
And Uming are showing up massively on this Tristana. We talked about this. Uming, in these 2 weeks, he has been given the red side last pick, and he's been able to make it work. This is how he wants to play, aggressive in lane, having lane priority, and keeping himself away from the control mages. When you see him on a streak like this, it just really shows you that sometimes you have to be having the guts to go against the meta. You have to be able to play your own style. LGD right here, they know they're on a timer, they have to make things work, but Chance just can't find the right play. Actually gets the dredge lines interrupted, and now it's OMG's chance to go full on. Uniboy doesn't have to flash because of that earlier pick. He dies instantly. I'm not really sure what LGD actually want to do there on the side. It looks like they want to get the kill onto Chance, but they're way too late, and another great flay play from Cold just means that LGD get routed.
Exactly. It's a unfortunate scenario for the team. They've fallen so far behind now. Even if it only looks like it's a 3,500 gold lead for OMG with what their composition wants to do. they're finding it difficult to find those picks, those plays to be able to make this all work. Well, all the gold is going into proper members on OMG. Even though Eric's only sitting at 0 and 1, look at the gold that they've been able to get over for Uming, or even just the gold over for Eric with these assists to stay ahead of Kramer.
It's just so weird to see the macro out here. Pretty much Colt is the only winning point left. We did see in the gold graph earlier that Kramer, despite going 2-0 and 1, lost his gold lead at 10 minutes when they did the Herald trade. So as soon as they gave over 5 plates and first brick gold to Eric, there was no longer any real kill threat coming out from Kramer. He was very far behind in the mythics and his item progression in general. And it just seems very misguided for LGD to kind of play around this way. I expected them to play for Kramer, play for that serrated Dirk into enhanced Icathian Rain kill combo, but they play for the top side. They played for the top side, they shared gold between Kramer and Colt, and it just feels like they gave away any sort of momentum they got in the early game. They just handed it over to OMG, they handed over map pressure to OMG, and OMG said thank you. Fine, we'll take it.
Even when you look at Colt's items, not like he's that far ahead of New. Not like it's really worked out well for them regardless. Mid lane, you see that there's nearly a half item lead for Uming on this Tristana over Azir. Jungle, you see a similar kind of lead for the side of OMG, where it feels like everything has worked to plan for them. They've been able to get that gold that they needed to into the right places, especially with Kramer, who's sitting at 2-1 and 1, had those early kills from the bad invade by OMG that you thought was going to be enough to be able to override what had happened earlier into the game. It was completely mitigated by, unfortunately, losing out on all that plate gold given to Eric.
Yeah, just macro coming back to bite LGD in the behind. We do have to mention the stakes here for LGD. If they drop to OMG, that means the most wins they can get is 7, and it would come down to effectively game difference with the other teams. It doesn't mean they're out completely yet, but they would have to have 2-0 series against RNG IG. And that sounds like a very tall order to ask for. So definitely for LGD, the best that you can do here is keep your hopes alive and go for that 8 series win. But if they drop here, it's next to impossible as we have Sion coming in.
Was able to get the Onslaught of Shadows, but still got the double knockup. New is doing so much to be able to disengage at the moment that they're not feeling confident to try to fight back against OMG. The jump comes in. Nice play, though, to be able to disengage that, and now they feel confident. Lilting Lullaby onto 3 members, looking to be able to get the sleep that they need to, but they have the damage in the backline onto Quay, trying to be able to escape with chance, barely getting the heal to survive. Nobody's died just yet. Finally, we see the kills coming through for OMG, taking down the members of LGD. No longer excited. Now you've got the momentum coming in from OMG as they chase down Kramer, trying to run away, but they know that they got the TP play. Kramer's trying to get the red buff on the way out, but he is cut off. There's no way, no base to be able to return to. Even News here to make sure that he's got nowhere to go. Shouting at him. There it is, taking down Kramer, and they have minions mid lane if they wanted to, but they know Baron is a better option.
4-man dead for LGD, Baron wide open, and OMG, this is a teamfight composition that is getting online early. That was about as one-sided as you could possibly have hoped for. Colt still had a great Mega Gnar ultimate into the backline, but it just wasn't enough. The damage difference coming in from Uming, coming in from Eric, who was completely untouched during that entire team fight, was just way too much of a difference. And it looks like OMG are going to be able to mop this series up very easily. Quay even tries to get away, but actually allows his mid laner to get tagged by the ultimate. So not a great start here. I would still like to commend Colt from getting a very good Mega Gnar ultimate. He was super patient with that play, just waiting to go back in and disengage. He gets Tristana with that. But just look at the front line here. It really isn't... It's so much of a different level in frontlining right now that Colt can't really hold up. Well, New, you look at him, he's still half HP, he's still dishing out damage, and Uming has that Ravenous Hunter to keep himself alive throughout that 5v5.
The wild thing to me, too, is that Kramer was essentially wailing away on New and doing nearly no damage. Just not being able to get through this tank because they're not in that position for the late game you'd like Kramer to normally be on. Especially with how the gold has been allocated at the moment. It's just not enough to be able to beat OMG, who have a draft that we would have thought LGD would have drafted for. It's pretty much the opposite of what we'd expect.
OMG just taking away what LGD are known for. It looks like LGD's comp is a little bit all over the place, and we really haven't seen this split. LGD try to play for a 4-1 with their top laner. That really hasn't been their best go-to, and now the game could be on the ending touches. Oh, that was a good block from Cult. Oh.
I like that, but unfortunately, now that Quay has to go back to base, that means with the Baron buff that they can start knocking down the turret in the bot lane.
No touchdown right here. LGD, they have cleared the super minions right here. So not the super minions, sorry, the empowered cannons at the very least in the bottom side. So that will force OMG to walk a little bit further into their base, giving that potential Emperor's Divide flank. What we need to see right now is Emperor's Divide into Mega Gnar Ultimate. That's pretty much the only way that LGD can even win this team fight. It's super difficult to pull off. They have to synchronize their AoEs perfectly. But in theory, we could have that coming out, especially if New's trying to come in on the flank and leaves the backline exposed.
Yeah, but they're able to get the inhibitor mid lane, and it's only going to be a matter of time before the supers show up. They still have the Baron buff for a little bit longer. 40 seconds remain on that, and that means they have plenty of time to continue to whittle away at that inhibitor turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, they do have to pull the trigger pretty soon. As you mentioned, the cannon minion coming down, and OMG are the ones going in.
Yeah, it's not even LGD, even though Colt went in the back line, he died too quickly to be able to make any work, as Ooming tried to see if he could get the damage onto Kramer, but he might have jumped a little bit too far, trying to see if he could stay alive. They're going to be able to get the kills they need to, but it's only too late that they finally took down Ooming. Everyone else on LGD is dead, with only Uniboy underneath the Nexus turret trying to survive. But now that they take down the inhibitor in the bot lane, OMG should be able to end the game.
No response from LGD. That was New crashing in from the side lanes. We saw LGD lose their carries pretty early on, and in that fight, there was no summoners for Kramer. OMG are going to take this one down in under 28 minutes, shattering LGD's hope for an easy pathway to playoffs.
Yeah, trying to deny that miracle run out of LGD. Uniboy pretty much standing on the steps, hoping to be able to get back in, but it's too late. Game 1 for OMG. They're replicating what they did against Team WE and getting a Game 1 victory, but this time they'd like to be able to close it out and get a 2-0 victory over LGD.
This one was a bit of a weird one, honestly. I felt like LGD really could have won the game when Kramer was close to 2,000 gold ahead of Eric. You get that sort of a lead in bottom lane, you don't lane swap, you stay in the lane and you try to kill the AD carry over and over again. But they didn't go for that strategy. They had Kramer split farm and experience alongside with Cult in that Herald trade, and you could see in that single trade alone, Eric was actually back on his feet. He was ahead of Kramer in the gold. We showed the gold graph during the game, and afterwards, it just seemed like that macro strategy just didn't pay off for LGD. I'm not exactly sure what they were trying to do with that. It looked like they were trying to prop up Cult a lot more than needed be, especially when he was going up against someone like a Scion, where OMG doesn't really care if he falls behind.
It really did seem like LGD were a bit unsure with their own composition, and this is something that we've mentioned a couple times during the game, that it seemed like OMG were the ones who got a lot of takeaways. What LGD normally want to play, they were able to get for themselves, but the weird thing is, it was LGD who opted into that. Most of the time, they had chosen those champions before OMG did.
Yeah, they did. The Gnar was blind as well, so it seems kind of weird if you're going to go for a 4-1 strategy with a blind pick. Granted, it is against New, so I think that's why they were willing to draft the Gnar, but this was a strategy where I felt like LGD kind of got caught with their pants down. They didn't really understand what draft OMG were throwing at them, and they saw their most recent, most successful composition just be taken away by OMG, and from there, they didn't really know how to play out the mid game. You have to have an overall structure in the game and have a plan to execute it if you are going to go into a game like this one, and it just seemed like OMG, with their takeaway drafts, as you've mentioned, just shattered whatever structure LGD had beforehand.
And you look at the gold graphs during this one, you even see towards the beginning, there were those times when LGD were able to get the advantage. OMG, you know, maybe a couple kills early, were able to get control over Quay, but then a greedy invade that they didn't rotate Cold up in time for. They didn't punish, they didn't execute on that. They had this lead now in Kramer that they opted to give away and try to see if they can play topside instead. While Eric was fine being bot lane, like, okay, I'll take a huge influx of gold that you're now sharing with Colt topside.
Yeah, just really interesting macro decisions. Good play from OMG overall. To me, both Cold and Aki showed up massively in these team fights. It almost didn't need the carries to do anything that was super special, but with that 4-man Lilting Lullaby that we saw in the third Drake fight, that pretty much just ended LGD's hopes. And with Cold getting 2 picks right before the Drakes back to back was so insane. He got that pick onto Colt as he was face checking, and he also found Uniboy before the Drake. So just Colt having great tempo over the Dragon Pit just meant that, hey, OMG doesn't even need to go into the 5-man just yet. They can smash you with the picks already.
I was so impressed by that Flay and Death Sentence play that came in from Cold to pick Uniboy off. That was very impressive because normally you see when you're trying to get the shifting sands to be able to pick off an Azir, it's always Death Sentence. Instead, he flashed forward to be able to get the Flay, so then he was on the other side of the wall, even if barely, thinking, oh man, he's going to jump on top of me soon. I got to be careful. And was too early on the Emperor's Divide because he had no idea what Cold was going to do. And it's that experience play that you want to see out of OMG's bot lane, especially out of Cold. When given this Thresh lane, he hasn't had too many opportunities on in this spring split. I think his most played is Alistar. He has 13 games on it. Well, yeah, you know, Alistar Rel meta has been the go-to. Seeing him on this Thresh is a nice change of pace to be able to perform so excellently on.
Yeah, I think Thresh priority has actually risen up quite a bit. It's a nice counter to Rel in lane. There's almost nothing you can do as a Rel. And also, it enables your hyper carries to come out. So if LGD go back onto the blue side, I actually expect them to shift up their draft and just go for Tristana first pick. Tristana is great hyper carry. There's no counters a lot. You have to go for things like Sivir and Draven to actually counter. So I think Tristana priority is massive in the upcoming drafts.
We'll have to find out what the draft is going to be for both teams in Game 2. For now, we're going to toss to a break. We'll be right back shortly.
When it comes to their kill participation, they are 3rd in the league. This is a team that plays as a team, and Scout doesn't have his team around him right now. Knight gonna flash forward for the solo kill in the mid lane.
It's not like the Baron was taken by TES. They couldn't
jinxed
really
it.
get a position. Meteor is going to spawn back in time to be able to contest. Look at how fast he's able to get out of the base. And Bew will be able to TP back in as well. It's down to 50%. The Tech might be able to show up in time. Zika's on the other side. He's trying to see if he can disengage, but it's going to be the smite secured by Carson just before they're going to be able to get him in position. And that was beautiful from Knight.
CMD is more about utility. He's going to need more souls, but DP's coming out.
We're going to find out if they got the damage. Canceled the knockout. There's no way to escape there, Chris. He could not get out with the grand entrance, and with that kill. He's kind of taunting them. You talked about hanging Nuguri on a string, being like, all right, that's this one. But it's really LWX who's trying to do that. Look at the damage! What the hell happened to Quay there? That was a 1v2, and he's going to be able to take down Chance. Sure, Chris will get a little bit of credit.
So it should mean that things quiet down at least a little bit, but this is top esports we're talking about, so it's a very real possibility that doesn't happen. 3 items on both AD carries. It's a good stun there onto Mako, but Knight could be in trouble. He doesn't have flash for himself, and the rest of the team needs to get in and protect him. It's going to be Carson to go down, starting the fight. In goes 369 onto 5, but the rest of the team's not here. In comes Dracula with the bomb onto everyone. Do they have the damage finish skills? The answer is yes, as down goes Viper, and Jackie Love has his moment in the sun. It's time to shine, baby, as he grabs himself to Scout, the last man standing.
I be on my level. I be on my level. I be on my level.
Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition, why they telling us to slow down? Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, Well, man, you know now, yeah, I'm not your average guy. We set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Hey, we be about to go off. These boys ain't got no sauce. On the winning streak, I promise we ain't taking no loss. We ain't got nothing in common, you and I. Money keep falling like stars out the sky. Take it easy, hey, they don't believe me. We on another wave, like we ain't hearing what he say. Yeah, they talking trash, you could put it in the garbage. When they know you rap the hardest, you gon' always be a target. Yeah, I put that on my mama. We ain't down for the drama. Keep on adding the commas, the numbers is getting longer. Yeah, I told you, homie, we ain't nothing to meddle with. We just broke the knob, going to another level, yeah. Okay, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, Can't touch me now, I be on my level. 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 Hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level.
Dreamcatcher, yeah. Dreamcatcher.
版本改动之后，我觉得对中路首先是没有什么影响的，然后现在还没有哪个英雄是 T0级别的，然后 T1的话就有很多英雄都是可以用的。我觉得老干爹的中单 Uri Boy 的话，就是线上偏发育偏稳健，然后跟队友联动比较好，然后拿了线权会去帮助打野。跟他对线的话，首先我要注意的就是他的线权这种情况，提醒我们的打野怎么样的，然后就是尽量在线上摁死他，不让他乱动。
Welcome back into the LPL. I like that out of Ooming talking about how he thinks he can beat Uniboy in mid lane, since Uniboy is much more about being able to farm out, tag team, and help out a little bit more in the jungle as long as he can control him, like he did in that first game. It is a good opportunity for them to find success. And there might have been other fallings apart for LGD, but I gotta give praise over to Ooming, playing that Tristana and constantly keeping Uniboy pinned underneath the turret.
I just love the sneakiness coming out from his statements. He says that, hey, the new patch hasn't changed champion pools at all, and then he picks a whole new set of champions compared to his first 5 weeks. So that's a really sneaky statement coming out from Ooming. I know what you're thinking right now, and this pretty much just goes to show you the mentality from OMG. They have seen Ooming as kind of their engine in the new playstyle. They want him to suppress the enemy mid laner, and that just gives them a lot of roaming anchors, especially for Cold. In the past, I felt like a huge problem with OMG is Cold wanted to roam, but he had nowhere to go to because none of his solo lanes were actually winning out themselves. Now that Ooming has priority in lane, you can actually invade the jungle a lot easier.
Well, and speaking of Cold, he was able to get MVP because he was unlocked from that bot lane. It was a great performance on that Thresh, and when you see the hooks, the flays especially, they were immaculate, and it's one of those champions with such high skill expression that it's always fun to watch a player who's really confident on it.
It's pretty disgusting now that Colt has 2 champions that feel like must-bans. First is his Alistar that he's played 13 games on. He's probably the best Alistar in the league. And now if you add this Thresh, just look at all of these plays. These are absolutely sick. He waits until the minions die and then finds the Thresh hook into the dual lane. This is another great play. A little bit of mistake from Colt. And watch this. The flash play and the delay on Death Sense to still go over the wall and to get that kill secured was immaculate.
Absolutely insane. That play is one of those highlight plays that you keep in your book and be like, "This, I can do this. This is why you get Thresh from me. Look what I'm able to do."
And I honestly think Thresh is going to be of massive priority, and this is why I was talking about Tristana should be one of those first pick priorities for LGD. It's because Tristana can actually pair with a lot more supports compared to something like the Jinx or something like the Aphelios. Those 2 hyper carries are much more tied to Thresh than they are compared to Tristana, which can pretty much go with anything, honestly. It's more about how much you snowball that lane, and she has enough escapes where she can just be okay in the team fights. So that's what I expect, because what we have seen is that OMG, if you allow them on red side to trade jungle and AD carry, they will actually skip AD carry and go for the Thresh pick. That's why I think that Tristana has to be taken first by LGD, and I'll be honest, I don't think Quay is necessarily going to be your carry, no matter what he's on.
Yeah. I feel like that's really what LGD need to kind of fall back to. They are swapping sides from what I've heard when we get into game 2. It's going to be OMG on the blue side, so they might have to try to see what they can grab first. With that Thresh band away, LGD might double up on the support band.
Interesting to see what this is. So interesting from LGD, we're actually not seeing any jungler bans whatsoever. Usually on red side, you see Hecarim or Udyr being taken out of the pool. Neither have been denied here. So I think you just leave the junglers completely unbanned, and you go for one each. I think that's probably a better strategy here.
Well, yeah, if you ban either one, you ban Hecarim, it's going to be Udyr taking. You ban Udyr, it's going to be Hecarim taking. While Olaf is something that can be a good fallback, I think that was the better call to ban the Alistar here.
Yep, so no junglers taken off the board. I like this strategy. It pretty much means for all blue side teams right now on the patch, they're just going to insta-lock Hecarim, but it's also a draft that you can play around. So junglers are going to be split, like I mentioned, and now is the big question for AD carries. I do want to see Tristana off the board because Tristana is flex, and you also take that away from Umi.
It will be an interesting pick if they grab that immediately here. I think I would like that as well. I'd like to see LGD grab Tristana here as opposed to the Kai'Sa that so many ADCs have felt like they have to grab to be able to take that into the bot lane because that's like the meta and what is so consistent. But I like the Tristana a bit more.
I do too, but we're not gonna get it. It's gonna be the Kai'Sa once more. I'm gonna be so disappointed if this Kai'Sa ends up splitting farm with Colt again. Please no. Yeah, Kai'Sa's fine. That's good. That's okay. But what I really want to see out of LGD is if you're going to draft the Kai'Sa, try to play around that enhanced Q, try to play more skirmish-oriented, use the killer instincts, and once again, I feel like OMG has the better read on the draft. They're just going, oh, we get Tristana? Really? We get Tristana? Okay, we'll take Tristana.
They'll take it for free, and I wonder if they're going to go for top lane, maybe grab that Gnar. That's what they're hovering right now, and honestly, it really doesn't show too much of what they want to do because Gnar can kind of fall back into what they had before, even though, you know, LGD weren't able to make it work so well themselves. It's something that can facilitate more of that tank role.
Yeah, it's just an incredibly safe pick, and neither of these teams really play around their top laners. Like, these are both bottom side focused teams. So what they play around the top side usually doesn't impact the game so much. They're willing to let this Gnar just be countered because, you know, honestly, both of these teams trend more towards late game team fights anyway. So they don't really mind with Cult on something like a Jace. In fact, I think it's a bit of a detriment for LGD to put Cult on Jace because from what we've seen of their style, they haven't been able to pull early games smoothly. Now, granted, this is a much easier opponent in OMG. So far, they've only won 2 series, so maybe they can make it work against the bottom side of the league.
It's funny, though, seeing the second part of the ban since no supports were taken on either side. Galio banned away, even though Uming does play that a lot mid lane and has played that the most this split. it is still something that can get flexed into the bot lane. Same with Set. I'm wondering if we're just going to see a bunch of support bans.
We should be seeing Zoe out of OMG. I think LGD is.
Well, Zoe's already banned.
Oh, Zoe already banned. Oh yeah, they actually banned that themselves. Never mind. This would have been a good composition with Zoe for LGD. Early aggression, you got the double poke composition, but of course, that is no longer on the board. And LGD have to look for a mid laner and a support right here. I feel like they are just going to give last pick over towards Uniboy, allow him to get lane priority to roam. So we should be seeing the support here. It most likely will be Leona ban. I feel like Leona is the one that you want to target out most. Nautilus is also decent, but the Cassiopeia is really interesting. I don't even think that they've played Cassiopeia. Let me check the.
I think Uniboy's played one game of it. No. They've played. Wow, that's even weirder. OMG are the ones who have played it, and so since they're the ones who banned it away, Leona is the option on the other side to be able to pair up with Kramer.
Yeah, Leona plus Kai'Sa is that go-to kill lane. It has the most burst damage compared to even the Nautilus. You get a lot of it's not called Sunshine. I think it's like Sunlight. Sunlight stacks with the Q. It can actually proc multiple Sunlight stacks with just the Acathian Rain. So that kill combination is absolutely deadly. OMG are going for a bit of a pick. We have seen a lot of Rakan plus Onslaught of Shadows. That is probably your premier engage composition. And now they have to pick a blind mid laner. The interesting thing about this Rise is something that has been rising in priority, especially with the Everfrost buffs on 11.4. So we could just see that come out, but it's not a usual champion. This is something that I feel like is really player dependent. You can just go into pick and roam, but it usually requires a good early game for Rise to be effective. We'll see how that one goes. And now it's Uniboy's turn to answer. Probably just a normal control mage. They do need a bit of AP damage here.
Well, see, I was wondering Victor or Twisted Fate, something that might be able to roam a bit more around the map, that might give LGD that pressure topside that they kind of need to when you have Jace lane. This feels like the composition that they wanted last time, where they were able to play around the topside. That would work a bit more if they did that. But I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to, especially when you have this Victor trying to just wave clear against a Rise who is going to do the same, and it's going to be about who neutralizes who first.
It's an interesting lane for these two. The thing about both of these champions is that they actually snowball really well. It's unexpected, but for Victor, he doesn't get good wave clear until he gets 100 fragments and is able to evolve his E. And on the other side for Rise, his early game is usually pretty slow, but if he gets an early kill, then he can actually wave push against most mid lane control mages. So I do expect this game to be very heavily mid-jungle dependent, even though it might not really look like it, given the picks. So what I think is going to be the most important thing here is about the jungle movements for the early and first rotations. I do expect us to see some cheesy level 3-4 ganks into the mid lane and try to swing it one way or the other.
See, that's what I was wondering. Looking at the compositions drafted by each side, it seems like OMG, once again, have more elements for a team fight front-to-back composition, while LGD, jumping into Game 2, they're going back to what they tried in Game 1, trying to see if they can have a bit more of a snowball potential.
Yeah, this is a very strong skirmishing comp if you get it to go. Because Kai'Sa, if she gets gold, she can assassinate people. Victor is also a surprisingly strong skirmishing champion if he gets going and he gets extra fragment stacks. You can get the Siphon power evolve a lot sooner, and we are going to see the level 1 from LGD going straight in.
And this is the reason you often don't see Rakan into Leona, mostly because Leona Zenith Blade overrides that grand entrance if you're able to read that play.
True, it's a lane where level 6, it definitely doesn't feel that good for Rakan. Early levels, though, it's still okay. You can actually beat the Leona out with your range auto attacks. Hurts a lot. We are going to see an early ward coming in from OMG. I like this warding position. It's basically keeping an eye on the Raptors and trying to protect their top lane in New from getting just ganked early on.
Man, it feels like OMG have the read on LGD so often right now. Being able to get that ward, knowing that it's there, and taking away what LGD wanted to do, which is trying to control this early game, being able to have that level 3 cheesy gank into the mid lane to be able to unlock that mid laner and utilize that a bit more.
Yeah, that ward is actually pretty important because it could potentially spot out Quay when he has the red buff. What we are looking at potentially is the level 3 gank with bear stance coming in from Quay. This is pretty standard as well from the Jace. Level 1, you hide in a brush, you punish New as much as possible. And we have definitely seen this happen. And New has to be careful because Colt is pretty damn close to level 2. And he's just going to be sitting down here for a very long time.
Pretty much owns this top lane. It is the nature of the Gnar Jace lane. You don't ever really want to step up. Look at how much damage that New took, but he's actually getting a lot back onto Colt, who's cutting back in the minions, trying to get that level 2 flash. Oh, but first blood before even having level 2. Didn't even need it.
Yeah, he actually overstayed for the W, and I love the way Colt played that out. With the W, you get auto attacks that are max attack speed, able to orb walk very fluently, and just get the first kill. So I'm a little bit surprised about how easy that was for LGD to actually get. You don't expect that. Most of the times, the Gnar will just stay behind the minion wave, sack the first 2 waves. But New tried to chase his advantage a little bit too far. Colt with the cooldowns up, turns around and just kills him.
And now you have a lane that you have to worry about in the top lane, where Colt, sure, he doesn't have flash. It could be a target for Aki to be able to try to get at least something back for the team. But it's the Jace lane against Gnar. He's going to continue to be able to win out, even if you're able to get successive ganks on him.
I do want to point out what Uming did right there. It was really smart. Uniboy is freezing the way, and he's very afraid of a level 3 gank just coming in from the Udyr. Udyr doesn't always have to gank level 4, he can gank you level 3. And what Uming did was, he actually left the lane completely. He actually just went and waited until Hecarim showed up on the left side of his jungle before he came back into the lane. So a really smart play right there, just avoiding the potential for Quay to get that early gank onto him and just prevent the snowball. As we mentioned, I feel like this is actually a lot more volatile lane than people expect out of the mid lane. And now LGD are going on to top. Hecarim's on the wrong side of the map, and New doesn't have a flash.
No, he doesn't, but he is reading this play pretty well. Backing off pretty far. I wonder if he's going to step up and... No, Quay does not cancel the recall, opting instead to just go through with it, saying, I've committed too much time as is. I got to get to the spot lane, since we're seeing that Kramer and Chance are not having the easiest time into Eric and Cold. And that's one thing I want to talk about, are the summoner spells that they've taken for this Tristana and Rakan lane. Going for Cleanse, Heal. This is optimum safety in this bot lane to keep Eric as safe as humanly possible.
Yeah, this is pretty surprising to see, honestly. Tristana has a lot of buffering abilities that can get away from Leona. You can buffer the Solar Flare, the Zenith Blade, the Shield of Daybreak. So you can get away from everything, but they're still trying to play super safe. And now Aki might be finding a comeback kill onto Cult.
Well, let's see right now, as Colt does not have flash, wants to get a little bit of damage back on Aki, but of course it is still Hecarim getting a lot of damage back, even with the Shock Blast. We knew that Aki was going to get that kill.
Yeah, not even with the pink ward is Colt able to escape there. Saw the Pony rushing in, and with the Ghost, just a very easy kill down. Colt also doesn't have the teleport here, so he will be losing the entire wave unless Quay shows up and tries to hold it for him.
I'd kind of expect to see Quay try to help out, though it isn't a cannon minion wave, so it's not necessarily as important. But it is going to be a bit of a bummer for that Jace Gnar lane, where he was bullying him around pretty well, working on trying to stack up that call, get that gold lead to be able to be more powerful in the mid game. Quay does eat up a little bit of it just to be able to make sure that they keep gold in the pockets of LGD.
True, and he is a level behind here. Against Aki, and this is something we see a lot in patch 11.4, but leeching from the lanes is an incredibly useful skill. Now with experience across the board in your own jungle being denied by the patch, the ability to get farm lane is super important to hit level 6 and get your ultimates early. It's really a skill these days to know when you can pick up farm from your top lane without putting them behind.
As Quay still sitting on level 5, should be able to get level 6 off that Scuttle Crab. New. He is booking it from that lane. Not even trying. Bot lane, though. Good entrance to be able to get a lot of damage on Kramer underneath the turret, but Cold had to use the heal to be able to survive that turret. A lot of damage came in from that alone.
Still a really great trade from the bottom side, just catching out Kramer without his support. So that's going to be an interesting play. In the meantime, Aki and Quay are getting help on this Drake.
Yeah, but who's going to be picked? Is it Ooming, who gets jumped on, tried to kite back, has no exit. They get the dragon stolen away by Quay, but does seem that Ooming will barely be able to survive.
A decent idea, but their members weren't actually rotated into position. They were thinking that they could start that play with Kramer being chunked low, but the problem is their bottom lane wasn't actually in place to help. Their bottom lane was stuck in lane, and what was technically a priority situation, they didn't get to make use of. So the 2v2 coming in with LGD, just able to get the creep gank off.
And unfortunately, it's them that are the ones that are able to steal it away from OMG. It seemed like OMG might have actually been able to hopefully just smite and dash to get out of there. Now, not having that. They lost out a bit on this bot lane too, with Cold and Eric being chunked away by Kramer and Chance. Quay showing up saying, hey, I'll help shove out this wave a little bit so that possibly get even more control over the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is interesting. The great thing about shoving against a Tristana is the Tristana can't actually hold the wave. So you don't have to be afraid about a great CS difference appearing from that lane. And what I want to see out of LGD now is trying to get this bottom lane roaming. I feel like it's actually advantageous if you can find a pick onto mid lane and just chunk down the mid lane as soon as possible. Like, that is actually a good play given the way that LGD's comp is structured. They want to find picks across the map. They have a winning top lane. So if they can make sure that Ooming is constantly picked in, I would like to see some more roams from Chance and Kramer. And especially after this back, when they should be looking at Kramer being very close to the Q evolve to pull that off.
Seems like now that you have the junglers on the top half of the map, you already see that Eric and Cold making a beeline to try to help out with that Rift Herald take. Chance too, trying to head straight up to the top lane. We're probably gonna have all 5 members of both teams in the top lane.
It's going to be super close from both teams, and just judging by the items and summoners right now, I do give a bit of an advantage to LGD. They do have that extra flash on the mid lane, so a very strong summoner presence here, but Eric is going in.
Trying to see the damage they can get onto Uniboy, but it's going to be OMG trying to escape. Barely alive Eric is, but the laser pointer takes him down. I don't know who was able to get the smite kill on to the Rift Herald, though. It might have been OMG, who were scattered away and not able to secure themselves the objective, while New about to go mega, but Quay flashing in, wanting to be able to get in range to be able to get the Bear Stand stun and kill.
The great play from Quay, knowing that he could make that distance before the Mega Gnar came out from New, even got a flash from the Gnar. And that's just a huge win on the side of LGD. I'm actually a little bit surprised that OMG was willing to index into that. I much more expected them to leave Eric in the bottom lane, as they have done before, and just try to tempo trade with the Tristana. But instead, they all in onto that fight, and as we were talking about, Uniboy did have that extra flash. So Eric's engage did not actually dissuade them from continuing onto this one. We're going to take a look at who actually gets the Herald right here. It does look like OMG were the ones to get the Herald, and Eric, even though he has the flash, he doesn't see the death ray over the wall, still falls down. New has to burn his flash in turn and still dies onto the top lane. So OMG just, I think, contesting where they didn't need to. I feel like their composition actually comes online a bit later than LGD's, and with the summoner disadvantage, they could have waited this out and just tried to trade tempo with Tristana.
I agree. I think that would have been the play that they should have gone for, tried to see if they can replicate what they did in Game 1 and Game 2, but now they're put on the back foot, trying to be able to get themselves a little bit of gold. Uniboy seems like their target, since that is a Volta lane, as you talked about, but they have Quay nearby, and that Chaos Storm's doing a lot of damage. They finally are able to pick up the kills of Quay, unfortunately not able to dissuade the dive and the kill from going over to OMG, while top lane, New, getting a lot of damage over onto Colt.
I love it when Mega Gnars just go all in like that. They have a surprisingly high amount of sustain. You don't lose the extra HP when you transform back into Mini Gnar, so it acts sort of like regen. And the ultimate cooldown is actually very, very low. So good trade coming in from New. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, I'm actually so flabbergasted by that play. The crowd control was so long, And Quay wasn't able to leave anyone underneath the tower, so just a very clean kill.
Exactly. Nice dive executed by OMG and getting a lane ahead. Trying to fall back onto the shrine since that was the one lane that was relatively even for them and not really having to worry too much. So now, with a kill in his pocket, already nearly having the Tear of the Goddess stacked up as well, I feel like Uming is going to look for these flank plays like we normally see out of this player.
Yep. And Umi should be able to leave lane with the Realm Warp quite easily. We do see the Death Ray finally done for Uniboy. He's going to be able to keep this lane rather steady, but I do expect LGD to try and pinpoint this Rise on the map. They have to do that before they can really go aggressive on the bottom side. And now that they have seen the Rise show up, they're going to go all in.
Eric had to use Cleanse to be able to get away from the Solar Flare at a chance, but he's still alive. Still having Aki nearby with Uming too. I wonder if there is going to be a contest at this Dragon, since it seems like LGD want to take the objective.
Yep, they are going straight for this one. The key thing here is how can New join this fight. And if you look at his Mega Gnar, this is actually really well played from LGD. He's just going into cooldown. There will be no Mega Gnar in this team fight. And it will rely on OMG just running into this one. But the Drake actually resets.
Yeah,
it's
it did.
Disastrous.
And the Chaos Storm was already used by Uniboy too. So it might be the smite fight. No, it's going to go over to Quay, but the fight continues out of OMG. With the Onslaught of Shadows into the backline, it doesn't get the kill just yet. Quay's still alive. They've lost out on Rakan. Without Cold here to be able to dissuade, it seems that LGD are going to continue to chase with the flash coming in, but it's followed up by the Killer Instinct of Kramer, taking 2 kills for themselves. A lot of damage on Eric underneath the turret. LGD not done just yet. They might just go for the full commit dive with all 5 members here. Eric trying to be able to keep at bay, saying, please don't. I'm not the one you want to be able to kill here. I don't want to die today. Laser pointer comes in, and there it is, being able to pick up the kill onto Eric underneath the turret. New about to go mega, but he's got a lot of damage on top of his head. Same with Aki, scaring away LGD, but that is 3 total kills into their pocket.
Really well done by Quay. He lost the Herald Smite earlier, but this one he got in his pocket. So that's going to be a 2 Drake stack over to LGD with that Dragon Soul coming up in 20 minutes. That's massive. Very, very early Dragon Soul coming up from LGD in a composition that wants to close out the game earlier than their opponents.
Plus, they got the kill over Uming, so you take out that Rise that you were kind of getting a little bit worried about in the mid team fight game. Now you are in a better position. Look at the items that they've been able to now buy for themselves. They got that Eclipse finished for Cult. They've got the Landry's Anguish already for Uniboy. Next is going to be that Kraken Slayer for Kramer. It's a good time for LGD here in the mid game.
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful spike for Uniboy. Especially he's going to come back with the Power Siphon already evolved. So he's going to get a great shield in lane. And that just means that Uming loses all priority. There's no way you can trade against that Victor when he's getting the shield on himself plus the Death Ray this early. It's it's actually very difficult to trade against Victor evolves like this. And as we were talking about, Victor is one of those champions that has very high priority in scrims and less so in competitive. Because in scrims, you get a lot more kills, get a lot more takedowns, get a lot more fragments. He seems like a much more powerful champion. And right now, Uniboy is playing the scrim Victor.
Yes, he is. Gonna feel confident, as you said, already having 2 evolves already unlocked with both the laser pointer and the frisbee. I like to call them that just because it's always more fun. But still, it's just a great spike for them into these mid-game team fights that lets them shove in the wave a lot harder mid lane, where Uming's not going to be able to keep up with Uniboy as much anymore, so they can rotate for the Rift Herald, and there shouldn't even be a contest from OMG. Most of their lanes are shoved underneath the turret, while bot lane is the only one not, since Kramer and Chance were trying to leave and do something elsewhere.
Once again, I can't help but feel like LGD actually over-rotates a little bit. They had full prior in both their solo lanes, and their bottom lane didn't need to go at all. So, yeah, they definitely lose out on this one. There's no teleport from Uming either, so if they just stayed in their position, they actually wouldn't, there was nothing OMG could actually trade back. But they go for the play, and now what they're on track to do is go for a double Herald into the mid lane. They're probably not going to get the full tower, but hey, a shove is good enough, and they can take the top side as well.
Having a tier 1 mid is always nice too, to be able to keep control of Aki a little bit more, so Quay feels a bit more free to roam around on the map. You're not really worrying about anything, plus Uming not going to be rotating either. You don't have to worry about running, so 2 champs now pretty much just sitting in the lane, and you're always going to know where they are.
Yeah, and I think the game strategy for LGD now is really simple. All you have to do is make sure you back before the Drake on time, spend all of the gold that you have just before the objective, come onto the Rift, and finish the game at 23 minutes. That's going to be way earlier than OMG really wants to. Eric is not going to be sitting anywhere close to 3 items. He's not going to have that Infinity Edge spike. The Rise, without a complete tier, right now is not at his strong point either. So for LGD, it's actually rather easy to play around this. Like they're not even playing against the 3-item spike from OMG. They're even denying the 2nd item spike from coming out. So LGD, all you have to do is keep vision. Don't go for any risky plays. Just make it all about Drakes and force OMG to find lucky steals.
Wow, Kramer actually going for the Gale Force as opposed to the Kraken Slayer. I suppose there's not really a true tank on their side outside of Aki, but that's not really something you're worried about since you're trying to end the game so quickly anyways. So they feel like they need to be able to get Kramer to self-peel a bit more. They've spent some of that gold, but OMG are at least not fully relenting around the objective. They don't want to give up soul points.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by this. I feel like they don't really have the power to hold the position that they currently are trying to hold. There's no Mega Gnar on New, and LGD just call their bluff. They say, yeah, there's no way you actually hold this position, and they just walk in on them.
Oh, what's OMG gonna do? They're actually gonna fight them with this kind of deficit? No pick either? They're even like, nah, we're not doing that. There's no way. Even look, they're getting poked out in their own jungle because they can't step up against LGD.
Yeah, honestly, the way OMG should be trying to play this is you're actually just playing for steal, nothing else. Like you're just trying to get Hecarim to go in, maybe snipe it off if he dies, whatever, and then you just try to play the side lane. So OMG are over-indexing into this really, really hard, and it could
they
cost.
Steal, Onslaught of Shadows, Smite Steal does come in, and they get the kill on Udyr as well, but now they have to escape. Look at the damage into the backline. They're so low. It's going to be the Gale Force getting a lot of damage onto Cold with a huge Gnar to the wall in the backline by New. Trying to get out with the Realm Warp. Oh, New doesn't get the party train. He's left out to dry, but the rest of OMG, they got away with the robbery.
That was so fun to see. OMG can't believe it themselves. Look at the emote from Aki. He's like, what? I got the steal? I also got the kill? What happened here? That was insane from OMG to be able to pull that off. I like how they have the right ideas. It was Drake steal, pretend that you're going for the engage, and everybody just get out.
Honestly, that was nuts to watch. Well, they lose the turret bot lane too, so it's not like they come out with the best out of it. Still, the steal from Aki, and then later the Realm Warp blows my mind.
The devastating charge even gets Udyr to walk back into Triss damage. Like, Aki can't believe it himself, and the escape plan is there. They have a great getaway driver in Uming. Unfortunately for New, though, that's just painful to see. He isn't able to get to the Choppa, but OMG get what they look for.
Hey, you know what? It works out for OMG. They've delayed the game a bit, and the longer they can keep this game going, the better for them. They need to be able to get these items built up onto their proper carries. They need to keep themselves just a little bit not too far behind. You fall too far behind, then LGD are going to do exactly what this composition is meant to. Consistently harass you, siege you to death where you're not getting any gold. Now that Eric is sitting on that Zeal, trying to get towards that 2nd item, this is pretty good for OMG.
Yeah, it buys them 5 more minutes on the map, and that just means that if they can find a pick or funnel gold into Eric, as we see him getting all of the mid lane farm right now, it should mean that they could be very, very close to actually hitting the Infinity Edge on time before the Dragon Soul fight really appears. So, absolutely massive pick right there. I love their idea, the exact right play that they need for. And now LGD are the ones that might want to pick up the tempo just a little bit. As we have talked about, this is a much more skirmishing composition. It's not really a great 5v5 comp against someone like the Gnar and Cold's crowd control that's going to be coming in for the late game. So I think LGD are the ones now that will try to go for Baron plays. And if you look at their build, they actually have a pretty decent Baron. This is actually a fairly fast Baron with the Liandry's Anguish and the Jace. So LGD, if they push out their soul lanes enough, they could just turn and race a Baron down.
And we need to see that conviction coming in from LGD. especially for a team that's trying to have their miracle run to be able to keep themselves with a playoff hope alive. They aren't able to make clear-cut decisions like this. It won't look very good when they play against some of the top teams later on in their schedule that still are left at JDG, RNG, IG, that they still have to face off after OMG if they even beat them.
How crazy would it be if LGD actually made it to playoffs? I actually want to see it happen. LGD against IG has actually happened in playoffs. We have seen that in 2020 where they weren't expected to win and they eliminated IG from going to Worlds. So that's what Rookie died for. So it's not completely impossible, but OMG are going in.
They gotta be able to get the picks here. They can't die like that. OMG beautifully done to find Colt.
Great play, all inning on it, and that just means LGD can't even start the Herald play. Like we were saying, in the late game, this is all OMG needs to do. Their engage is much stronger, there's no response coming out from LGD, they don't have the damage to really kill Cold before he goes back, you don't want to waste your combo on the support anyway. So OMG, whenever they see the 5-man and LGD just walk out like that, they will go all in. It's going to be up to LGD to try and get vision advantage on that side of the Baron, and to avoid OMG just walking them down like that. Right now, it's actually pretty difficult for LGD to play in this mid lane.
It is. They're not feeling too confident with themselves to be able to push that lead that they still have, even with that pick onto Colt. It's not like they've lost that lead suddenly. Still about 3,500 gold over OMG. Kramer and Chance trying to see if they can find a pick, continue to control the jungle of Aki so they can make a play around this dragon that's going to spawn here soon. This is a right call from LGD, but if OMG are able to just run them down once more around this objective, since Colt's all the way topside with that TP still in his pocket, it might be too long before he's able to join in.
I really like this play from New. He's holding on to his Mega Narbar. He's not letting, he's not hitting the wave himself because he doesn't actually want to transform. So he's going to go in and just get a little bit of damage on. This is going to keep his Narbar ticking up. And it also means that he can find a good flank in this situation. LGD is actually risking a lot here by going for this break. They don't have the pick.
One again.
And they get it though.
They do, and Solar Flare gets the pick on Ooming as well. Flash comes in from Quay, but huge knockup by Cold in the backline. That might rip apart LGD. You got the objective, but at what cost? Buster Shot knocks him back to trade the junglers, but now it's going to be Eric taken down, double kill by Kramer. The rest of them trying to see if they can run away, but Ooming, he's tagged, and he's down. Quay finds him, and you know what they're pinging. It's Baron time.
Oh, they also get the snipe off kill. That was insane. I didn't see that one coming through, but that was very well done. Troubling enough, that kill actually went over to Quay. We don't really know why, but OMG, that was definitely a winnable fight. Unfortunately for OMG, I'm not sure what Eric went. He actually went over the wall by himself, gets instantly picked off, and it just wasn't worth it. If they could have killed the front line from LGD that went over the ramp, I think that would have been enough. That would have been enough of a lead to sell this game out. Instead, Eric loses his mind, jumps straight in, and LGD says thank you very much, and they accelerate the game. We're gonna watch this
see
again.
what happens with Eric here. I want to see exactly
this
what
is a
he
good
does.
position from OMG. They cut off the back line. All you have to do is focus on Quay. That's all, and you get this good fight. Okay, that is fine. But look at Eric in this position right here. He doesn't get a takedown. No resets coming through, and they just get their front line completely collapsed upon.
And that was blind. It was a blind snipe. He just threw out a shock blast saying, oh, he might be there.
Uniboy?
Uniboy has Chance nearby, and the TPs are coming in to try to see if they can actually get the pick.
No,
but Eric is taken out, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Cold can't run away from Colt, it seems. Even with an onslaught of shadows by Aki, they are stuck in this fight. Ooming trying his best, but they want to be able to give a kill over to Colt while they chase down on the other side from Quay, being able to scare away the pony. So again, LGD win the fight.
Oh, that is so painful. Umi thought that, Eric thought that he would be able to get the reset, but there was a Zhonya's on Uniboy. He stalls out long enough, he trades the kill back, and that was a 3-for-1 with the Baron buff. The base is gonna get cracked down. This is at least a strong top lane tower push coming in with a good setup following.
Yeah, it should at least be that. Still a minute and a half left on this Baron buff for LGD. Getting more gold into their pockets, even making sure that Kramer can get that red buff topside. So they are in the perfect position. They've now finally been able to escalate that lead that we were talking about that was stalled out well by OMG, but not being able to keep it stalled. LGD have finally found the cracks in the armor for OMG to be able to press their lead into their base.
This is kind of an interesting game that we're seeing kind of the weaknesses of both teams. I feel like OMG actually don't really know how to stall out games. This is not their typical way to play. Like, they actually like to play super aggressive with Ooming in the early and mid phases of the game. And I just found their Herald and Dragon contest were a little bit weird. I feel like the first Herald and the second Drake contest were very unnecessary from OMG. And that's actually where they gave over most of their lead. So we are seeing kind of the matchup sort of shift between these two teams where both of them are kind of handshaking on the early game, giving over the early game compositions to each other, and just trying to find a better balance between how they want to play the mid game.
But he takes no damage from Ooming, by the way. It was the Everfrost into a full-on combo out of Rise and pretty much walked it off as though nothing had really happened. So with Baron now timing out for LGD, this gives a little bit of time for OMG. Eric, you can't step up like that, unfortunately. Not with the Collector in the pocket of Kramer. This actually might be enough to be able to give them the opportunity to crack that final outer turret that remains for OMG.
Does look like it. No opposition coming in from OMG. I think they still need more time to scale up. Really, you want Rise with that Seraph's completed already. That's when his damage spikes very, very heavily. He gets the extra mana, plus he also scales with mana anyway, so he gets to double dip on that item. But he has been forced into a barrier early on just for the laning phase and how fed Uniboy was. So this is a team that OMG, I feel like what they want to do is they still want to stall out a little bit. This is an Ocean Drake, which I actually don't think matters that much if LGD gets. I would much rather go into this with my third item spikes than rather contest full on and lose here. So my guess for OMG is that they're revving up the escape car. This is the exact same play you've seen before. They're getting that chopper spinning. And Aki, all you have to do is just get another steal. That's all we're asking.
Yeah, but look at the damage onto Cold, the poke, and this is the difficulty with LGD's comp that you're trying to run into. They can constantly siege down, so Aki has kept that bait purely by Uniboy and Chance. They can't get anywhere near, and with the slow on Ooming, has to flash away from the Zenith Blade to be able to survive. But OMG at least are attempting to be able to get into the backline. They've already lost Cold, unfortunately, so Aki trying to run away. Gnar ult not going to come in just yet from New. Finally going to be able to get it, but he dies in the meantime. Two are picked on their side, trying to be able to make it out. This time, though, they're empty. Their pockets have nothing left as LGD are able to get the minions to march down into the base.
Honestly, that play made zero sense from Aki. I don't know what the communication was, but Aki doesn't go in for the steal. He decides to go in when his top laner doesn't want to go in, and they pretty much just throw the game off of that. I'm really surprised about that one. Here? OMG don't get the third item spike that they were looking for, and now LGD are looking to close this one off and go to a game 3.
Ooming just gets picked underneath the Nexus turrets, even though members are respawning. It might be too late. No Nexus turrets left. This is LGD wanting to be able to get to game 3. They know that the competition was going to fall off sooner or later, so they decided to be able to get that lead for themselves here at 30 minutes into the game. There it is. We are going to game 3.
Definitely a winnable game from OMG, but we just didn't see them hit their power spikes. They got that one steal before. I expected them to go for it again, but this time they just turn in at a really weird angle. They decide to engage after the Ocean Drake has already been secured. So, a bit questionable right there. A bit of miscommunication. You could definitely tell that between Aki and Nu. They went in one after the other after Aki was already dead. So, kind of just throwing up their hands after that play. And I think for LGD, this is giving them a lot of hints. I think what this shows for LGD, if I'm LGD, I am actually willing to draft much more early game now. I'm thinking about the matchup. It looks like OMG cannot deny a fight. It looks like OMG don't know how to say no. So I will just go for the strongest Herald and Drake stacking compositions I can possibly get, forget about late game, and say OMG will run into us regardless.
The thing is still with that, OMG had some good fights. It wasn't like with them throwing their faces into the wall, it was all doom and gloom the entire time. They at least were able to wrestle some control away. Think about the steal and getaway that they got on that first dragon for themselves. That was quite wild, but at the same time, you know, it worked and it stalled out the game a bit.
Yeah, I think OMG, their first 2 fights were pretty tragic. They didn't have the Narbar at all, and they didn't have vision control, but in the later phases of the game, they did have some good ideas. They were playing on their side of the ramp. It was just the communication that was hindering them. That was really weird to see. Like, Eric going over the wall like that, not getting the reset, instantly dying, pretty much doomed the Baron fight. There was no way they could contest that. And the last fight also was a bit of miscommunication. So OMG seems to me like a team where if Cold is the one leading the charge, getting skirmish plays, and linking up with Ooming, they look like 2 tiers above, rather than this sort of team fighting team and hold on team that they have drafted this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately you can see from the gold graphs too that even with the hold strong, it never really was holding strong, was it? They were always falling behind in gold. They might have had a couple dips here and there, but shortly afterwards it would always just stumble back to LGD, who had pretty much every lane in a great position. Mid lane, Uniboy, once he was able to get those evolves on his E and his Q, was able to shove in Ooming. Top lane, Colt was dominating that consistently. So OMG were always fighting at this deficit.
Yeah, it was, if you look at the gold graph, it was actually okay during the laning phase. The only part where they were losing out was actually just the top lane. And even that was, you know, less than a 1k gold difference. It wasn't that huge. But if you look at the 10-minute mark, that's when it all changed. I feel like the Herald contest was just very, very questionable. I don't think you need to go for that one. And again, both of these teams, to me, there are still teams that are learning the optimal way to play macro. And I think the best way to play macro, especially when you have Tristana, is the 4-1 defend. You send 4 people to harass the Herald, but you don't full commit, and in the meantime, Tristana plays PvE in the bottom side. That has been the go-to for top teams in the LPL, and I think that's actually the meta answer to what you should do in that situation.
I mean, Tristana is so safe anyways. It's one of those champions you can send into a side lane, and if she's able to rocket jump out of there, it's difficult to stick to her.
They sent Eric instead. They sent the full 5-man, and Eric does nothing. He just dies there. So I don't really understand the macro Herald coming out from OMG. They can do better.
Yeah, neither do I. But like you said, it doesn't really matter because right now you can fix those mistakes, go into Game 3, figure out what you want to do for both squads. We will be back with Game 3 to find out who's going to win this best of 3.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy.
Or Larson off to the side, Inspired ready to go in. Flash smite on the Udyr up and available. Odoamne acting on the front line, but he's just taking so much damage. They're just deleting him. There's no room now. Inspired into the midst of everyone. The shutdown. Inspired on the chase. Rogue find the fight, and that's gonna be the Baron. Are you kidding me, Rogue? How did you make that work?
I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call.
앞만 봐도 이게 DRX가 이런 굉장히 좋다라는 생각도 들고 한편으로 댐픽도 원하는 대로 너무 잘 쓰다라는 이거를 아니 반대요 다 부메랑을 그렇죠.
Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this.
Rest of the damage dealers just burning down EDG.
And now we're back. We're doing this again. It's oh my god! Everyone goes into the wall, drop down. RNG blow this game wide open. The Dragon was once, but Xiaohu does it again.
I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy, cause this is my moment. My moment.
That's a pick, and it's right in front of Baron. That's in 30 seconds. Only one inhib is down, but they just one-shot Perks. He had flash up, and it didn't matter. This is Sword Art now reaching the back line. They're gonna just pick off Sven. Triple kill already for Lost. He wants the 4th. It's gonna be no problem, and all that's left is Vulcan. Where is he even gonna go? Sword Art gonna try to lock the man down. They're gonna give him the Penta. TSM will knock down Cloud9. muy tocado. Era muy buena la definitiva por parte del carrero central de Exten, que ahora tiene que retirarse. Lo clavan al piso a Seo, tratan de confirmar el asesinato. Se reposiciona bien, pero termina cayendo. El invocador de tormentas por parte de Rey para confirmar otra baja más. Lo van a buscar a Jackpot. Rey en contra de Nottingham y Unforgiven, que trata de aguantar como puede. Lo va a ir a buscar a Long. Termina confirmando el asesinato Rey. Va a ser otro más. Asesinato cuádruple. Va a terminar quedándose con el penta. Sí, quíntuple asesinato.
MSI 季中冠军赛
MSI God! MSI is back.
Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. They keep running their mouth. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
我觉得 AK 是一名控资源的一名选手，只要我不犯失误的话，正常节奏打就可以了。我觉得我们线上要打好，然后我们野辅要联动好，然后进攻一定要进攻好，然后不要犯失误。
Welcome back into the LPL. It's really interesting to hear it from LGD about not making mistakes and trying to play out the laning phase, since it's such a different style, especially with the laning phase part, for what they normally do. They want to be able to play for the late game, but they feel like beating OMG is about winning lanes.
Yeah, they pretty much mentioned every aspect of the game, though. So I was looking at that and I was like, wow, that's a lot of conditions to beating OMG. But I think what we've seen from this series is that LGD, if they go with the early game composition, they can actually just beat out OMG. Like, OMG are not a team that looks like currently they can walk away from objectives, and macro decisions are one of the hardest ones to fix mid-series. So with LGD on the blue side, I actually expect them to try and counterpick for Uniboy. This might be one of those series where we see Uniboy stray away from the control mages and just make sure that he can continue to put pressure on Wuming.
Speaking of Uniboy, he was the MVP for Game 2. His victor, I gotta say, if I have to think why it was that he got MVP, it was that TP play into the bottom lane to be able to help out that bot lane that really got them kind of snowballing initially.
Yeah, he showed up on point, and for me, it was more about his damage efficiency. Look at that. Damage to gold ratio 210%. Usually AD carries do about 120, and he was carrying his team in that department. Really well done on that part. We are looking at some of the gameplay right here where he was able to zone away the champions. This is a play where they tried to take him out early. He had a perfect Zhonya's and allowed his team to rotate and just pick up the pieces. So Uniboy, even though he might not have had the most flashiest of plays, I feel like he was a fundamental reason that they were able to outgrind OMG.
And honestly, sometimes that's actually what's more important, is just being someone that is steady enough and consistent enough that you can fall back onto, and especially on a Victor, right? Victor is one of those champions that even if he dies with the Chaos Storm, he's going to get so much damage if it's in that tight-knit corridor to be able to utilize. But I want to focus instead on to Game 3, since, like you mentioned, they are swapping sides. It's going to be LGD back on the blue side. And you can even see from the bans, this time they have left open Thrush, and I'm thinking maybe they might just try to grab that immediately.
Yeah, Thrush is a very strong pick in these matchups, and from Game 1 and Game 2, whoever's first pick Hecarim has actually gone on to lose the game. So I think the priority for the jungler has actually gone down a little bit. I wouldn't expect LGD to go for, I think, early aggression. Thrush is really important, like we mentioned. It's a great takeaway from Cold, and it also allows for some interesting AD carries to come out. As we have seen before, Aphelios and Jinx are pretty much tied to the Thrush lane.
And it's also tied to how Kramer likes to play. He likes playing Jinx, likes playing Aphelios, so those both really work with what LGD want to. But OMG now kind of have to figure out what they're going to do in response to this. They opt, instead of grabbing Hecarim early on, to go onto Lilia. That worked so well for them in Game 1 to be able to get those huge lilting lullabies to win team fights.
Aki got a 4-man in Game 1 to win them a Drake fight. He's been on point with his AP junglers. He likes a lot of his carry picks right here. And I guess the question here for OMG is, do they want to go back for the Tristana? In the first two drafts that they have gone, this would typically be the Trist, but I like what they're doing here. They're shifting over to the Kaisa, saying that we have realized we are not really a team that holds on well until 3 items. That's just not in our DNA. We want to rush in early, and we're going to go with a bit more dynamic of a pick in the Kaisa that can make these kills happen. LGD going to swap over to the team fighting side instead, and we should expect I believe a top laner out coming from them. It's going to be the Hecarim. It doesn't really matter about these picks. Yeah, but they probably should be picking the AD in this rotation then, and leaving Uniboy later on.
Well, see, I was wondering, Gnar wasn't picked up yet, but Jace was banned pretty early on. And I was wondering if maybe that was going to be the opportunity for LGD to take that, since I'm guessing that OMG want to grab that here. They don't really seem to care too much now that you have Thresh on the other side of what they're going to be able to put Cold on into that bot lane.
So, yeah, Cold into the bot lane. Actually, a lot of the picks are gone here. Rel is still open. I think that's going to be taken away by LGD. There's almost zero chance of that going through. But they could still potentially go for Gragas or Nautilus. So I think the pool is still relatively wide open. There's still about 3 good support picks you could go for here. Not going to be a huge issue. The main champion I'm a bit worried about from OMG is their topside. New was bullied out quite heavily by Colt in Game 2. And it was not even close. So I think OMG really need to think about what they want for this top side. It looks like they're going to go for Sion once more. And with that many supports open, I would actually prefer LGD just take away the Sion.
Yeah, it could be that would be a better ban here. Just making it a bit easier. I don't think that the Gnar might be banned like I was initially. Oh no, wow. As I say it, they ban it away. So now I'm expecting even more so to see that Scion pick.
Yeah, when you have Thresh, you don't really care about banning the Rel, so they stray away from the support bans. There's just way too many supports open anyway, and they go for the top lane bans instead, but they are going to give over the Scion. I'll be honest, I actually prefer OMG taking the Gnar and giving me a counter pick here, but they're not going to go for that one. And for LGD, they now have to think about what top laner they want. Scion is a really good tank by the virtue of beating out other tanks. So we'll see if LGD wants to go for a tank. Ornn would fit their composition really well, but they're going to go for the Aatrox, which is the counter matchup against the Scion. Very strong pick in that one, and with Cult dominating New in Game 2, maybe they'll be able to do it again.
And the last pick for the side of LGD is going to be that Seraphine. So that pretty much is going to be their matchup into this Tristana to try to be more of that secondary support, while having good AP damage. It's really interesting to see what they have, because they have a pretty strong top side of the map.
True. This comp from LGD is insane when it comes to team fighting. The amount of sustain that you get from the Moonstone build out of Seraphine plus Aatrox's natural tendencies to just heal up and favor sustained fights is tremendous. LGD have a very, very powerful team fighting comp, and like you mentioned, in the top side, we should expect Cult to be pushing in. So LGD, they have the 4-1, they have the 5v5. Well, OMG, they also have a pretty good 5v5, but it mainly will come down to how this mid lane will work. We have seen Tristana just work against Seraphine quite well. Seraphine very immobile, very easy to land the rocket jump onto her, or even get the reset. So for OMG, I'm looking at mid lane priority into jungle skirmishes, especially on the bottom side for them. But LGD, they might prefer a more standard fight with their big AoE CC.
And that's what it seems to be like going into this third and final game, that LGD are indexing so heavily into being able to have more of that mid to late game team fight, even if it doesn't seem like it on paper. They're a team that is not going to be easy to burst down. They're a team that can peel back, reset a fight easily. So that puts a lot of the onus onto OMG to try to see if they can burst them out in the early game and win mid.
Yeah, it's going to be very crucial for OMG. They have one of the best chase down compositions that you can draft in League of Legends. Kai'Sa with Supercharge, you can close up on targets really easily, and you also have that Tristana with the reset. So if they get into a skirmish, they get the first kill, it's super easy for them to clean up, and I do expect them to go very heavily for the blue side red buff fight. That's typically where you will see this composition just win out in most situations. However, talking about their lanes a little bit, their bottom lane should be pushed in just a little bit because of the Felios matchup, and their top side should also be in a deficit. So really what you're expecting out of OMG is for Uning and this mid lane Tristana to get the prio rolling.
As we load up onto the Rift, Game 3, LGD trying to keep the playoff dream alive, while OMG would love to shatter that with an upset here.
It's really funny, we have talked about the implications. If LGD lose today, they actually still have a pathway to get into playoffs, but they have to 2-0 RNG, IG, and JD Gaming, which let me just tell you here is not happening.
You don't believe in miracles?
I believe in miracles. I'm not sure I believe in LGD.
Well, you know what? We'll have to go back to this conversation after this series. If OMG win, pretty much that dream is dead. I mean, outside of a miracle, I don't know how well it's going. Like, there's not even just a miracle. You're going to need like 6 miracles if they lose to OMG, which is why OMG looking for a late invade again, like they did in Game 1. But LGD are reading this play far better than last time. Cold doesn't even have the ability to flash away just yet. They got the exhaust on Ooming, but it's Quay who dies to first blood. OMG trying to see if they can continue the fight going with Cold in the backline, still getting kited away. Chance chased down, so low. Finally, Aki takes him down. That's 2 kills. The flash comes in from Uniboy to stay alive, but OMG, the late invade, it works.
5 summoners and 2 kills garnered for OMG. That was even a 5-man beat drop. I didn't expect OMG to be that powerful in the level 1. Great play from them. They overpower through the thresh hook. They get away from the crowd control onto Uniboy, and they still find the wins. That was immaculate target selection for them to be able to pull that off. And with the summoner disadvantage in the bottom side right there, there's only the flash left on Kramer. OMG should be able to execute their strategy of continuing to invade on the bottom side.
Well, the crazy thing to me is, while we do have a bit of a skirmish in the bot lane, the fact that the implications of that invade. What has happened since then? Look mid lane, look bot lane. OMG now have lane priority against LGD. While bot lane you'd expect it, mid lane we were kind of up in the air on what was going to happen between those two. And Uming has a lot more potential to rotate around with Aki now.
Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous, honestly. If you look at that rub buff, it's still untaken, and OMG could very well send people to guard that. At the very least, they will always have timers on Quay's Raptors and Quay's Red. So that just means it's very easy to time those invades and get in at the opportune moments, while Quay and Uniboy in the bot lane are not going to have their summoners.
No, it's going to be difficult for LGD, and a nice ward from Uming to, again, be able to pinpoint Quay since they have that time read. You were just saying that they know where Quay should be at all times.
Yeah, it's very hard to disengage from an enemy team that knows when you're going to show up. So what this means is Quay has a very unendable task. Either he wants to give up his buffs, or if he wants to... essentially, if he wants to still take his red buff and Raptors in peace, he will need to find a gank in lane first.
Really, it's not looking like there's going to be an easy opportunity to do so. Well, sure, you can get a Lantern bot lane to be able to have a little help. Look mid lane. Look at how little mana Uniboy has. Quay, again, tries to get Raptors and walks right into Aki and Uming, who are saying, nah, this is ours.
Yeah, there's no way that they don't just chow down on that Raptor camp. They have the timers too tight. They're constantly going to be warding this, and what Quay should try to do probably at this point is play towards the top side. The top side for them is still a winning matchup, and OMG haven't really headed towards that side of the map. So at least he's going to be able to split the scuttles and force New into a rather uncomfortable position. If New takes another trade here, there's actually a bit of a chance he gets towered over.
Looking bot lane, Aki might be looking for the dive in there instead of looking for Uniboy. Trying to instead get a little bit of a lead for Eric and Cold. Continuing that 2 kills that they've already been able to gift over to Eric, this ADC.
They could be focusing on Chance.
Yeah, they definitely are focusing on Chance, even though they got a lot of damage onto Kramer already. It's going to be Eric who picks up the kill, but it's a trade of ADC for support. Unless Chance dies, cleanse away from Eric. Colt was too late to the party to be able to help out, and now he's locked underneath the turret. Uniboy on the other side, hoping to be able to help out the top laner survive. He will be able to do so with 2 dead on their team.
Really risky play coming from OMG, but they know they have the execution down. I thought they were going to go for Chance since he had no flash up, but they went for Kramer with the flash, were able to crowd control him from start to finish, not allow him to pull it off. Now in the meantime, LGD trying to get something back in the top side.
Looks like a lot of damage on Anu, no flash, so he was able to easily run him down, getting a little bit of gold back for the team.
Yeah, a bit of a greedy back, just trying to get the recall off in the lane itself. Didn't expect the jungler to show up there, and LG are going to be able to trade one back, but taking a look at Eric items right now, that is a scary Kaisa. That is that is definitely bad for your health. It means that he's going to get evolved Q on the next back 100%, and taking a look at his items, he has a full Noon Quiver ahead of Kramer.
That's insane. We are only 6 minutes into the game, and we already have a 3-0 Kaisa on OMG's side. Unless they can shut down Eric soon, this gravy train can be rolling out of the station that's too quick for LGD to stop.
This is going to be a level 6 bot where they just instantly kill Kramer over Chance. Like, they have the damage there, and we actually have seen Cold execute this quite well. You use the explosive cask, which Flay and Death's Ends cannot stop. You hit one person back, and then you just delete them with the body slam afterwards.
Honestly, that does seem like it's a good option, even though Dragon's up. Naki wants to get that first before maybe rotating down to the bot lane. Since, again, we look back to Quay and where he's at, what he's able to do. which isn't really much. Sure, he was able to get the kill topside, but they already knew that he'd be topside. Now that Raptors and Red Buff are starting to spawn back up on the bottom half of the map, that means Quay is going to be down there, so you can play it a little bit safer and keep running him around the map.
I like this idea from Quay. As we talked about, if he wants his own Raptors, if he wants his own Red Buff, he actually needs to gank bottom lane first. Make sure he has the numbers advantage. He has the onslaught of shadows waiting, and I think his best chance here is for Cold to go over aggressive. Cold does have the level lead, so there is a chance they could just all in them, especially onto Chance because he doesn't have that exhaust up just yet, but that was a smart play from Cold.
Getting a lot of damage onto Cold, knocked him back as well with the charge. He's still alive for a long time, but eventually will die to Kramer.
Good play from there. I thought Cole would be able to get out, but it was an even better play from Chance, is able to deny the body slam from escaping there. And congratulations to Quay, you may marry your Raptors now.
No, it doesn't seem like he wants to. Instead was hoping that Eric was overextending, but he was smart enough to read that play, saying, yeah, there's no real reason for me to be here, until he noticed them on that shrine on the bottom half of the map. Like, okay, now I can go out. Now Quay can rotate back to get his Raptors.
Oh, that must be so nice for the Hecarim. It's 8 minutes into the game, and he finally sees what the Raptors look like. He gets a taste of chicken now, but he is going to be giving over the Herald on the top side of the map. This time around, OMG actually not rotating the AD carry. This is what I want to see. And just doing it with the 3-man. It will be a smite fight, though.
Could be a smite fight. Here's the onslaught of shadows with an ignite in the backline. Encore connecting onto 2 members. Flash away from Aki, but it's going to be the... Wait, it's stolen away by Uniboy. He was able to get it, and so that means LGD get the eye.
Kramer is in a very interesting position. We are going to disregard that, but...
Let's go back. Let's go back to the Rift Herald.
Yeah. OMG were there first. They had the perfect zone out on the ramp, but somehow the smite doesn't come through, and I'm not even sure how Seraphine got that one. It seemed to be just the beat drop, allowing them to steal that objective. That's absolutely huge, and even Quay is able to pick that one up.
I would like to see the replay on that one, just because I want to see how Uniboy steals that. If it is the beat drop, or if it's maybe even just the passive that was able to get it. So when we look at this, I'm going to keep my eyes on it.
Yeah, so it was a pretty decent attempt right here, and it was actually the high note that gets it going down. Aki just didn't smite properly. He actually just didn't burn the cooldown. Uniboy able to pick that one up, and that's a pretty big swing of tempo. I think what most likely you are going to see is top lane getting to get pushed in even harder. We have talked about LGD's win condition, and it's late game and 4-1 split push. If they can get the 4-1 split push to work, it gives them more opportunities to play towards the top side and just disregard what they're losing in Raptors and Red completely.
I just find it wild that Uniboy was able to steal it. That's the thing to me.
Yeah.
It was so close. When we take a look at this replay, honestly, you can see on the corner there, it was a nice flank by Cold just to make sure there's no escape for Kramer.
This is a pretty nice mind game. Usually when OMG has gone for Herald, they have gone for 4-man, and Cold going in on the same time. Quay is here.
Slam explosive cuts, but look at Aki trying to see if they can show up with the lilting lullaby onto the Hecarim. Not enough damage onto Chance just yet, nor Kramer, so they're going to be able to kite back. LGD maintain themselves.
I just find this so hilarious that every time Raptors is up for Quay, he actually has to go to his bot lane first. He doesn't have another play. He's like, before I can chow down on Raptors, I need to go to this bot lane. And it's still going to be a win for OMG. Chance is going very, very low here. Just looking at the killer instincts.
Not up, so no killer instinct for Eric to be able to dive in. Quay's there as well, so it could have been a bit risky for OMG to go for this play, but let's be honest, when would that stop them?
Yeah, it really hasn't been able to stop them. And once more, Quay's Raptors are going to be taken away. He's actually standing in vision right now, so Cold has spotted him on the sweeper. He's not going to go in for this one. He's keeping his distance. Well played by OMG.
He lost the chickens again. It happened once more. He's rarely ever going to be able to get that. Even if he shows up bot lane, I feel like it's just so much put in by Aki and Uming to take that away from him that even it's like, oh, you know what, I've been hanging around bot side to try to help him out. Unless the gank is extremely successful, he can't even go and enjoy a nice chicken dinner.
11 minutes, 1 Raptor. Let's go, boys. It's just the life of a jungler when you're losing from the bot lane.
Yeah, and even there, it seemed like OMG wanted to be able to get a pick onto Kramer, but he had flash, he had heal. That would have been a bit much had they actually been able to make that work. But they were more trying to see if they could force him out since the dragon is up. Quay and Uniboy are tag teaming. This is what we'd expect from the Seraphine and Hecarim, for them to be able to work together to try to control a zone, but unfortunately with the Encore missing like that, they have to fall back.
That was a weird Encore because there was no one to follow up even if that landed. Not really sure what that was about. Maybe it was a tempo Encore, try and get something out of the bot lane. My only explanation so far, but LGD are going to play the fork and head towards the Dragon Pit. New does not have a TP here, so he has to show up. Oh, he's already here, by the way, so it doesn't actually matter. No, you're right, you're right. But it still looks like they're not able to actually wrestle that, so it's just going to be a bit of gold onto Kramer to help him get to that 3-item spike a little sooner.
It's going to be nice at least, you know. This is usually the typical LGD we'd expect them trying to scale up. Unfortunately, it is still going into a team that has a pretty decent mid game where you have a 4-0 Kai'Sa in your way. Your jungler's rarely been able to get the chickens. They have no control over the Dragon Pit either because the bot lane tempo is so favoring to OMG that LGD, they're the ones that just need to stop the bleeding. They need to delay the game as long as possible so they can keep scaling up.
Good thing for LGD is they actually have some decent 2-item spikes. Usually Seraphine with the Moonstaff build and Kramer just coming into his Hurricane is able to battle quite well. So they're not as tied to a 3-item build as I think OMG previously were. It does mean that they have to fight just because the timers are so early on in OMG's favor. But you know, if they get to 2 items, they could definitely still stop a soul from coming down. Most likely, it will be in 8 minutes time where they have to contest whether they like to or not. That should just be the point we're looking at. And before that, LGD are just playing for picks, especially on this bottom side, with the Turbo Chem tank done on Hecarim.
And look where he's at as well. His Raptors are up, so, you know, going bot lane first.
Here's the drill. Let's go.
Get a little bit extra there. Unfortunately, it does seem that OMG are reading this play. They're like, oh, Raptors are up. He's probably bot lane. Let's bail.
Yep, really good vision coming in from Cole, just warding that one out. They have entire river under control. Aki is not on this side of the jungle, but it looks like OMG are looking for the play already.
Ooh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that. He was able to swerve and dive, getting the flash too. Nice attempt there by New to be able to get people. I almost thought that he was going to find the majority of LGD since Uniboy had dodged him already.
Yeah, good flash away by Chance as well. He was a dead man if he didn't blow that one. And now LGD actually have a, weirdly enough, a bit of a reprieve as OMG cannot go back into this mid lane fast enough. They should get this shove. And plus, they're going straight for the Herald. A New probably isn't able to join this one. He would be a little bit too late. So LGD, off that play, actually get an objective.
That decisive call could be stolen away, like they were somehow able to steal before the smite comes in from Quay to make sure the Swirl Seed doesn't get it. So that's why I'm holding on saying they got it for sure, because I didn't know if a steal might happen.
We have seen crazier things happen in the LPL. I would not put it behind that for Dream Dust to just steal an objective. It's
could have happened.
Definitely a possibility.
We saw somehow a Seraphine steal one earlier, so that's why I'm like, you know, I'm reserving judgment until I see it dead.
It's always the correct play to go for. OMG actually get a big chunk of gold out of that one. They're able to clear topside. They get the bottom lane tower. And we have been seeing New actually outtrade Cult. It's very interesting to see that one happen. But with the 2 assists he had, he's actually had a very good time against Cult, able to push him out in lane despite the kill. And I want to see if that continues to be the case. Usually Aatrox is considered the counter matchup. You can win this quite handily and just take the tower against someone like a Sion. But, you know, that hasn't really happened. We'll see if Cult can do better.
For now, we're also waiting to see if Quay's got a little bit more control of his own jungle. Now that there's not really a bot lane anymore that you have to worry about since that tier 1 turret was taken by New not too long ago, does mean that possible different angles, maybe having to visit top lane instead to be able to get your own Gromp as Cold already maintaining complete control around this. Even Kramer Chance bailing completely, realizing that this fat man's in their jungle and he could easily go for an engage if you're not too careful.
I love how patient Cold is. He takes 300 damage just waiting over the wall for the explosive cast. Well, he decides to run away here. And it looks like we still have Colt with the advantage in this lane. He is going to get that one tower coming down. And I do want to see LGD actually trying to index into the 5v5s now. I feel like they have really good presence when it comes to sieges, because everyone is trying to defend in a narrow corridor, and that just lines up with the Encore very, very well. We do see the Herald being taken away, however, and this is OMG now, LGD now with very good vision objective. They have the mid lane shoved, and Drake is coming up in 30 seconds. We see the pings coming down. Oh, they're not actually going to hold on to their territory. Okay, I thought they were going to try and fight that one a little bit forcefully.
Same here.
Yeah, they are going to do it. They are going to actually come on to the objectives. And this is where we see the Wombo combo can actually shine. If they can find that Wombo combo onto Eric, they could actually just wipe him instantly.
But that's the thing, is they have to be able to get it to land. With the Gale Force makes it a little bit more difficult. But if you keep stepping a bit too far forward without any protection from Cold, protection from New, could be easy target. That's why you see him already backing off in LGD, trying to press up their advantage a bit. They have a TP possibility out of Colt if they need to.
Yeah, the positioning for them is too disadvantageous at this point. I would actually prefer LGD to just go for the top lane, but they are going in.
Too late. Look at Cold in the back line. He disrupts them completely. Kramer's gone. Next gonna be Chance, as they got 2 kills right away, trying to see if they can disengage. LGD want to be able to get away, but he already got the killer instinct coming in from Eric. A lot of damage onto Colt. Flashing away, but he flashes right back in on top of him. Has an explosive charge. Wants to at least be able to get one with him. He's still alive. How is he doing it? Trying to be able to escape with the shields coming in. They might be able to gallop back in. A little bit of damage onto New. The blast cone is there, but they're going to trade the life of Quay so Colt can survive.
Moonstaff, OP, the amount of healing onto World Ender and just doubling up on the effect of the HP he's getting. Plus there's very little grievous wounds on the opponent team. Means that Colt is actually able to claw himself back into that team fight. I will say, overall, it wasn't a great fight for LGD. I feel like you go early or you don't go at all. The positioning was honestly just super awkward. Cold gets a great find onto this one, and initially it just looks like OMG are gonna wipe the floor with LGD, but Colt somehow stands his ground, goes into the back line, and gets some great healing onto Eric to actually claw this one back fairly close.
Honestly, that was insane from this Aatrox, where, yeah, sure, you could say that they need grievous wounds on the side of OMG to be able to stop that from ever happening again. They should have already had that. It's hard to be able to read that kind of play when you're not quite at that position to be able to afford those secondary items. You're still trying to get towards that first legendary item before you really want to spend a little bit of your extra capital to be able to just stop an Aatrox who hasn't been a part of the game for a while.
Yeah, it's really spectacular to see LGD actually able to claw themselves back into that fight. That wasn't actually a bad fight for them in the end. I feel like the setup was terrible. They lose their carries almost instantly. And I really didn't understand why they were going for that play or the way that they sequenced it. But it worked, and now they have that ultimate like we're talking about. If OMG get too close and have a lot of members actually caught up in the crowd control, LGD actually have a very good AoE Wombo combo. They could have people walking in, bunching up, and taking them directly into a Darkened Blade. If you get that Q3 on the ultimates right there, you're going to see a play that is akin to the Shy when he went to Worlds.
But I wonder if they're going to try to put a little bit more force on a Colt, force him away from the fight. Last time, they were able to blow up Kramer, but if you can take out Colt or Uniboy, that could be huge. It does seem that LGD want a fight. They want to be able to pick off somebody of OMG, but with those front lines, it makes it really difficult.
It's a really good force coming in from LGD. They get the explosive cask, so that means one of OMG's best ways of stealing the Baron is actually off the table right now. Aki also doesn't have the flash, so he has to rely on the blast cone to actually get over the wall, and LGD could turn in that narrow corridor where everyone is bunched up.
Yeah, but they're a bit afraid on that one, backing off to make sure that they're not getting themselves caught. While LGD might have great zone control themselves, It is also worth noting that OMG, even without the explosive cast, it can be difficult to be able to fight them when you're the ones who have to peel back first.
Yeah, I felt like they could actually have gone for that play if they took away the blast cone. Without the blast cone, then Aki has no way of actually getting in the pit, and that's actually somewhat of a reasonable play to force the enemy to either split up or walk through a narrow ramp. They do have the moon staff, so they can actually heal themselves quite well. It's not a terrible start from them, but they don't get the blast cone, and they decide to pull off in the end and just fight for another day.
Yeah, but I'm also looking over on the other side where the moon staff is already completed for Uniboy, so a Seraphine full build kind of thing. But you have the Oblivion Orb from Aki. You already have the Thorn Mail coming in from Nu, trying to set up in these side lanes to be able to deny Cult from really split pushing and being a nuisance that they have to deal with. It makes it so that Nu can always walk nearby him and not really ever take that much damage.
This is going to be the critical team fight, and like you mentioned, Cult might not be doing the same amount of damage and not healing as much as the previous one. Interesting play from LGD. They're actually trying to full push and force OMG to go back and defend their second tower. And if I'm OMG, I actually don't really care. Like, I might send one person back, but I still would try to hold position over here. I feel like if the thing about LGD's composition is they don't actually have great backline access. So if OMG held their ground and just stood in position, I don't think there was much that LGD could do, but they actually give up on a lot of spacing here, which I'm a little bit surprised about.
Seems like they're a little worried. That's why they keep backing off of this one. They're worried that Cult might be able to get into the backline somehow, or they're not going to be able to do much against Uniboy if a nice encore comes out. So they want to set up a flank potential out of Cold to be able to actually get in here. He pops the battle song, but not getting in the pit in time, so it's a Dragon Secure now into the backline with a Lilting Lullaby as well. But keep in mind that Colt's been wreaking havoc in the backline. Booming, trying to be able to get away, getting a lot of damage back onto LGD, who are still locked inside of this pit. Eric is on the other side of the wall to be able to help get the kill onto Uniboy, with LGD still there, but Colt might be able to wrestle back some control back for the fight, with Eric still kiting back, not going to be able to get what they need, and OMG, even though they do lose out on Ooming, they stake down and get an ace over LGD.
That was absolutely massive from Colt to able to snipe off that kill. It's gonna delay the Baron, and it really means that LGD get to fight another day. Most crucially, Dragon Soul isn't done, isn't completely over for them, and that was a fight where I felt like it could have gone both ways, but ultimately LGD, like as we were mentioning, they don't have great backline access, and they weren't able to follow off the 4-man Seraphine ultimate. So the Encore lands on a lot of crucial members, but Kramer and Quay aren't able to find the damage to actually follow up there. It was really risky from OMG, but at the end of the day, it does pan out for them. So we're going to watch this again. Great engage coming out from Cold. Even better Seraphine ultimate. And this is the critical play here. Eric able to get in amongst the trees, flashing out on time, and keeping both of these AD carries out of the pit, still alive and dishing out damage. That was a really good play from Eric, just threading the needle onto that play, not getting caught into the pit, and it means that both of the damage dealers, actually only one of the damage dealers from OMG is able to survive.
It's honestly really nice to see coming in from OMG these kind of split fights that they need to take. This is a composition that wants to be able to split up and pick apart LGD, because if they ever fight into an LGD type fight, they're going to lose. They don't have the best front to back, right? It's far better for LGD to be able to get that front to back, especially if they're able to get a pick onto someone, but they have no damage onto Nu. The only one who really is dealing damage is Kramer, and if he ever gets picked off, that's going to be brutal for them. Look, Nu's still taking it up, and he doesn't care.
Taking no damage whatsoever in this one. OMG are going to hard push down this wave, and we have to be very careful about the ultimates right here. The real question is, what is the sustained damage going to be? It seems like Kramer is still 2 items away from being to be effectively take down Nu. He still needs his Infinity Edge, and he still needs his Lord Dominic's Regard. So that's 2 items away from Kramer being able to dish out sustained damage. And if you look at LGD comp, this is a pure AD comp. They're not actually getting much damage out of Uniboy whatsoever. Nu is doing the right thing by just stacking armor as high as possible.
Well, it looks like Colt got himself picked off, even with the Sterix and Bricks. He has a lot of damage back on Ooming, but no shield today, so he dies, even with Quay on the other side wanting to be able to get back in. They lose the top laner.
I feel like Kramer might actually be forced to take Lord Dominic second rather than just going for the straight up Infinity Edge. I
think so too.
Yeah, it's kind of a sad time to be in that position. Looks like he's still going for IE, but what that means is he pretty much needs a flash, and he needs to be able to aggressively just target out Umi.
Gonna have to be able to kill him first. It seems that Umi has been doing a pretty good job at being able to kite back. Same with Eric, not really having too much out of LGD to stick on top of either target for Kramer to be able to get that damage sense. Colt is the one who dives into the back line, and even he struggles to kill the targets.
Yeah, just very difficult for them right now. We are seeing LGD coming up with some of their core items, a more defensive build from Thresh, just making sure that he's not going to get crowd controlled too much by the Lilting Lullaby. We already see the Mikhails coming out from Chance, but that's not really what they need right now. I feel like they need a lot of burst damage. We are going to have to see Chance actually land a miracle hook, most likely onto Uming, to catch him out and just find the kill that way. Or else OMG right now with the much more superior front to back, they have a perfect counter to the damage type from LGD. I want to see how much armor Sion has at this point. He has to be close to 300 at this point.
Yeah, probably. I think that's one thing that we didn't really talk about. While it's a difficult composition to kill, you see how long these fights draw out where LGD aren't killed off immediately. They don't really have the damage either. And you've already been talking about that. It's going to be some time before Kramer is able to melt through New.
Bro, it's just very difficult at this point. It almost seems like LGD need to play for some sort of a pick comp at this point. They can't take front to back. They have to find some access into the back line. And at this point, this late into the game, sideline split push also isn't an option. We are going to see OMG just pick up this next Drake. There's going to be no contest whatsoever. LGD know about this as well, and they're saying, it's a clown soul. It doesn't really matter. We can sort of live with that one. But the next Baron is going to be massive, and is coming up in less than 2 minutes.
I almost feel like LGD would much prefer to try to fight over an Elder Dragon anyway, so having that dragon gone without a fight is going to be fine for them. They're waiting it out. They're still working on... Whoa, okay. This is interesting. Kramer did not opt for the Infinity Edge like we thought. It's the Bloodthirster, possibly, again, to stay alive longer in these fights.
That's really interesting to see. Huh. I wonder how that one actually works out for him.
I think
he's gonna try and survive through the damage.
Right, that's it. I think it's all about being able to outlast and out-survive OMG, who do have far more burst. This is something we talked about before. Their composition needs to be able to kill LGD fast enough, and if it can't succeed in that, LGD have a composition built around surviving and outlasting.
Like, I'm trying to think of the scenarios where Bloodthirster is actually better than Infinity Edge here, and my idea is if he goes into the back line, it still feels like he gets focused out pretty heavily. So the best situation for this Bloodthirster is if this teamfight somehow is sectioned off into different sections and he finds himself 1v1 versus Umi. He gets a kill onto Umi, and he's able to then continue the carry versus carry fight onto Eric. It has to be some sort of that scenario where Bloodthirster, it does work out better. The scenario I'm thinking about is basically 1v1 carries. If you have Bloodthirster against a carry that doesn't have sustain, you automatically win it out. So that's kind of the win situation that you're going for. It means that if Quay and Uniboy can break apart OMG's formation and find Uming in one of these corners, then maybe they have a chance.
Oh, but gets the Onslaught of Shadows out of Quay, trying to run back to the team. Do have the Dream Dust on Chance, but not onto Kramer, so they don't want to pull the trigger on that Lilting Lullaby just yet. But OMG still do want the fight. Keep in mind that Uming is not here just yet. They have Colt into the backline, trying to see if he can focus onto Eric, getting a lot of damage with the shield as well, but they're going to lose Uniboy, and that's going to be their survivor, and their sustain gone. Even with Kramer getting a lot of damage, trying to heal back up, he finally dies in the fight. Could not pull off the miracle they needed to. It's the ace coming through for OMG, and they are here to see if they can take away a miracle from LGD.
They don't really have the minion wave or the numbers to take down the base, but it looks like an inhibitor play and potentially going for the Baron. They have full vision here. They can take this one down, come back on the map, still at an advantageous position. So LGD, they live to see another day. I don't think they're going to be able to finish just yet, but the Baron fight is going to be massively in advantage to OMG.
That's the problem. That's going to be the big name of the game here, is now they don't really have a mid lane to be able to play it around, and they are losing all that vision once everyone of OMG spawns back up, rotates around to control the Baron pit.
We'll take that fight again, and it's just OMG realizing that LGD has used their engage. They go right in, they realize they're in a perfect 5v5 position. Eric dodges away from Colt. Colt even gets the Lilting Lullaby tacked on him when he tries to take down Eric. Eric even flies away, and the carries coming in from OMG just survive too long behind that unkillable Scion.
And the big thing for me is that Cold had a massive explosive cast again. This time, instead of being onto Kramer, it was onto Uniboy. And I talked about the survivability of LGD when they have this Seraphine that can give them the sustainability to be able to fight back against OMG. Without that, they can't outlast long enough.
Yeah, the situation for LGD is still super difficult at this point. What I think you're seeing is LGD going with the right play, trying to push out mid, but this also gives OMG an opportunity to just full-on engage. They're just waiting for the Tristana right here, and we see the pings from LGD. They want to push mid and give themselves a better angle into River, but that's also exposing themselves to the full-on engage. OMG are happily waiting around here. This ward could be critical. They know that Tristana isn't here, but they're not going for the pick.
No, they're not. I was wondering if they were going to attempt it. TP from Ooming was a bit scary. Now that they see the TP has been used by Tristana, they know that they're going to go straight to the Baron with that.
Yeah, and OMG, this is just such an easy turnaround.
No.
They're not even losing
Kramer,
HP when they're going for this one. Oh, the wave in the bottom lane. This just means no contest.
Yep, once I saw that Kramer and Chance had both backed, I saw the minion wave bot. No way that LGD could even mount a defense, and with this Baron buff, second time of the game for OMG, they're going to be able to crack more of these turrets and really force the hand of LGD if they want to even go for an Elder Drake play, or if they're going to be able to last long enough for one.
You with a very short engage, just saying, I'm going to go for the guaranteed inhibitor rather than the full-on play. Now LGD is chasing in full on their heals. We see the Infinity Edge 4 item from the Aphelios finally done here. So we will see LG try to make a little bit more plays, and I think all they're waiting for right now is probably just a stopwatch onto Cult. I do want to see the stopwatch come out because that's actually going to buy a lot more time and keep Ooming and Eric back a lot more than whatever he's trying to build right now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what we're going to get from Umi, but here's the Lilting Lullaby onto two members, but not onto the tanks. A lot of damage in the back line on Aki, but they're going to be able to blow up Chance, try to see if Colt can stay alive in the back line, but finally he dies, so the double kill coming in from Eric. He has a killer instinct, he's on top of the carries, it's a triple kill. They're going to wipe the floor, nearly getting the penta. It's a quadra kill, clean ace out of OMG, and that is them denying the miracle. LGD not going to be able to have that likelihood anymore. OMG pull off the upset. They get the spoiler that they wanted to, and it's against LGD 2-1 in game 3.
Perfect team fighting coming out from them, and OMG show that they still have the fight in them. Don't underestimate this team. They might be only 3 wins in the standings, but they have taken games off of EDG, they have taken games out of WE, and they're showcasing that, hey, when they get their picks, when they have Ooming with lane control, they can play this one out. It's a great turnaround for OMG. Unfortunately, they're not able to go into postseason this split. However, we have showcased the potential that this squad has.
It makes me more excited to see how they're going to do in summer. We were talking before, do they want to try to bring in new players? Do they try to see if they can have some roster swaps? I feel like they're now starting to actually have an identity as a team. They're all figuring out the elements that work and what they need to be able to play around.
Yep, they're saying, hey, we're going to put you on a weak side tank this entire series, and it's going to be about mid-jungle priority. The best games that we have seen OMG have are games where Ooming gets counterpicked, he's able to shove, and then he has that sort of anchor point for the rest of the team to gravitate towards. Cold is going to play toward him, Aki is going to play towards him, and when they have that early game lead, they can very consistently bring it into a late game situation. Well done by OMG. LGD are not completely out, but they are very much on the ropes.
I was about to say, they're not out technically, but realistically, this is a near impossibility at this point. We were talking about a miracle. Even if they beat OMG, they still needed a miracle to make it to playoffs. Now that they have lost, it feels like it's completely out of their hands.
It feels like that grave saying. They're kind of dead man walking at this point. They're still not in the grave. They're still not 6 feet under, but it's pretty damn close. A bit disappointing game from LGD. I feel like a lot of it stemmed out actually just from the level 1. They could have done better. I feel like they should have had push priority until level 6 on that bottom side, but that didn't happen whatsoever. They were just too far behind. 2-0-1 was the score line for Eric coming into lane, and they just couldn't get over that hump.
Nope, they never really could shirk that, and they always felt like Quay had to play around the bot side. How many times did he have to visit bot lane before even checking Raptors? It was like at least 4 or 5 times.
He got 2 Raptor camps at 11 minutes.
Yeah.
So that just kind of goes to show you how much that level 1 really impacted this game.
Also, I do want to kind of talk about OMG and how they were able to win this game, not just from that level 1, but I got to give a lot of props over to Cold and how he was able to play that Gragas to really facilitate the team. Like, his explosive casts to catch off the proper targets of LGD was immaculate.
It was really fun to see, and I like the idea of bringing the Gragas into the Thresh. It's one of those champions where Thresh can't answer with Death Sense or the Flay. So you get very much uninterrupted engage onto the enemy team. It's a great champion paired up with Kai'Sa. And this game, it was pretty much the Cold show. Once again, he was able to dictate his team on where he wants to go. If this team gets to roam around, have Cold as the main engage, I think OMG can actually surprise a lot of the top tier teams.
I agree. I see OMG on how they're able to play that way, and it works so well for them. Aki also played amazing on this Lilia, where I was curious if he was ever going to relent some of that pressure into the jungle of Quay, just maybe not feel as confident, but because Uming was able to always have lane priority, was always able to put that pressure back.
Yeah, this game was one where I felt like LGD actually had a bit of a misstep on the last 2 picks. Throughout this entire series, they've been really trying to focus down New. I don't think that's the way you play against OMG at all. I think if you let New be, it almost makes absolute zero difference. I feel like targeting out their bottom lane or just having better bottom lane drafts is much more important in this situation. And I would have preferred to see them go on the Ornn plus Azir in the last 2 picks rather than Seraphine and this Aatrox.
I was about to say, it also felt like the Seraphine for Uniboy didn't really provide them that damage. They were trying to be able to play with a pretty strong top side that they never got to utilize because Quay was so far behind and honestly always struggling to be able to clear out his own jungle.
Yeah, Seraphine is one of those picks that doesn't really go well into the Tristana. You have to constantly babysit her a bit. She can't survive 1v1, and that's why I didn't think the pick was that good. Also, I'll be honest, I feel like Uniboy's encores were very mediocre throughout most of this game. There's a couple scenarios where he actually just dropped the encore and it just got dodged away with no damage done whatsoever. So would have preferred him on something like the Azir. That's actually a much better champion for him. He has 66% win rate on it compared to the Seraphine. But they didn't go for that, and in the end they indexed into this Wombo combo comp where they were just too far behind to actually pull out in the mid game.
And it is unfortunate to see them lose 2-1, especially after getting such a big upset against RA on Monday, where they got the 2-1 over RA to stop a win streak. It was kind of hype going into today. It's like, oh, is this LGD's chance? Can they be able to pull it back? And I know a lot of people were talking about saying, well, that series against RA wasn't really the cleanest either. And it's kind of been proven here in this series against OMG.
Definitely. Both of these teams, they definitely need to focus on how they want to play out Herald objectives. We saw throughout this series, there was a lot of Herald fights that didn't go the way of the team that actually started the Herald. Almost every time the team that started Herald ended up worse for it, which is kind of mind-boggling to think about, but it definitely was the case here. So I think you can tell just from the sort of bottom matches of the LPL on what the difference really is compared against the top teams. It isn't all about mechanics. A lot of times it's actually about the macro and how decisive you can pull off these sort of plays when you're rotating everyone up to that Herald.
Yep, it's a bit unfortunate for teams towards the bottom on what they're able to accomplish. But I feel like OMG, at least in this series, seemed a lot more confident with their macro. They seemed to be more on the ball when it came to the plays they wanted to make and how to actually make them work.
It definitely comes down to Uming. We heard that statement from Uming. He's like, 11.3, 11.5, it didn't change anything. The best champions are still the control mages. I'm just never playing a control mage. Always going for the Tristana. It's a really smart play from him, and that's why I expect OMG to play for in the future. We have seen a lot of teams actually just drop their eyeballs off the Zoe picks. They have let Uming get his mains quite a few times in recent weeks, and he's been able to shine with them. So we will continue to see that one. And OMG still have a couple of matches up on the Rift where they could play potential spoiler. Out of all of the lottery teams, I think OMG is the team I least want to meet right now.
Honestly, yeah, they were able to get a game off of WE last week, beating LGD this week to nearly knock them off. It's like they're hanging on by like a finger, and all it's going to take is a quick stomp on the finger to drop out LGD. And next they have JDG, and then they finish off the season against TT. So JDG, they're probably going to be looking at this series and be like, okay, how do we beat OMG? We got to make sure Uming is not comfortable on any pick. But what pick is that?
Yeah, that's definitely a series where JD Gaming should prefer the red side. But we're going to give it over to the MVP of this Game 3. And it's going to be Eric with a great play on that Kai'Sa.
I almost think I would have preferred Cold got that just because how great his explosive casks were throughout the game. But I understand giving it to Eric. He nearly had a penta at the end of the game. Aki stole that away. He was able to do so much damage. You could already see how much damage he's able to get from that one. And it was a nice play. It was he got gifted 2 early kills right to start off the game and felt confident from there on out.
When you come back to lane in your second buy and you already have evolved Q, it's pretty easy to get great stat lines like that going. Yes. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty funny on what they were able to do with that one. So, congratulations to Eric. We are seeing his sort of evolving as this AD carry. Eric is someone that's been around for a long time. He's not a new player. We have seen him coming in and going, and it's great to see him sort of evolve into this face forward, going for the kill type of AD carry.
And I hear that we actually even have Eric ready for an MVP for an interview as the MVP with Wendy. So Wendy, take it away.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview, and here we have Eric from OMG with us. So congratulations on today's win. How do you feel about today's matchup? 那首先恭喜你们拿下了今天比赛的胜利嘛，现在感觉怎么样呢？
现在感觉挺开心的吧，毕竟好久没有 carry 过了，都挺
I'm quite happy about today's victory because I haven't carried the game in such a long time, so I'm very happy about today's result. And so let's move on to today's game. In game 1, the opponent's AD carry, the Kai'Sa, got 2 kills in her pockets in the very early game. So how did you guys manage to handle with the pressure in the laning phase and also gradually retake the initiative for game 1? 那感觉第一局其实开始的时候，对面的 AD 卡莎就已经拿到了2颗人头嘛。然后你们是怎么样能够稳扎稳打去稳住那些压力，然后一点一点的拿到一个主导权的呢？
因为我们是金刚之锤石这个组合嘛，我们的组合是越打越强的，然后给他们2个人头，我们正常发育也没有什么关系。
Because in game 1, our bot duo is the Jinx and Thresh. We can be super strong in the late game, so we don't worry about that and try to do the farming and scale up to the late game. And also, in game 3, the opponent's team, they have chosen Aphelios and Thresh, this bot duo. And many pro players told me that this is the strongest duo in the laning phase in the current meta. So could we know how to handle with this bot duo? 那第3局的时候，对面也是选出了厄斐琉斯加锤石这个组合。之前有选手或者很多选手他们都说嘛，这个组合是目前版本最强的一个下路组合。那面对他们这个组合，你们一般是怎么样去应对呢？
我们一般就1级换野区吧，然后设计他们下路，前面要把他们下路打得难受一点，不然我们后面会很难打。
to face against Aphelios and Thresh, we need to exchange some jungle areas, and we really need to give the pressure to the opponents on bot lanes, because in the late game it will be quite hard for us to handle with those bot duel. And also in game 3, you guys have the level 1 team fight, the level 1 invasion. So is this because the opponent team they got Aphelios and Thresh, as you have just mentioned, so you just make this invasion? Could we know more about that invasion? 那其实你们第3局就是前期也直接有个一级团的一个入侵一级团嘛，那是不是就像你刚才说，因为要给他们一些线上的压力，然后才进行了一级团？就是能分享一下当时是怎么样的一个计划吗？
当时看他们一路选就选了锤石嘛，然后我们就决定去打他们下路野区了。然后他们这个队伍也是主要打下路 carry 的，然后我们就一直控他们下路视野，我们打得很好，打得很舒服。
After the opponents they have locked down Thresh, we have already decided we would like to put more pressure to their bot lane. And also for LGD, this team play around bot lane a lot, so that's a reason for us to just give them pressure in the level 1 invasion. And also we try to do the same stuff in the laning phase as well. And also we can feel like in the game 3, together with Code's very good initiation, you guys were able to have a very good, have so many good team fights, and especially you can always use the Kai'Sa's ultimate to run straight up to the opponent's AD carry Kramer. So could we know more about who is making the shot call in the team fight? 那我们感觉好像第3局就包括扣的一个很好的一个9桶的开团嘛，然后你们总是能你利用卡莎的一个大招直接切到 Kramer， 直接切到他们的后排。所以想问一下，一般在团战之中是谁来进行指挥，都是怎么样的一个情况呢？
打团之前的话，我们就先沟通了打前排，然后打着打着，我们辅助说开到对面 AD 了，然后我就跟着去杀 AD 了。
To be honest, before every team fight, we try to target to the opponent's front lane, and then suddenly our support player Code he shot like I got the opponent's AD carries, so that's the reason for me to just use the ultimate to target on the opponent's back lane, to target on the opponent's marksman. And also my last question is, at the end of game 3, you nearly got a pentakill. So could you know more about the team's communication at that time? 那其实，在最后一波团的时候，你也是差一点点拿到一个5杀嘛，所以想问一下，当时队内有说些什么吗？
当时就我先杀了对面3个人嘛，然后还剩2个人的时候，就开始在那里喊5杀5杀，然后他们就当没听见一样，就我也不知道怎么回事，就没有给我5杀。
After I have killed the 3 opponents, I shouted to all the teammates, I want the pentakill, I want the pentakill, but I don't know why. They just pretend they didn't hear my voice, and I didn't manage to get the pentakill. I think it's a pity for that. And thank you for the sharing. I hope you can get the pentakill for the next matchup. 那再一次的恭喜你们，希望你能尽快再拿到5杀。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much. Oh, poor Eric. He was so close. I even was ready to say it was the Penta, and Aki stole that away. I'm like, oh, come on.
Scumbag teammates, this is a learning process in the LPL. They don't want any of their players to have inflated egos, so they would purposefully steal away your pentakills. That's what I heard from IG, and that's also what I heard from FPX. So probably just what they're doing here.
I will also say, if any of my friends ever say that they want the Penta, like they're about to get it, I purposely steal it away from them to give them that same feeling of deflated ego. But, you know, that's just me personally. So I get where they're coming from.
I'm not playing with you, by the way.
Well, unfortunate. But you know what? We have more LPL today. We're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, it'll be our next series, TES versus V5. So stick around.
MSI 季中冠军赛
MSI God! MSI is back!
Navigate my mind, I make noises. I don't ask yet, I make announcements. When I talk, people listen, but I'm grounded. They got their way, I got my way. Not like them, don't speed on the highway. I go slow, yeah, talk to toe breath. And if you didn't know, then now you know, yeah. Take off like a shooting star.
跟369也是老对手了嘛，就感觉没什么特别需要注意的吧，就是大家和平发育一下就行。就面对 TS 上野就是组合的话，就看情况自己去做好自己的就行。
Welcome back into the LPL. We don't actually have as long between these two games that we would have liked to because last series lasted so long, but we're going to try to jump into it as quick as we can for V5 versus TES. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Clement again, and I think we're going to go straight into things if I remember this correctly.
Yeah, we are going to get a glimpse at the band picks just right here in a lower third format, but after that, we are blitzing straight into the game, and we're going to try to catch you up to live as soon as possible. V5 with a very strong early game draft, great pick from the Zoe and the Kaisa, while on the other hand, we have a bit more hyper carry coming out with the Aphelios and Alistar support. Interesting. We also have the Nocturne mid lane plus the Renekton top lane, so super interesting draft coming out. I missed the Nocturne mid lane. We have seen this against from Top Esports when they last played at Worlds, and it was a really nice pickup.
Yeah, you see it every once in a while, the Nocturne kind of making his way through, but it makes me more excited to see this game out of TES. This is a team well known for trying to make their own meta, not really caring what anyone else is playing. They do their own style, so let's jump into the game right away. Game 1, V5 TES. I'm excited to see how this Nocturne mid is going to go up against Zoe.
See if there are some chants here. We are playing in Sunjun, so it's a different arena from where we previously were at. V5 getting their home stadiums.
Exactly, and that's why we're a little bit behind, just because, you know, they're in the different stadiums, so being able to jump in, especially when we have a game 3 that lasts as long as we had in that last series that drags us out. The teams are already ready to, they're rearing and ready to go, jumping on. Also, I do want to talk about this bot lane a bit. So we look down bot lane, we have Jackie Love on Aphelios, not with the Thresh though. Normally you see Aphelios only when you have Thresh, and it's up against PP God with that set Kaisa matchup. That's going to make it so difficult if you step out of line.
It's kind of funny, but essentially his Dark Passage is going to be paranoia. That's how he's going to stop people from engaging on him. He's just going to turn off the lights. I wonder if this concept actually works out. It's going to be pretty fun to see this one in action. And a couple things I do want to point out is that we do have Karsa on the Electrocute. So this is going to be a gank-focused Italy. A lot of potential onto that top lane. That's usually where we can see this AP and AD sort of combination work out for them. In the meantime, talking about the jungle pass a little bit as well, we do have bottom lane for Top Esports. They should have the shove just because V5 did leash for their jungle. So we should be seeing that from them. Expect the earlier level 2 coming out as well.
Also, always nice to see Karsa on his Nidalee, one of the scarier champions to see him on. I believe we actually even saw that again in the series against EDG where they got a quick victory. So it seems that Weiwei, looking for a quick gank into the bot lane, unfortunately, was spotted out by that ward. Even with the flash in from PP God, Weiwei was disengaging. I'm a bit surprised. There's a bit disjointed nature to this. With PP God getting low, they got the flash on Duo to be able to survive. But Jackie Love and Duo able to escape with their lives and not really have to worry too much. And PP God does not have that flash nor ignite anymore.
Most critically, they don't get the flash away from Jackie Love. That's the one you really want to find with repeat ganks and especially with Hex Flash. So that was a bit of a weird play coming out, and it was also very costly for the jungle. If you look at Weiwei right now, he's already down 1 camp, and he still needs to walk a fair distance, while Nidalee has 2 camps right in front of her.
Oh, and look at this. Y4, Peepee God, not really having the best stance in this lane. It's kind of frozen outside of this turret, which gives Karsa ample opportunity to look for a gank.
Yeah, they must have some inkling that this is coming, but there's nothing they can do given the lane state.
Ooh,
Good
nice
heal,
but the flash comes in from Jackie-Love. They want to continue this. Nice double knock-up. That's going to be first blood picked up by Karsa. Even Y4 realizing there's no escape here. One more spear double kill for Nidalee.
It looked like he wanted to give over the kill by the AD carry, but meanwhile, 369 trying to get the solo.
He tried, but bot lane, we still have an attempt from Mole.
No.
He showed up into the bot lane. He got picked off as well, fighting all across the rift, every single lane getting involved, but unfortunately, it is Top Esports that come out ahead, even though they lost the Croc Top.
Usually when I see a Nidalee with 2-0-1 before 5 minutes, I call GG. There's nothing you can do against a Nidalee that is this fed. She gets Hextech Alternator when she goes back, and that's 40 extra damage per spear.
So wait. While we have this... Oh, wait, hold on. We do have the replay, so we can see it was a great angle from Karsa, but really Jewel getting the double knockup won it.
Yeah, that was a great hurting, and you can see Karsa here, he wanted to give over the kill to Y4, but at the end of the day says, you know what, I'm just gonna take this one. Oh, and the bubble is short. He flashes over the javelin, but doesn't find the kill. 2 HP off, the red buff keeps Karsa alive.
My God, how in the world he lived there? Mole has got to be mauling over there. That is one of those plays you're like, I had it, I swear I had it.
And this also means that Nocturne's gonna get an early level 6. Like, he was in lane that entire time, and he also has that extra teleport. So there's a lot of flexibility in how you could play that. We are gonna see the top lane dive just coming through. Longfling has to flash preemptively.
He's not gonna be able to escape that one, even if you try to be able to flash away. It was more of you burned flash to die still.
This is insane. Karsa didn't even back for that play. He's just like,
nope.
I don't have enough gold for Hextech Alternator. What can I do to actually give me that item?
Just goes top lane, ganks immediately. 2-0-2. Oh, not even going for the alternator. Instead, getting the Sork boots to move around the map more.
That actually might even be better as a build. It's 18 magic pen compared to 40 extra damage, so this is probably a more lethal build coming out from him. And I've said this many times before, but when you see a Nidalee this fast,
see pings?
I do see the pings. I do see them.
Yep. I have bad news for Y4 and Peep God if they step a bit too far. There are pings into that bot lane. Karsa wants to gank again.
I hope that you believe in deities or life after death, because PP God might need some of those qualities as Karsa is inching in and he has no flash. Oh no!
Whoa, got the double knock-up still. Doesn't even matter. Jumps right on top. Gets a third kill. Make it another. This bot lane is doom.
Yeah, this is what Top Esports are known for. I've been waiting for my chance to say this, but I think Top Esports are the best LPL team after the Chinese New Year. They are performing extremely crisp, they're very, very smooth, and they can transition between their lanes so damn easily. Karsa is now 3-0-3. I'll be honest, I'll be shocked if this game goes beyond the 25-minute mark. I feel like with this opening, you should be able to close from Top Esports and just finish off the game. It's a speed run, boys.
Love it. Top Esports hold the record right now for the fastest game completed in this spring split. They got it over OMG in 20 minutes and 16 seconds. I want to see if they can beat their world record, spring 2021 record in getting the speed run win.
Oh, this is such a good engage from Zuo. He actually hex flashes immediately into the W on the wall and waits for the Q for maximum CC duration and just to allow that javelin to find its mark. That was beautiful.
I can't tell if that was big brain or not because he just knocked in PP God into Y4 to then be able to get the double knock up once he walked at them.
That was pretty disgusting, but he also knew that they didn't have flashes. So I'm trending toward he definitely knew that. And I'm going to give the player sort of that hype factor going in. But here we have the 2v2.
It was really good. but it's going to be a difficult 2v2 when it's a 3v3 because you got the TP in behind. But unfortunately, even with the sleep, look who's in the backline with a paranoia on the way. He's got the kill on 369, but they lost the jungler as well. Karsa looking for the spear once more on the move, flashing 2 for them, waiting it out. The decimating smash could do nothing because they knew how to play it.
404 means this page does not exist anymore. And I don't think V5 really exists on the map. They have no pressure whatsoever. If Karsa keeps on showing up like this, you know how many kills did we get that was the highest in the LPL so far? I believe 17 kills was the most we got.
Let me double check. I can look really quick, hopefully.
This is going to be a game about record breaking for Karsa.
I think so as well. He is looking to set pace in this game. It is, what is that? So far, just him, just Karsa has had nearly a kill participation a minute.
Yeah, and he's gonna get that mythic before 10 as well. So let's just sit back and enjoy this. It's really hard for V5 to find a comeback. Lucky for Mole, he did get the teleport in before the paranoia, so he's able to join. But unfortunately, they still lose out on the trade. It's a 2-for-1. They get the top laner in 369. But let's be honest, if Top Esports want to lose anyone, as long as they don't lose Karsa, it's completely fine. They just want to funnel gold onto this Cougar.
As now V5 are hoping to at least get some shutdown gold, because that is 400 gold on top of Karsa if they can take him down. But unfortunately, even with 3 members, they seem afraid of Karsa, and I think that's rightfully so. It's scary enough to try to deal there with that Hextech alternator completed, already having the Sork boots as well. And I looked up that stat for you, the most kills in a game, well, at least for a whole game for both teams, was 53 kills.
Oh, 53 kills. Okay. I remember Bo had the highlight with 16 kills on Olaf, but that was probably broken by, I believe, Ipo with 17. But, you know,
No,
we'll figure out later on. Oh, Huanfeng
had 17. So, and Loken also tied Bo at 16.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, I'm going to give so much credit if Karsa is able to break that, though. Because Nidalee is one of those champions that can snowball pretty heavily. But you also win early, so you usually don't get a chance to be able to get up to those double digits pretty easily. Unless, of course, you have a team to be able to back you up around a fight at Rift Herald. Since V5 want to continue this. They have the train into the backline, but cannot connect that onto Karsa still. Weiwei was able to at least get the Rift Herald. Nice pull, but the flash in Showstopper does not pull back in Karsa, but the Killer Instinct might be able to get the shutdown they needed to be able to give gold over. Necessary to Y4. Continuing to chase, though. Knight wants to at least make it a nice, even trade. They got 2-for-1, 2-for-2 now. Duo having to flash away. That's a good fight for V5. They got a lot of gold now into their pockets.
Yeah, it was a 2-for-2 overall, and most importantly, they get the shutdown, so it really counts more along the lines of 3 kills. In the meantime, though, JackeyLove, this is what we were talking about in the previous series. The standard play for top teams in the LPL is to do 4-man harass Herald and AD carry PvE in the bot side. Top Esports execute that perfectly, and I wouldn't be surprised if Top Esports actually furthered their gold lead in that exchange. They definitely have a lot more gold onto JackeyLove at this point. He's going to be building into the Kraken Slayer quite easily, and it's sort of a Pyrrhic victory from V5. They feel good. They're probably not going to fear Nidalee as much as they used to, but still the gold inching over in Top Esports' favor. We're going to watch that again, and the first most important thing to note is that this is a 5v4. Top Esports are playing for disengage, while V5 are trying to cut their paths off. Really well done coming in from Triggered. That was actually really nice. He gets the shutdown for himself. He accelerates his build. Even though he falls in the meantime, it's still a worthwhile find.
Alright, getting some shutdown gold over to your Kai'Sa, getting Y4 in a great position to feel much more confident into these probably ensuing ganks, since I doubt that Karsa, even with that death, is really going to feel that scared now that you have the Night Harvester completed on this Nidalee. That is an early mythic item already completed for your jungler. This is
the first mythic in the game, by the way.
Yeah, by a long stretch, too. No one on V5 really close. No one even, I guess maybe JackeyLove, because he was able to get a lot of that plate gold bot lane. But still, that's a lot of plate gold given over to make sure that JackeyLove can kind of keep even with Karsa. Like, look over at Weiwei. Got the Zonias completed. That's nice. There's Lilia, you're full build now. But that's not really competing against Nidalee with Night Harvester at 12.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is just really detrimental to V5. Essentially, Karsa is map control. he walks around anywhere and he's able to chunk anyone out. There's no one that can contest him right now. So whatever play that Top Esports want to play around, or whatever side, excuse me, that they want to play around, what V5 have to do is basically back off. They have to look for trades on the other side. They cannot go proactive on this, and this is exactly what they need to do. Good job clearing that wave, at least delaying the tempo a little bit, but they have to rotate and just find something elsewhere.
And as they back off, trying to see if they can get towards that bot lane, Mole gets jumped on by Knight. They have the sleep at least to be able to try to see if they can follow it up. They've used Lilting Lullaby, had a little bit of damage, but the TP in behind. Oh, making sure that they can kite back perfectly. Knight might still die away, but they have Mole out of good position. They're going to be able to at least get TP got, but Y4 is at least able to get the double kill over to the side of Weiwei. Here comes the charge, getting the knock if they need to, taking down the Croc. That is V5 winning a great team fight that they can possibly get some gold back into their pockets as well.
Can I just say, Top Esports are going a little bit too hyphy. These are two 4v5s that they have fully indexed into. They have committed when they do not have Jackie Love. The way they're playing this game right now is Top Esports are trying to be super greedy and win out on two sides at the same time. There's no reason that they should be able to pull away with this, and I think this is a bit of hubris coming out from Top Esports.
I think so as well. It's a lot of gold into Aphelios' pockets, and what is that, a total of 9 plates, I believe, that he was able to take for himself before they all fell? But you need to be able to still have your team together. You need to at least be able to have that Aphelios use that gold in these team fights, otherwise eventually V5 are going to have a position where they have enough gold to actually fight back.
And Eric is actually, not Eric, sorry, I just pulled him over from the other game. Y4 coming back into the roster, it's actually not even triggered either. So please excuse us about that. We got dropped straight into this series without any of the intros. So my mistakes on that part. Sorry, Y4, you've actually done a great job. And that was a terrible Herald. I'm sorry, man, but that was a disastrous Herald coming out from V5.
I think Weiwei was like, oh, I need to pop this. It's about to time out. Got to use it somewhere. And it was one of those kind of Rift Heralds where you've been fighting the entire time because Top Esports are like, nope, we fight. What is it, 19 kills, 15 minutes into the game already?
Let's go. This is the type of LPL game I like to cast.
All right, let's take a look at that replay, though, because this is a pretty messy fight. Like you mentioned before, it is a 4v5.
Yeah, and with the crowd control, you have to expect that Kai'Sa's going to be able to follow up right here. We see Y4 coming in right after the Paranoia phase. He's going to be able to get the Killer Instinct into the backline and just get the pick onto Karsa here. So really well done by V5. And I'm not sure what exactly Knight was playing for there. He went in with the Strikebreaker. This is the standard build we see from the Nocturnes these days, but he wasn't able to deny the teleport, and he really didn't deny Y4 from joining the fight either. So I felt like that was just unnecessary, especially with Aphelios taking a free tower in the top side. Top Esports, they will do this. They like to play like they have the mechanical edge, and to be honest, they do. In most fights, they can win 4v5. They're just that good of players, but it also comes to bite them in the behind sometimes.
It does. It really does. It's still not quite yet, strangely enough, because if you look at the gold lead, they still have it. If you look at the side lanes, they are winning out there as well. Even though it doesn't seem like they should be, they're able to keep finding these plays that, while maybe looking disastrous for most teams, keeps them in a position to get Rift Heralds, to get side turrets, to even keep B5 pinned underneath their tier 1 mid.
Oh, we finally are going to get the play into the bottom side. That's just going to be a clean pick. Goodbye, Y4.
It is. There's nothing really you can do there. You see the Paranoia was popped. You're like, oh, I'm doomed, aren't I? This is all over, and maybe they can make a play happen elsewhere. Jackie Love has to flash over the wall, using the Moonlight to try to see if he can stay alive. Pulled back in by PB to be able to get the kill over Mole. With the TP in behind, they still have Knight in a position to maybe be able to chase down PP God. They lost Karsa on the other side. They will be able to take down the support, but they have to be careful because look at the damage coming in from Y4 from V5. Without Y4, they don't even need him to be there to be able to take down the members of TES and pressure this tier 1 mid.
V5 are scrapping it out against the best. Honestly, their win rate after Lunar New Year was atrocious. They actually only have 20% win rate after the break, so I expected this to be a one-sided stomp. I didn't expect Top Esports to have any trouble whatsoever, but V5 are taking the fight to the opposition. And we do have to be honest about this. It is mainly about Top Esports overextending. the golden rule about League of Legends is you make one play on one point on the map at a time. But Top Esports don't follow the rule. They throw the golden rule out the window. They say we can fight everywhere we so choose to, and we're just gonna see Jackie Love actually just overextend here. He goes in for the trade on Mole himself, just overextending like that, and the train just runs into him, takes half his HP, and he falls.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overstep from Jackie Love, but that is also kind of what you expect from Top Esports. While they are mechanically some of the best, they do tend to play very aggressively.
I want to see Top Esports actually pull out the correct sequence with this Paranoia. So the way you can do this is you can actually use Paranoia and then teleport. The Paranoia lasts for 8 seconds, and teleport is 4.5. So you can actually have 3.5 seconds of time where the enemy team can't respond with your teleport, but you need to get the sequence correct. And what I've been seeing is Knight actually hasn't been Paranoia early enough, and V5 has actually been able to answer. So they aren't getting maximum value out of the Paranoia play just yet. But I hope to see them just execute on this one. If they want to make picks, that's how they should do it.
They also are going into V5, a team that tend to be pretty scrappy themselves, who are not quite so much as a hot-tempered TES, who still are playing with the lead, yet somehow these fights have not been going their way. I don't even know how they're able to manage to do this sometimes, where even when they look for these fights, they always have the pressure on the side lanes, pressure around the objective, like now. It's been a while since that fight in mid lane, but it was V5 that you thought would have some sort of advantage. They took down the tier 1, they got themselves some good gold where they needed to, but they don't have any vision really to be able to fight back necessarily around that dragon pit.
And I actually think it's getting to the point where Top Esports have a... You can see how they actually lose this game. Right now, they don't have a stable front line. Renekton, Nidalee, and Nocturne are actually terrible front lines for Aphelios. So, what's likely going to happen is, if it comes to a late game 5v5, even with the gold deficit that V5 now have occurred, they can actually just power through Top Esports. They keep all 5 of their members together. Weiwei is very fed at this point. You cannot snipe him out. And, that was a sick find. Coming in by Mole. Well
I don't
done.
think it was on purpose from Mole. I think that was completely accidental. He was like, oh, I'll just get some chickens on my way out, and happened to be able to get the Sleepy Trouble Bubble to steal that away. But I do want to go back into your point you were making, that Top Esports, this composition does need to continue to snowball ahead. If they keep having these awkward fights where they're either barely winning or staying even, or they're completely losing, that could be detrimental to them. Right now, it seems like they might have caught out them way too far, picking off V5 pretty easily. Double knockup comes in. Killer Instinct trying to get away, but it's going to be the trade. PP God's going to give his life. That way, his bot lane will be able to survive without him.
Yeah, and most importantly, Y4 actually holds on to his own flash during that trade. Really good Killer Instincts and heal to take him out of the position. He stays alive, and this is a risky Baron for Top Esports. We have to remember that it's only the support going down for V5. They're going up against a Zoe with Unsealed Spellbook, and it's not an easy fight here. They don't have the tankiest of members, and here comes V5.
Whoa. Longchi with the Lilting Lullaby. Duel taking a lot of damage for the team. Longchi trying to see if they can get a pick in the back line. A lot of damage put back in on top of Duel. Mul finds the kill as Weiwei was able to survive through it all, so they disengage the side of Top Esports from being able to take that Baron.
I'm actually really surprised that Top Esports went for that play. That's pretty much the only way V5 come back into that game, is if you give Mole a firing range where he could just tag people out like that, and they might not even be able to get out. Knight is ticking down.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage. TP in behind. The smite comes in. Not going to be able to pick that up from Mole. Mole might have gotten a little too far. Should be able to get out of there with that still in flash, but like you were mentioning, it seems that Top Esports, nice pick, but then bumbling around the Baron.
Yeah, that was a really questionable play. In that situation, the correct play is actually you just sit on your map tempo advantage, you back, and then you just redo the same setup. You don't really try to go for an all-in Baron when you're only getting the support. Like, PP got down is not a good enough indicator that you're going to straight out win the support fight, especially with Mo on the board with Unsealed Spellbook. Like, that's just so many red flags. But Top Esports, it just seems like they're rushing into things a little bit haphazardly, and I think they should chill down and just realize where their advantages still lie. they still have proper skirmish potential. If an enemy team is on a weak side of the map, they can walk in with Karsa and Nocturne and they can kill anyone. Like, they really should just be indexing into that side and not trying to take these full-on 5v5s.
And Droll took a lot of damage there from Mole, and that is going to be something that is going to be difficult for Top Esports. Is without any of these picks, they don't really have the best setup. It's going to be difficult for them to be able to stay away from Mole, who can clear out these minion waves pretty quickly, as well as if he lands a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, you're going to have to put yourself in harm's way to be able to keep someone alive, unless, of course, it's Jackie who might have to pop that cleanse just to be able to get away.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fail on that part. In the meantime, in this bot lane, look at Longxing's items right now. He's completely unkillable. The only source of AP damage is Nidalee. How is Nidalee gonna kill that Scion? That's, it's gonna take literally forever. And I feel like Top Esports went from just having strong points on all sides of the map to going to a position where they have to rely on picks on the side where Scion isn't at. If Scion joins the team fight, there's almost no way they actually win it.
I was about to say, are they going to start the Baron again? That would have been a really risky play, but it might have actually worked out since Y4 and PeepGod had just backed, but they didn't have the read on that play, and I think this is a bit smarter out of them, trying to see if they can actually push up vision control, look for these picks, look for V5 to be out of position.
I just want to see how many spears it actually takes for Longxing to die to Nidalee. We already have the Void Staff out, but it's still going to take a very, very, very long amount of times. Essentially what Top Esports are doing right now is they have gone from playing for a 20-minute record-breaking game until a 4-item game for Jackie Love. It's they have reset their timers completely into the mega late game, and we already see Jackie Love. I like this itemization. He finally has the Lord Dominic's Regard already finished. I prefer this itemization over what we've seen from Kramer in game in the previous series where he was going for Bloodthirster. I feel like this makes a bit more sense.
I agree. It's also going to be able to take down both Longxing as well as PeepGod, making it a bit easier to take down the tanks. But I also do have one thing. So Longxing is about 3,400 health. So if Karsa's doing about, what, like, I want to say like 300 damage at least. Oh, Paranoia onto... Wait, Y4, why are you there? Had to flash away, and you gave an escape route for Knight, and look at that. They turned for a Baron, or maybe just to be able to get a pick on a fight.
I want to say that was actually completely from Knight himself. He actually gets the blue trinket, and luckily he finds someone with it. So that's a very common use of blue trinket plus Paranoia coming out from Nocturne. He just kind of got lucky with it, to be honest. He just found someone that he could allow the escape from.
Well, it looks like they might have the pick in the back line. Bye-bye, Lilia. They even pull back in PeepGod to give a double kill over to Jackie Love. And now it's a 3v5. Even if you have duel pretty low, you got to run for it. You have no flash Y4. They can continue to chase this. If they can get near you, you are going to die in an instant. And what did I say? What did I say? You even have a killer instinct, but it doesn't really matter. Knight finishes you off with only 2 members surviving for V5.
I was saying that this was going in V5 favors, but it looks like Top Esports, they don't get punished for getting greedy whatsoever. They find a perfect fight onto Lilia, and wow, Wei actually started with Zanya, still didn't get it to go off before just disappearing into the Aether.
Uh-oh, Mole might have been too far out. He thought he had the pick onto Jackie Love, but you always got to remember that if you're too far out, they can pick you too. Longxing trying to be able to get away, has the turret to be able to back up, but now that you have 2 members still with cooldowns until they're going to be able to respawn, Top Esports want to be able to peel for that Baron.
This is such a topsy-turvy game where we see Knight getting picked into Top Esports starting Baron and then finding even more picks onto Wei. This is not what I expected, but what I love out of Top Esports. It's just how fast they react to everything on the map, and they're going for another
look
play.
At that. They got the flash in the backline from Wei once more, trying to see if he can survive, but PeepGod jumped on by at 369, no longer having the Haymaker shield. The spear not going to be able to connect. Going to be able to use a Lilting Lullaby, but it's onto one of the tanks. Trying to see if they can take down the Croc, but unfortunately not going to be able to. They have to peel back for V5. Trying to see if they can stay alive. Well, Top Esports, even though it seems like they should be the ones disengaging, they're not afraid.
Yeah, they have the Baron buff, and they still want more to go with it. They just damage test against V5, even though this time, though, Longxing was in position. With that Zion in the front line, you can see how hard it actually is for Top Esports to take these fights. We're going to go through it again and just see how Weiwei actually got caught out here. Remember, Weiwei does have the Zanyas, but he actually gets full comboed to death. Wow, that was really well done from Zuo. And PP got also just unfortunate disengage. Comes in a little bit late. That was a bit puzzling. I'm not going to question the god, but that definitely wasn't the best play he could have made. And Y4 without his flash earlier also just gets comboed down. Zuo MVP of this fight, 100%.
He's honestly been MVP of this game in my heart with how great he's been on these engages. And this is what we've been seeing him constantly with this Alistar. Always looking for these flanks, always looking for these possible double knockups, triple knockups, quad knockups, because he understands the limits of what he's able to accomplish.
Yeah, that was so insane. I didn't understand how Weiwei got picked off right there, but it was headbutt pulverize into Ruthless Predator for him to just get killed from 100 to full with Sonya. So really well done, and they are going for it again.
Always finding the picks, always knowing when to pull the trigger with the flanks, even having Knight in the backline trying to see if he can jump on top of Mole, but that's going to be the other team members coming in to try to help out with the lilting a lullaby, not really doing too much, having 369 just jump on top of Weiwei. PP God trying to survive, but he can't get through it. He's dead into the ground. The rest of the members of V5 trying to be able to run away, while Knight might take a little bit of damage, but he at least had a little bit more himself. Will be able to revive with the help of that GA. Gonna have, decimating smash a little too early out of Longxing, and now that he has no members to be able to peel back from, he finally dies. They finally can kill the zombie, and with the minions starting to pour into the base, this could be TES winning the game.
We are going to get a next team fight coming in. V5 do have their carries coming up in less than 10 seconds, but no front line. It's going to be a last stand, and Top Esports are going to put the finishing
and look
touches.
at Y4. He just got eviscerated the moment he tried to jump into the middle of everyone. That's the game for Top Esports. It might have been messy there in the mid part of the game, but they were able to claw it back with pick after pick, and then they finally got the Baron.
I thought Top Esports were throwing the game, but in fact they were just warming up. This is the difference between the LCK and the LPL. The Chinese casters have pointed this out. In LCK, they take turns. They play a turn-based strategy game. In the LPL, we play RTS. We actually never stop. We just go for pick, and it might look messy, but this is our tempo, and this is our top team in the LPL currently. Top Esports.
I mean, and this was, in my opinion, a complete limit test for Top Esports with how they were playing this game. You talked about how since the Lunar New Year, they have been one of the best teams, actually probably the best team that we've seen in the LPL. And in this game, while they might have been messy in the mid game, most of those fights were uneven. 4v5 fights that they're trying to see if they can push their limits and be able to beat V5, and still would come out relatively even, if not slightly ahead from their side lane plays.
This isn't exactly the most serious of Top Esports games. I feel like you can get that from the draft, and you can also get that from the way they played it out. But hey, sometimes you have to admit they are just the better team. They have the more mechanically gifted players, and they're able to pull things off that other teams are not able to. I actually felt like this is a decent game from Y4. Do not get fooled by the damage numbers. It was just because of the bot lane collapsing so damn early. We saw a great early warding from Top Esports. They got an early flash lead, and then Karsa was able to come in and just pick up kill after kill in the bottom side. This is what they were really known for, just the setups in the early game to allow them to have vision advantage and to also have creative pathing coming in from Karsa. This is why I think Top Esports are the deadliest team we have so far. It's a lot of it has to do with how Karsa is treating these early pathings and how he's able to synergize with the rest of the team. Currently, Top Esports are taking 93% of the first towers in the games. So they are able to synchronize with Karsa and just take either top side or take either the bottom side with ease.
So I feel like we can guess who the MVP of this game is going to be. I feel like we could tell you that from, if you just watched the first 5 minutes of this game, you probably could have guessed that it was going to be Karsa getting MVP. I'm not too surprised about that. While Duo was doing great with his flanks, it's hard to argue with Karsa's Nidalee.
Yeah, he got 4 kills just off the bottom lane really early on and continued to snowball across the map. This is why a lot of junglers say that even though Nidalee isn't considered tier 0, it really depends on who's playing it. If you give Haru Nidalee, if you give Karsa Nidalee, then it's almost game over. You get him 3 kills early game, there's no coming back, and that's just kind of the way that Nidalee is played in this draft. I feel like if you have set plays for her in the bottom side especially, and you get her those early 2 takedowns, she can just snowball the game out of control.
I almost wish that they had tried to speedrun that game and try to see how fast we could have gotten a victory. But either way, they got the victory nonetheless. We're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, it'll be Game 2 between Top Esports and Victory 5, so stick around.
MSI 季中冠军赛
MSI God! MSI is back.
左一已经先行倒在地上，这是EDG一波反打的机会，剑魔再次入场开启大面，他如同天神下凡。
交掉了 Q 这边在观望，第一波进场加料只炸到了一个狗熊，加料回身一扔被打断。哇，这波3个解卡到位了吗？
下一个是谁？阿卡丽又进来杀人了，先把熊给宰掉。TP交出自己的闪现往后拉，但是巴德一个非常精准的定住了2个人，
连不到了。哇 ，Holder 直接瞬间融化。
英雄联盟更是完成了一个恐怖游戏 ，Holder 这一波真的下得不轻。
亚高再上城做1号，输出现在服气感觉在这里。哇，太惨了！这场比赛已经变成了一场屠杀。血腥程度就是高。
对，甭管打谁就一直打，真的就是一直打，
连血腥程度都要比的吗？这个1、2赛区是吧？
打了多长时间啊？1塔还没推掉就打到2塔推完。
对阵 vivo 的话，就是他们的打野微微也是一个比较，就是也是一个操作很好，然后打法比较进攻的打野吧。我觉得我就想把野区不要落后差太多就行了。我觉得狼醒的话，这个赛季还是一如既往的就相对稳健一点吧。就可能我们在上路没办法针对到太多，但我可能还是作为老队还稍微关照他一下。
Welcome back. We're getting ready for our second game of our second series. It's V5 versus Top Esports, and that was a messy, bloody game one. It was definitely enjoyable, but man, was it all over the place.
It was a Top Esports special, non-stop action, going over a kill per minute for that one. It was really just insane to see, but it was actually a bit longer than they're used to. Their average win time has been 27 minutes so far in this split. We're going to take a look at the ban picks right now. A Quinn top lane going up against either a Renekton or a Karma. This actually could be flex all across the board coming in from V5.
I'm excited to see it. And also seeing an Ashe... is that going to be Ashe Seraphine or Ashe Karma bot lane? There's so many flexes that V5 can go for. You know, now this might sound weird, but I almost hope that it's going to be the Renekton mid lane, put Karma top lane, and have Ashe Seraphine bot lane.
Yeah, Ashe Seraphine is a bit of an interesting one. I don't think Seraphine is going into bot lane because that's a Thresh. So that's kind of a worse matchups. I personally I'm guessing Karma and Ashe.
And you might be right. We see we're loading up onto the Rift for game number 2. It looks like Seraphine is mid lane, as you were saying. I'm a bit sad. I would have loved to see that, but you're right. Into a Thresh would be really difficult. So, unfortunately, no fun shenaniganery coming in.
Yeah, and Longswing also not going for the PTA. We have seen a lot of Renektons go for PTA into the Prowler's Claw to counteract just the disengage from 369, from Quinn, excuse me. But they're not going to go for that just yet, and we're going to see a level 1 invade coming in. There's not a lot of crowd control onto this one, but the slows are very difficult to get away from.
Right now, it does seem that both teams, at least forfeiting control. I thought maybe that there was going to actually be a fight, but seems that V5 get themselves control around the red buff, while Karsa, he's well ahead of this play. Look at him already on his red.
Yeah, there's going to be no 3 buffing this time around. They're going to be able to trade this one up, but Longswing might be able to stop the red. Actually, he just looks at the red. He did see the red walk over to the brush, but decides not to actually challenge this one. I'm a little bit surprised since he's going to come into lane late anyway.
Yeah, with the Quinn topside, I think it's a rough one. Even if you think that you can have that 1v1 fight against an Udyr, you know that 369 is just going to be waiting for that opportunity to look for an early kill.
Yeah, I think you're right. What he was worried about was that there was potentially 369 waiting in that brush as well. So he's not going to go all in for that. Y4 is going to come in with the special. This is kind of a Y4 pick that he pulls out from time to time. It's a really strong champion that can just get the wave to shove in a lot. So just with that W, with the volley, he's able to get advantages here. But unfortunately for Weiwei, he's actually gonna give some over to Jackie Lo. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's just like, all right, cool, thanks. This is a really difficult lane for me to deal with anyways, and now you've just given me a couple Krugs to get a little bit extra gold in flex. A bit unfortunate for Weiwei, but I don't think it's going to bother him too much. He's got bot lane control on that Scuttle Crab. You can see how far in Y4 and Peep God have been able to shove in Jackie 11-12, since it is going to be kind of a weaker bot lane with that Aphelios Thresh that wants to be able to wait it out a bit longer.
And V5 really need to look for some kills into this bottom side. They've started the vertical jungle themselves. So what they're looking for is to, they're basically saying, Longswing, we're sorry, but we're giving you up. You are going to have a bad game, and that's about it. There's nothing we're going to do about it. But on the flip side, they do have a very strong pushing bottom lane. I like this idea. Both Ashe and Karma can push heavily against something like the Thresh and even the Aphelios. So they will have a lot of chances to go in for dives onto this bottom side. And there's no TP in the top lane. We do have to pay attention to that. That's actually a huge point and a pretty smart idea on how to punish the Quinn matchup.
That's what you want to be able to do at least, but unfortunately with Cleanse, it's going to be not the easiest. You know she's constantly going to be looking to shove in, and if you can't make a play before level 6, I don't know if you're going to be able to get in time to be able to punish this Quinn. She already has
what I meant
quite
by
the advantage.
punishing the Quinn matchup is that she's not going to be able to teleport bot lane. There is no TP from the top.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, so you can actually just full dive onto the bottom side if you ever get that opportunity.
Aha, there you go. Let's see. I was wondering, I'm like, where are you going with this? Now it makes more sense. Cause
sometimes I go 2 steps ahead of myself and I just go question mark profit.
But see, that's fair. This is what happens when you have like that coach brain. You're already like working ahead on the steps. And I agree, even though looking bot lane, nice hook, had the flash. TPGod barely going to be able to wrestle himself away, but I like the attempt by TES to try to get this weak side bot lane where you said it's going to be pretty easy to die for V5 to try to see if they can get ahead.
Yeah, what they don't have right now is they've actually expended both teleports, so there's not going to be an uneven number fight. And 369, wow, he smelled that out really quickly. Very good heightened senses. I wonder what actually tipped him off there, but that was amazing to see it.
It was one of those plays that you just, when you see happen, you're like, how'd you predict that? I don't even know if he walked over the shrine there that you see was already taken. Ah, man, that was just well read by 369 to be like, you know what? I have no idea where the jungler is. Maybe he's right there.
I feel like that was a timer play because we do have to remember Karsa actually took the Krugs in the first rotation. So that's probably how they got the timer, but still pretty impressive to see 369 being able to survive that one. And let's be honest, he doesn't even really need the flash in this one. He's going to have a lot of advantage over Longxing until the Prowler's Claw comes out. And kind of interesting, I'm not even sure Longxing will go for the Prowler's Claw given how V5 like to take front backs.
It would be interesting to see if they opt for that. It's considered the best to take into the Quinn matchup, but you're right, it's not really what V5 need. They need to have that front line that can survive. Having just Wei be the person is not really going to work out for them. As TES, still, despite the fact they haven't really gotten a kill, they still have a lot of pressure that they're exerting across the map. You already saw Chuo try to see if they could make a play mid lane. They're already forcing both TPGod and Wei to have to team up together to be able to contest around the Scuttle Crab. This is V5, whether it looks like it or not, having a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the big play should be the second TP. As we've mentioned, they can send a full 5-man down into that bot lane play. They will have bot lane priority throughout most of this matchup. And I think it's actually up to Top Esports to try and break that trend. They do have that backline ward potentially for Knight if he has his teleport, of course, in the future. So I think V5, what they should be doing is make sure they're cleaning all their backside wards, just setting up for about the 9-minute TP play. And hopefully they can get this one.
There's a blast cone over the wall. He wants to smite fight steal this. He does not get it. Has the lantern to click on, but look how long it took. Finally was able to get just to dodge away barely from the encore.
Oh no, they're not able to body block that one. They even use the wards for that. But double pinks and Karsa still gets out. So Karsa effectively have just made the team 150 gold.
He did. He was able to, I mean, a little bit advantage. Unfortunately, wasn't able to win the smite fight. But he might be able to have this lantern play bot lane with TPGod trying to run away and get slowed down by the Graviton, pulled back in by the Destination and play combo, and giving over kill first blood to Jackula.
Yeah, that's a great find. The problem when you have a perma pushing lane is you definitely need those flashes to disengage. Didn't have the cooldowns right there, and he just falls down. So that's going to change the dynamics from the bot lane quite a lot. And right now on the map, there's nowhere V5 can actually win from. Their bottom lane is down a lot of down summoners. So at any moment, Top Esports could actually just opt in for the full engage. And they're pretty down on gold as well. So V5, they have to do a risky roam. This is spotted out already by Top Esports by the pings, but they might still work.
So look at that. Easy peasy dive.
Yeah, I like this play from V5. They're sacking minion waves just to get this to work, and so far that's kind of the play you have to make when both of your side lanes are losing.
Oh, but actually that was an aggressively deep recall that you're trying to get off, and with that pressure put back on him, he does have dominance still available, but soon 369 is going to be here, having behind enemy lines to get somewhere so fast. This is always the problem with dealing with Quinn, why she doesn't have the TP.
Yeah, she has that Valor just to ride around on. You can glide on your bird. Please don't do that to real birds. They can't actually take the weight, but...
Can I say, I still miss being able to play as Valor. That was always fun.
I miss that as well. Goodbye.
Okay, well, you're just dead. Yeah, you're not, but you shouldn't be there. But yeah, just talking about Valor, I miss them. It was fun to play, even though it wasn't necessarily like the best combo. It was always fun to play as.
True. Weird, you can't be the Birdman anymore, but we do have a lot of bird champions. That seems to be Riot's thing. Like, they really like raptors.
We do. I just realized that there are a lot of them. And Longshooter there is like, all right, I can play into 369, right? I have a level advantage. You're still Renekton without a Prowler's Claw, even if you're gonna go for that. We don't even know if he's gonna go for that or if he's just gonna go for the Stride Breaker.
What's so disgusting is that he actually had Boots 2 over Quinn, and he still wasn't able to catch up. That's just depressing to watch.
Quinn. Yep. Now it looks like Top Esports, they're setting up their own dive. There is not going to be the TP from Mole unless he's going to be able to use that quickly enough. So the TP is used by Knight to cut off the retreat. Karsa here too, getting a stun on a PP God, flashing away to try to be able to survive. Shockwave pulls back in for the kill, and with the Lantern 2, guess what? It's going to be Y4-2.
Yeah, just pure gimme from Top Esports. No response from V5. They already have Olaf tracked really well. And this is the thing about Top Esports play. A lot of it does come from the fact that they're able to track the enemy jungler and know when the enemy jungler isn't able to respond. Just as I say this, though, Zuo's almost dying a second time.
Why are you there again? Why do you want to be? Did you buy like real estate in that part of the jungle and you feel like you have to visit? Is it like your timeshare that you feel like you have to go to every so often? You shouldn't be there.
If he got a plot of land right there, it might have been his grave. So,
right.
Yeah, not
like,
exactly.
Why is he there?
Yeah, I understand that he has to roam there and just keep eyes on the potential roam path, but you know, he has the Dark Passage. He doesn't have to use it for himself, and now comes Knight.
Man. Knight is fast. No Shockwave, though, so not going to be able to pull back in Longchain. So instead, just going to scare away the Croc Man himself and say, here you go, 369, here's a free lane.
It feels really bad, but I think against Top Esports, you can't actually just play a straight-out weak side. You're going to get punched way too hard for it. This pay, even though the mechanics and the camera are in this side, really the genius of Top Esports' play is knowing that Olaf is on the bottom side of the map. There's no response coming in from the Olaf. They have the top side completely warded. They have kept his jungle timers tracked to a T. They know where he is at all times. And that just opens up so many dives. That's kind of the basis to... It's really interesting, but this is kind of the basis from Flash Wolves to FBX and into Top Esports as well. Like, a lot of these members, they hold on to the same philosophy on how you want to play the game and what the best play on the map is. Tower diving with someone underneath the tower, the 4v2, that's always going to be the most high value play you have on the map.
Look at this, going to be able to get more plate gold over to Jacula. Continue to have this Aphelios in a position just in case they need that later option like they did in game 1, where they had so much gold that was put into this Aphelios' pocket so they could play towards that mid game. Now, at least there is an answer from V5, trying to take away a dragon, so it's going to be their second one of the game and kind of gives them a bit of a win condition. If they're able to get the third dragon, get themselves within a soul point, they could force TES to have to play around them.
True. The interesting thing here from Top Esports is that they're choosing not to engage in that. They're actually maximizing their gold leads, and they're saying, hey, if you get to the third Drake, we're going to be sitting on 2-item power spike compared to what you have right now. So it's not that they're not contesting, it's just that they're waiting for the optimal opportunity to actually come in and just smash down on V5. We are going to take a look at the items so far. It's going to be the Kraken Slayer coming in from 369. And Longshake, this is the life of a weak side top laner.
He's like, get away from the red buff, please. This is for my jungler. And he has to pop his ult to be able to scare him away.
We have seen a couple of different item builds coming in from Quinn. We actually have seen the Sanguine Blade. It's almost a forgotten item, but on this Quinn build, it's pretty decent. You get that lethality against a Renekton that really isn't that tanky because he's going Prowler's Claw. Or you could go for some other more standard items like just the Phantom Dancer. So we're going to find out which one 369 wants to go into, and it will kind of tell us his mentality, whether he wants to join in group or if he's just going to play this 4-1 to the end.
The fact he still has not bought any boots. On mine. I'm not even gonna comment on that. That's just unfortunate. I saw what happened. I'm just gonna brush right past it.
Yeah. Good try V5. Let's go, boys.
You know what? At least they're trying. I will give them that. It's A for effort. It's just they need to be able to execute on some of these things. Because right now, seems like they're grasping at straws. They're only a kill down, yet they're down 4,000 gold to Top Esports at the moment.
I will say that's actually kind of a greedy play from Knight. There definitely was a pink ward on PP got, but he says, you know what? I'm far ahead enough. 369 once again with the heightened sentences is able to spot out where Weiwei is coming into, and this poke kite composition coming out from Top Esports is working out real well.
It is. They're just waiting it out. They're playing a far more patient game than we normally see, where it's always them being aggressive. They're trying to find these plays regardless of what their competition wants to do or not. They like to be able to play aggressively, but here they're getting poke damage where they need to underneath the turret. It's allowing Karsa to be able to get the objective, while 369 continues to run around the map and makes it so that Longxing on a Renekton has to play this weak side, top side that's just not really working out so well.
Yeah, he's inching closer to the Prowlers, but he's actually very far behind in build. And I do want to point out something that we see from Karsa. He's not actually going for the engage build. He is going for more disengage. The slow field allows them to play 1-3-1 and allows them to play 1-4. So when you have a 1-4 setup, you don't really need the engage. And in the meantime, 369 is please tell me at least he's bought boots, okay? I'm so triggered.
He hasn't.
Quinn does not have boots and is able to walk away from that. Oh my god.
Still no boots, and he still walks away completely unscathed. They're like, oh, I guess I'll go back to lane. I don't even know, man.
Unjam.
You know, I will say Quinn is fun to play. Terrible to play against. It's not, like, especially as a Renekton, it's just awful. I get the Prowler's Claw build, but each time I still see it, it's not fun because you have to have that item to be able to do anything. So if 369 is able to, even without a kill, he died once, still have this lead over you, you feel like you're not really doing much, and he still has gone for the last whisper.
This could even be Soreldia's just coming out.
It could be just to get the extra slow.
Oh, that's so disgusting when you think about it. Not even the Sanguine Blade. Doesn't need the attack speed. Actually just goes for even more disengage. And I like how you can skip boots too. Go for the slow and Renekton can never catch you. That's kind of hilarious how that works out. Very depressing.
Even with the Prowler's Claw. It's so depressing.
I will say though, this is a good read against V5. V5 just never ganked for Longxing. That has been true, and it has been just exposed here by Top Esports. They know how you play, and they are just going to hammer that point home.
Alright, Longxing has gotten Prowler's Claw. We have the item online, and he can't go anywhere near this Quinn still. Oh, that is just miserable to see. Having to completely disengage as Rift Herald was popped mid lane, because this is a fair point for TES. They can't, even if it is a Clown Soul, you don't want to give that up. You want to make it so that you're going to still be able to fight. And look at the side. That Longxing still can't really get near 369. They're trying to see if they can use the Ragnarok to be able to get into the bit to get a little bit of damage onto Jackie Love. But look at the damage to put back onto Weiwei. Flashing forward to be able to get him back towards the team. Molt keeping him alive for now. But you know, honestly, all it's going to take is one more tick of damage. Look at Longxing. He dies in the back lane, even with the Prowler's Cold Flash coming in from Jackie Love over the pit to try to get the fight to go on to PPCon. What are you going to be able to do against this Aphelios? You can do nothing but die. That is a clean pick coming in from the side of Jackie Love with that flash over the wall. Only Y4 surviving. That is amazing to see out of Top Esports.
I feel like Longxing finally lost his cool. He's been pressured every day at work. He's coming in at 9 a.m. They're not letting him leave until it's well past 8, and he just couldn't stand it anymore. He just goes up from his cubicle, and he wants some blood. But unfortunately, really wasn't the play. No one on the team was able to follow up. V5 lose a bunch of HP after the play, and a great just Jackie Love just putting the hammer down and going for the juggler.
It's like he went up to the really tough guy at work. That's the one he was really pissed at. He punched him, and the guy just looked at him like, oh, you messed up, and he just punches him right back and knocks him out immediately.
The life of a weak side top laner. It's always difficult to see. It was actually a fairly decent engage here, and Karsa kind of goofed here by trying to get the stun on Ragnarok. And I thought that would be it, but Longxing really could not let things go. He's forcing his team down the ramp where they don't want to be. Look at Knight's positioning. He could cut off the rest of the team so easily, so there was no real way for a follow-up. And we have seen this play from Longxing quite a few times. He just goes in super deep, and the rest of the team just looks at it and says, I'm sorry, but you're Anakin, you're going down a path I can't follow.
I feel like he even, like, in that play, he sliced and diced over the wall, right? He had the first part of it, and he wanted to be able to get back over the wall. But it got interrupted by 369 in the middle of it, so he got locked in, and there was literally no escape there, so he's like, I guess I'm here now. This is unfortunate. I'm fighting Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he has the high ground. It just doesn't work. I'm not talking about it again. I'm not talking about it again.
I'm sorry. I just go on Reddit way too much. That subreddit is on the front page so often.
Me too, honestly. I love prequel memes, but right now, without that enchanted crystal arrow, it's a bit easier for Top Esports to look for this Baron play. Not necessarily going to be able to speedrun this game, unfortunately. We're about to come to that timer where the fastest game that they were able to secure is going to pass them by, but they are definitely in a commanding lead at 9,000 gold 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I just saw 369 dive bomb into Mole and then get out okay. Like, his move speed is actually faster than the beat
He
drop
finally
at this
has
point.
boots.
Congrats!
Finally got him. At 20 minutes into the game.
We got him to invest into boots.
Oh,
and,
oh man. Oh no, that is just way.
You have to try.
Well, you know what? Now that's a Baron for Top Esports.
Yeah, V5 are going to have a really hard time engaging into this one. I think they will come in regardless, and this might just be Top Esports' opportunity to wipe the floor with them once more.
And the turret was taken mid lane. I actually think this is a good call from V5. They're just waiting it
Can
out.
Langshi
He's
get
looking
out?
for that flank. He's like, I can do that. And I think they just all back. I don't think that they even find him.
Langshi?
Wait a minute. He's found his target. He's going to look for Knight Shockwave use. He can finally get some use out of the Prowler's Claw, but no! Knight survives, and guess who's here? It's the one to clean up the party. It's 369 yet again to make sure that there's no way this Renekton can do anything.
Yeah, the Office Rage doesn't work out again. And we are going to see Top Esports just come in with the Home Guard teleport to catch people out.
Mole trying to get back towards that blast cone, but this is a good read coming in from TES to make sure he cannot escape. They got the stun, whatever, however you say it. However Hysterics is able to take his Y4 died too. And now with V5 back towards their own base, with the Baron buff still on Top Esports, they are going to be able to siege.
Son, you better come up with your own slogans, man. I know you can do it. I'm counting on you.
Let's see. I'll try to think of one during this. You take the floor. I'm gonna think of a good one besides run stun job done. Because
all right. I'll keep on my play-by-play here because there's not exactly a lot to talk about. Top Esports actually playing super aggressive, just dancing in front of the faces of V5. They're going nah, try and catch me at this point. Longxing finally goes in, but Dark Passage gets Jackie Love out, and it's kind of painful, honestly. 13K
I'll
already.
take over again. I'll take over again because
All
right now it looks like the arrow is going to connect on a Jackie Love. Finally, but look at the shockwave on a PP God. Keeping him at bay. Only 4 members are here in mid lane trying to siege down V5 because they don't even need Karsa. They finally will crack open the first inhibitor turret of the game. TES have V5 right where they want them.
Yeah, and Top Esports are finally going to back out of this one. I do want to go back to the start of the game and talk about V5's setup because I think this is actually a pretty good setup for what Top Esports were trying to do. They were trying to play a bottom lane dive composition where they had double TP advantage and they had a constantly pushing bottom side plus an Olaf that can actually just run into Thresh. Olaf is one of those champions that Thresh can do nothing about post level 6. The problem with V5 is they just couldn't hold out until level 9.
Why? Oh no, flashing over the wall, and he's alive for now, but look at the rest of Top Esports. They are looking for blood here. They have V5 outside of their base. They already are like, this is difficult to be able to get them. They're locked in the birdcage. We can't really get to them. And someone opened the birdcage door for the cat to be able to swat at them a little bit and scare them.
Yeah, that was kind of funny from V5. I think V5 just forgot about the fact that there was a Quinn on the enemy team, and they were still looking for the bait. Like, they were standing inside the blue brush with full vision, granted, from heightened senses. And after a while, they were just like, oh yeah, they actually see us here. So yeah, we got to back out. Honestly, I actually like this game plan from V5. It wasn't that bad of a game plan. I think their main issue was just the early ganks coming in. Once PP God died in lane without flash, then there was no way that they could pressure onto that bottom side, and their top side also just lost way too hard.
Let him. Oh, come on, 369, go for it. I know you want it. Oh, okay. He's like, nah, he's too far to his base. I don't want to go for this anymore.
Anticlimactic.
I know. It's like you're watching a horror movie. They open up the door. No one's there. But now, in the top lane, it looks like they're going to be able to get the into the background. Look at that damage on a V5. They might have jumped on top of Jacula. Finally going to be able to slice and dice him down. But now they got to run away. 369 is here to party. That was a 4v5 before. Now that you got the team here with the Shockwave landing on the 2 members to get the 2 kills over tonight. You got nowhere to go. Triple kill comes in from Knight. PP God trying to run away from Karsa. But it's only going to be back to the own base that is getting completely destroyed. Completely owned. It's new management, and it's Top Esports.
24 minutes into the game, they're looking to close this one off already. Still 25 on all 3 major lane carries on the side of V5. They're going to lose double inhibitors for this, but it looks like Top Esports are actually giving them a reprieve, not trying to take this one home. And I just realized I did about 10 seconds of play-by-play for absolutely no reason.
Aha, I got him to do my job for me.
Yeah, smart play. We got the TPs though. V5 are trying to scrap this one out.
You know what? Respect. I respect it. It is the YOLO play. They are down how much gold now, but look at the damage coming in from 369. He's not afraid. You think that you got him locked down, but it's not the case at all. Karsa's still alive, running towards Jackie Love's hands, trying to see if they can get away, but Mole dies. Triple kill.
What?
Oh no, I was hoping that we could get the Penta, but it doesn't matter because they have 369 here. They got the clean ace. Karsa makes it out, and that is Top Esports winning the game.
If it wasn't game then, it's surely game now. We can see Top Esports just toying with their food, and that was the visit that Karsa wanted to give over to Longxing. Old teammates, but no emotions shown. Just take him out completely, and Top Esports with another dominating 2-0 win to cement themselves as the best team after the
Shockwave got the kill inside the fountain. The damage. Top Esports, they have the fancy plays. They are the 6th team to qualify. They locked in their spot for playoffs. Well, at least a spot for playoffs with some funny plays right at the end.
Yeah, these were not your typical Top Esports draft. I felt like they went for the fences this time around, just having some fun. They are still have they still have a chance to actually claim the top seed in the LPL if they win all of their following games. And this is what Top Esports you should expect out of this squad. The #1 seed in 2020 seed summer, and also with an upgrade in the support position. So this is a team that you should expect to vie for the top 2 positions that are currently still being occupied by, I believe, EDG or WE.
Yeah, I believe they now are tied.
Oh,
in
RNG,
second
RNG
place.
actually.
Yeah, only RNG is ahead of them at the moment, and they have been able to jump up to tie second place with EDG and Team WE, a half a game up of FPX and Rare Atom. So with this spot that they've been able to guarantee, they are now going to playoffs. This is one of the strongest teams we are seeing. I think they have the highest win streak now that RA have lost theirs at 7 win streak. So it's definitely looking good for them since the Lunar New Year.
Yeah, and on the flip side, we do have to mention V5 with that loss, they are still in the running, but it's also incredibly difficult. They're not mathematically out just yet, but they are barely hanging on. And it's kind of a sad story for V5, but they actually had the most difficult schedule. They had the most backloaded schedule out of any of the LPL teams. So, you know, chances for them not really looking that good, and it's kind of sad, but that also goes to show the level of competition that has risen. V5 were in the second round of playoffs in 2020 summer, but this split, even with their upgrades in top lane, not cutting it.
Even with the expanded playoffs too, having 10 teams now instead. It's been a really difficult ride for V5, and as you can see, that game is no exception. That is a lot of damage coming in from 369 on that Quinn.
That's kind of funny, but there's 9k damage between the solo laners and 21k for 369 alone. That just goes to show you how far ahead they were, and that's kind of the weakness of V5. They are a team that almost completely ignores the bottom lane, and if you go up against teams like Suning with Bin and TES with 369, then they know how to punish a top lane weak side that gets no help from the jungle.
I even want to see, because I had like a stat the other day that I was calculating who had the most different champions played, and I think 369 was tied at first with the Shy at 15 champions, and I'm not sure. Let me double check if Flynn was among them. Yes, Quinn was. So I was hoping that that would be another unique champion to add to the pile for 369, but that is the second game on the Quinn and another win to put in. So it's 100% win rate when they grab that.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely disgusting. The thing about Top Esports that surprises me the most is they're a very flexible team. They play based on where the enemy jungle isn't at. I think that's the best way to kind of characterize how they play the early game. They're not bottom side focused, they're not top side focused. They're the side where the jungler isn't. So they will constantly tower dive whenever the jungler is on the opposite side of the map. And a lot of it does come from Karsa, his pathing, and his just ability to kind of track the opposing jungle. We've seen this time and time again. I think it really takes a very strong jungle presence from the other side, like Meteor, like Tarzan, like Beishang, to be able to face Karsa, or Karsa will actually just outplay you through map knowledge and tracking ability.
Right, and I will say it is going to be really interesting for Top Esports because later on this week, we're going to have our match of the week up with them facing RNG. That is going to be a great test for the team. The current #1 team facing off against probably one of the strongest teams in the second half of the split. I want to see who's going to be able to come out on top on that one.
And it's really interesting because you have two teammates that were basically like glued together in Xiaohu and Karsa now having to go up against each other. And RNG is a team that this split, they have been much more about the top side. Wei has been constantly going towards the top side and just helping Xiaohu out, while on the other hand, Karsa will try to break that chain with 369 at his side.
All right, but speaking of 369, he was the one who was able to get MVP from that game. I'm not too surprised by that one. Pretty much made Longqing not even play that game. It was essentially, Longqing was not even in there.
It was really depressing to see, and I was actually surprised at how easy he was able to get away. He didn't buy boots, and he actually ran PTA. He wasn't even on phase rush. and he was able to disengage from the Renekton that easily. So really interesting, and just goes to show you how dominating this matchup can really be. And if you are a blind pick topside Renekton LPL team, which there are a lot of these teams, you have to consider your options when you're up against Top Esports.
I mean, when you're up against anyone who could play Quinn to this degree, it was disgusting. It was amazing to watch as well, especially if you like the champion of Quinn. But if you don't like the champion of Quinn, I suggest not watching that game because it was one-sided completely. That top side of the map made it so that Karsa could focus a lot more on the bottom half, be able to rely on Jackie Love and Duo a bit more when looking for some plays, which normally you wouldn't really think that they'd be able to do since it's against an Ashe Karma lane.
Yeah, that was just, I think that was just outplay coming in from Duo's perspective. Being able to land the Death Sense into a Dark Passage sort of gank really just stopped all tempo that they had. I actually liked V5's idea here. That's sort of the idea that we don't see teams use that much, but, you know, V5 are on the ropes, and they're still vying for a postseason berth. So they're willing to kind of show their cards and go back to what Y4 has been known for, this kind of Ashe Karma lane. It was a really, really strong lane back in Season 10. We saw a lot of players actually just gravitate toward this. It's pushing lane, you have crowd control, level 6. It's actually very easy to just get kills in this lane. Unfortunately, Top Esports were able to break that chain before the 9-minute mark. They didn't get the second round of teleports in whatsoever, and that was that. They just kind of lost the entire map afterwards.
I'm also not a big fan of what we've seen today with Seraphine drafted without really another AP threat for the team. We saw this two series in a row where this time it was Mole picking Seraphine with Olaf jungle, Ashe bot lane. It's like in Renekton top lane. Unless you're getting one of these lanes far enough ahead, the Seraphine's not going to provide enough damage for the team.
And I think teams are starting to realize that Seraphine is actually not a good catch champion herself. Even though Encore has a lot of range, its animation cast time is very long. So we have seen a lot of Seraphines actually just miss their ultimate completely. And with the cooldown increase, it's going to be even more damaging. So what I think we will see Seraphine compositions actually transition towards is probably more poke comps actually than full-on catch.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what teams are going to develop for the meta, but, you know, we've already had our 2 series played, so we should look back and see how these 2 series were. The second series, a lot faster than the first series, where we were able to go 3 games and have an upset of OMG taking down LGD, essentially denying them that miracle run, even though it technically is possible. We pretty much all know that it's looking out of the cards.
It's gonna be... I don't know what I would do if LGD actually make it to playoffs. I would be willing to do a lot.
Yeah.
You guys can throw in the forfeits, basically.
Before, I was willing to bet on LGD making to playoffs. Now I'm glad I didn't. I'm really glad I did not take that bet, because OMG taking them down, it's not looking too likely. But we should also look ahead to see what else we have left to play. We are in week 9, so we're starting to get towards the bitter end of everything. And we can see where the playoffs, like where teams are. Like we said, top esports have locked themselves into playoffs, which is a nice step for them. 7 series win streak at the moment. But as I mentioned also, LGD looking less likely.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, and the surprises here is that IG still have a very, very hard time to get in. It's not exactly guaranteed whatsoever. They need 8 wins, and they only have 2 matches left. So if they drop, we could have another IG just missing from playoffs. It's so weird to say that, given how good their players are, but there's actually quite a decent chance that they still drop out. With that said, though, going into the rest of the teams, we actually haven't seen much change just yet. All the way until 13th place, they still have an opportunity to get in. It's just highly unlikely. For tomorrow's matchup, with myself will be casting again. FTT versus Rogue Warriors. Some interesting matchups coming in then. Haro is always a great sight to see. Him against Xiaopeng is your highlight matchup. And WE versus BLG. That's the big one for BLG's continuing chances into postseason.
I was going to say, the first matchup's a bit disappointing since both teams, already knocked out of playoffs. But that second one, I'm really curious to see if Billy are going to make it, so that there is going to be that possibility maybe IG don't make playoffs. If somehow BLG beat Team WE, they'd be tied with IG, and there's always a chance.
WE recently has actually looked a little bit shaky. People have figured out that you just attack Shanks over and over again. And with Zika and Meteor, BLG are actually set up to do that.
Possibly. We'll have to find out tomorrow when you're joined in by Mazel, but that's going to do it for us tonight. It was great casting, great to see an upset earlier and then see top esports be at the top. I hope everyone enjoyed. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow.